Uchiha clan compound, Konohagakure no Sato, Hai no Kuni. A boy, age of 7 years, is running through the isolated area between the buildings. It is filled with traditional Shinto-styled buildings. The boy himself is 4 feet 3, which is considerably tall for his age. He has jet black raven hair and azure, blue eyes just like his mother. His brothers apparently did not inherit the eye color that only he and his mother shared. He has slightly tanned skin and has a lean build for his age. Slight traces of baby fat can be found on his face as they accentuate his face pretty well. He is wearing a dark blue kimono and frantically crying because he previously heard writhing, nightmare-inducing screams coming from the main side of the compound. On the back of his kimono is a crest. The crest is that of a fan divided in 2 sections. The top half is red and lower half is white. However, now the color of his eyes have changed out of pure instinct. Just a few days ago he had learned that his remaining living brother had gone missing and was considered dead. His eyes had evolved from the traumatic news he had heard. A small opaque black dot lies in the center of his red iris. Surrounding the dot are 3 tomo, lazily spinning as if they are waiting for something to happen. This eye is a rare dojutsu and is considered one of the most rare kekkei genkei in the history of the shinobi world. The Sharingan. These eyes are known only to manifest in the eyes of those who belong to the Uchiha clan. Said boy is also an Uchiha. He had awakened his at age 6 and trained ever since an incident changed his life. He did however hide this fact at his brother's request. His name is Naruto Uchiha. This is his story. Naruto Uchiha was born to the lesser branch of the Uchiha clan, but he is nonetheless an Uchiha. Sometimes though he had been treated worse than dirt because of what his father Genjiro Uchiha did. He was considered somewhat of a traitor in the eyes of his fellow clansmen. Why, you ask? Genjiro and his wife Satsuki Uchiha were once considered the greatest Uchiha to emerge from the branch side of the clan since Kagami Uchiha. When Satsuki became pregnant with their first child, she immediately decided that she would quit the life of shinobi and raise a family. She had lost her brother in a battle that caused her to awaken the next stage of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, she was wise like her husband Genjiro, who had also awakened the Mangekyo, and rarely used it, fully aware of the consequence that followed from too much usage of the evolved dojutsu. After their first son was born, she was over the moon, as was her husband. Their first child was Obito Uchiha. He was a kind child who had inherited his parents' traits through and through. The main difference was that he was a slow learner when it came to being a shinobi. He would wear goggles and proclaimed that he was going to be the first Uchiha who became Hokage. He would later go on to study under Minato Namikaze, one of the most up-and-coming elite Junins of Konoha. 5 years after that, their second son Shisui Uchiha was born. Even from a young age he showed signs of being a prodigy. Yet unlike the normal Uchiha who would immediately gloat about this and inflate his pride so as to it could touch the sky, Shisui was rather kind in his behavior and very humble about his skills. He especially looked up to his brother Obito, who may have been weak in the eyes of the elite, but to Shisui he was what a shinobi should be. A person who never gives up and overcomes the odds. 8 years later, the family of 4 received news that make them happier than ever. Satsuki Uchiha is pregnant. Genjiro is happy that he would become a father once more, while both his sons are ecstatic to say the least. Obito was jumping in joy that he would once again be an Aniki to another little guy, while Shisui was happy at the fact that he would be an older brother. Their happiness was short-lived, however. An event changes the world. The Third Great Ninja War begins. As usual, Iwagakure is the cause of this once more. Genjiro Uchiha, one of the brightest leaf shinobi to emerge, was sent to the front lines and was part of one of the most important battles during the early stages of the war. During a raid in the Land of Waves, he had seen battalions of Iwa shinobi who had taken over the place and seemed to be oppressing the people. A portion of his team that he was leading had been captured by Iwa forces. Seeing that he would have to sacrifice his team, he disregarded all the rules and kicked the mission to the curb. He saved the lives of 15 Chunin and 10 Genin. He had also liberated the Land of Waves, but the Iwa forces understood the strategy the Hidden Leaf had played and they changed their entire tactical plan towards the Canopy Bridge. In other words, Konoha had blown their chance to plan a surprise attack on Iwa because Genjiro had valued the lives of his teammates and the people of Nami no Kuni more than the mission. He was however killed in action while saving the people, his greatest regret being that he could not see his newborn son being born into the world. He was not even given a proper burial as Root had decided to burn his body on spot so that no secrets could be spilled, Witnesses watched this and nobody protested against the fact that he would not be buried at his village. All the honor he got was a name on the memorial stone in Konohagakure no Sato. The Uchiha were outraged at the humiliation that Genjiro had brought them and had driven the family of 3, soon to be 4, to the edge of the Uchiha compound. Oftentimes the fellow clan members would berate and verbally abuse the family for bringing great dishonor to the clan. To his family, however, they understood why he did it. He valued the lives of others over himself. To them he was a hero. That was just who Genjiro Uchiha was. A selfless shinobi. Even the general citizens of Konoha looked at them with disgust because, to their lesser knowledge, he had cost them an important victory in the early stages of the war. Obito had often spoken up against this, but the clan elders paid no heed as he was from the lesser branch of the family. Obito had sworn that once he became Hokage he would make sure the elders would apologize to him and get rid of the stupid system that divides the clan. Sadly for the young Uchiha, he never got that wish to come true. He had sacrificed himself in the Battle of the Kanobi Bridge, which resulted in Konoha winning the Third Great Ninja War. Obito Uchiha was remembered as the shinobi who stayed behind and activated the explosion seals that destroyed the bridge. The right side of his body was crushed beneath a boulder, but he still pulled through with the mission after his team safely got away. Even after that, the family was looked down upon. They were known as the Uchiha lambs. Only useful as sacrificial lambs, as some of the main members of the Uchiha household had put it. Obito's legacy, however, had lived on through his teammate Kakashi, who had Obito's Sharingan in his left eye. It was a gift from Obito to him, and his family appreciated the fact that their son and brother had a true friend, who would not waste the gift, and Kakashi himself had adopted Obito's way of living as a shinobi. A girl named Rin Nohara was also his friend but had died a few months after the war. Shisui would later go on to continue his brother's wish to protect his family in the village. He was quickly recognized as a prodigy, and also awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 8 after he heard his brother had died. He had previously awakened the Sharingan at age 5 after nearly dying because of an attack by unknown Anbu who committed suicide before they could be interrogated. However, as the darkness came to consume the family, a new light was born. 3 months after the war ended, Satsuki's third child was born, Naruto Uchiha. When Naruto was around 2 months old, the nine-tailed fox attacked and killed a lot of people in the village. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had sealed the beast into an unknown newborn girl. He saved the village at the cost of his own life. The village had started to suspect the Uchiha clan, as they knew that the Kyuubi could be controlled by the Sharingan. Some of the people even called the youngest child of Genjiro a sign of calamity, as his birth had resulted in an attack 2 months after he was born. Naruto Uchiha was a mix between his mother and father, if his looks said anything. In terms of personality, he was like both Shisui and Obito. He had Obito's somewhat goofy approach to life and was always calm like Shisui. Even the verbal beratings did not matter to Naruto Uchiha. He knew that he had his mother and brother who would always be there for him. He had also somewhat of an older brother figure in Itachi Uchiha. Itachi was a few years younger than Shisui but was his best friend. As Naruto had once eloquently put it, Itachi was not one of the Uchiha who had a stick up in his ass. Where a child had learned a term like that was beyond everyone present during the event. This had resulted in his mother chasing him comically, but he was able to avoid it every time. Normally he would run too fast or use the most powerful jutsu known to children, puppy eyes no jutsu. Naruto's personality drastically changed when his mother died from a disease when he was 6. This incident resulted in him awakening his Sharingan, with 2 tomo no less. Shisui decided that he would train his Autoto. He secretly began training him, and much to his surprise he was also a prodigy, albeit one that progressed at an abnormal rate. Naruto had rarely ever used the Sharingan and could do the traditional Uchiha fire-style jutsu after one go. Only Shisui and Itachi had known about his unnatural progress. He was even considered by both those prodigies to be someone who would give them a hard time once he grew up. He was, however, told to hide his skills at all times by them. He agreed with them without a second question. He had also inherited his oldest deceased brother, Obito's dream to become Hokage. He would do it for his brother and get rid of the boundaries that separated the 2 Uchiha family branches. Other than Itachi, he was close to Makoto Uchiha. She was the wife of the clan head, Fugaku. She was a very nice and kind person. She often used to tease him about how he would grow up to be a real ladies' man. This came on when he accidentally blurted that if he ever got married it would be to someone beautiful like Makoto. Realizing what he said, he had gained an embarrassing blush on his face, and she would often tease him to grow up so she could marry him. Her younger son Sasuke, who was the same age as around him, was quite weird, at least in his opinion. He always looked to be getting his father's attention and constantly trying to do things Itachi had performed at his age. He would also ignore Naruto for some reason. Naruto, however, in general was happy despite all the shit the universe decided to throw at him. His Sharingan training went well and he had successfully mastered his Tsutomu, but only Shisui knew about that part. A few days ago he received news that Shisui disappeared and was presumed dead. His eyes changed into the three Tomo Sharingan. His entire world had been broken apart. His only family was dead. Not even Itachi was around after that. Now, in the Uchiha clan compound. Where is everyone? Unfortunately for the boy, his questions are answered just not the way he wants. The sight before him is what shocked him to his core. Several dead bodies. Everywhere. All the people in the Uchiha compound were lying in pieces, or stabbed horribly as blood gushed out every now and then. He was shaking visibly and scared. He went near the body of a random person and was shaking it. "Hey, please wake up." He started crying. What happened? Who did this? Naruto was wailing now. Such a gruesome sight was never meant for young ones like him. "I did it." A single cold voice cut through the air in the middle of the night. Naruto knew that voice all too well. There, standing in front of him with his Sharingan spinning wildly before taking on the shape of a Fuma Shuriken, stood Itachi Uchiha in an Anbu uniform. His body was covered with blood that was dripping from his body. His eyes looked like they were aiming to kill him. "Hello Naruto," Itachi said, and let out a massive killing intent which resulted in Naruto's Sharingan deactivating. Naruto was shaking with fear as he fell onto his knees. His mind only raced to one conclusion. Did Itachi ni do all this? Ida Aki Nne. Did you do all this? Naruto asked while whimpering. Yes. You've gotten a lot smarter than before, haven't you, Naruto? Itachi then looked at him more carefully. Perhaps I should kill you next, considering how you're progressing. Then Naruto's world turned black, red and white. The Tsukiyomi world. Welcome to my world, Naruto. Itachi spoke with a soft, threatening voice. Naruto saw that he was hung upside down on a cross, and he saw the scene around him. Itachi was killing the entire clan as blood spilled everywhere. It was too much for Naruto. He then saw Itachi kill Fugaku. But what really tore his heart apart was when he drove his tanto through Makoto's chest. She was his guardian after his mother died, and seeing that was his breaking point. Please stop it, Itachi Ni-san. Please help me. Naruto cried out for his brother Shisui. I'm afraid Shisui can't help you, Naruto. Itachi paused as the scene changed to a waterfall. Naruto saw Itachi and Shisui standing there. Shisui's back was turned to Itachi, when Itachi stabbed him with a tanto and ripped out both of his eyes. Shisui's body was falling into the large chasm where the waterfall was from the injuries he suffered. As Shisui fell, he looked towards Naruto and spoke. Why didn't you help me out, Oto? Naruto let out a scream hearing this from his only brother. Then something strange happened. The red sky of the Tsukuyomi world was starting to shatter. Itachi saw the reason as his genjutsu broke. Uchiha clan compound. Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi muttered as Naruto's eyes changed to the shape of a four-bladed scythe joined in a circle. Imagine Obito's Mangekyo with 4 blades instead of 3, as his eyes began to slightly bleed from the usage. It seems that you have the same eyes as me, Naruto. Yet you cannot use it yet properly. Itachi then turned around to leave. When you are strong, come find me. Then we shall see who is the strongest of the Uchiha clan. These weak, pathetic clan members did not prove to be the challenge. Embrace your hatred, only then you will be able to defeat me and avenge Shisui. There is no way you could kill Ni-san, Itachi ni, Naruto said in a soft voice as the bleeding had stopped and his Sharingan had deactivated altogether. You're too kind to do this, Itachi ni. One day you will answer everything to me. I know it, Naruto said with a sad smile, and grew even more sad when Itachi turned towards Naruto. Itachi was shedding silent tears of sadness and said a few words before leaving. Quote. Goodbye, Naruto. Itachi disappeared into a flock of crows. The darkness began to take Naruto. But then something else happened. He could feel the presence of something nearby. It felt all too familiar, yet unknown at the same time. He then heard a swirling noise before he fell unconscious. The next day, the village hidden in the leaves heard the tragic news. The Uchiha clan, one of the founding clans of Konoha, had been wiped out by Itachi Uchiha, who wanted to prove his strength and presumably had cracked under the pressure of being an Anbu captain at such a young age. He left behind 2 survivors. His own younger brother Sasuke was now clan head and another member from the branch clan, whom everyone recognized as the son of Genjiro who had shamed both the clan and the village. From then on, the age at which the students would enter the academy had changed. Now they would be admitted 9 and would graduate at 14. The academy standard had also considerably dropped to a more basic level, to the point where even civilians could become genins without any problems. A foolish part on the council's part, however. The standards for the shinobi exam had been dropping for some time now. And not just in Konoha but the other major shinobi villages as well. Peace was deteriorating the overall skill shinobi had. Konoha Hospital. Naruto had woken up and was interrogated heavily by the shinobi as to what happened. He explained briefly that he had entered the compound after having ramen for the first time at Ichiraku's. He went inside his home and heard screaming coming from the main compound. He went in to find the dead bodies and Itachi had put him under a genjutsu. When asked about the blood they found on his face, Naruto put on his best poker face that Shisui and Itachi had taught him and explained that he had accidentally stumbled onto a dead body without looking properly and fell face first onto the body. They believed that the 7-year-old was not lying about such a traumatic event and left him to recover. Sasuke on the other hand had gone on to bubbling out everything that had happened. He was later treated like a prince. The last Uchiha, of noble birth. How the village would treat him like a glass doll if the civilian council had anything to do with it. Naruto was a stain on the existence of the Uchiha. A branch member but now one of the last 2 loyal Uchiha left. Now they treated him a bit nicer as he had gone through a significant trauma. Naruto still did not want to get out of the hospital. He wanted to fake his injuries to remove some suspicion from him. He needed to pretend he was a weakling. Shisui had drilled this into him a long time ago. A true shinobi always hides his true skills and his greatest weapon is deception, the wisest words Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, ever spoke. He went to the bathroom and channeled chakra to his eyes as they changed into the Sharingan. He channeled even more and they changed shape as it took the form of a 4-bladed pinwheel. It was mesmerizing to Naruto, but he felt significantly tired and his eyes hurt just a little bit at a time. He came out of the bathroom and lied down on the bed. He looked up at the white ceiling. Itachi ni, I will find out why you did this, Naruto said, not knowing how his life had been set on a course from last night. Dreamscape flashback. Naruto and his mother Satsuki were walking towards the Naka River. He could see the distasteful looks his own clansmen were throwing his way. Look, it's the traitor family. It's that Genjiro's spawn and his wife. Sacrificial lambs. That's all that family is good for. Why are they still allowed to live in the compound after the shame they brought? Naru-chan. Naruto was broken out of his thoughts and found 2 kind blue eyes looking into his own cerulean pools. Is something wrong? Gomen Ka-chan. Naruto spoke with a sad look on his face. I know you and Nisan told me to ignore what everyone says about us, but sometimes the things they say, it hurts so much. Naruto finished as a small sad look formed on his face. True, his brother always said that shinobi restrain their emotions, but this was hard sometimes. Words hurt more than actions. Satsuki came down to his level and pulled him into a soft hug. Even Naruto knew that his mother's health was not too well. She was not as strong as she used to be. Oftentimes he had to go to the hospital with her to get her a thorough checkup and come back home with bags of medicine that helped soothe her condition. Shisui worked overtime in the Anbu Black Ops to get more funds to find out if there was a cure to his mother's disease that was slowly eating away at her. Naru-chan, never pay attention to what the villagers or the clansmen ever talk about you, Satsuki said with a sad smile. Your 2-san and Obito ni-san were heroes of the leaf. Always remember that. Sochi. Hi-ka-chan. Naruto tightened the hug on his mother and clung to her like a lifeline. After Shisui, she was the only family that Naruto had. Sochi, would you like to see your 2-san and ni-san again? Satsuki smiled and activated her Sharingan. Naruto shook his head and blurted out a no immediately. He then hugged his mother even tighter. It's okay, Ka-chan, Naruto said as he suppressed a sob. Sometimes Satsuki would perform Tsukuyomi to show him illusions of his father and Obito. He would laugh at how both of them were goofballs at times. Satsuki's Tsukuyomi was very powerful and at times felt like a separate reality itself. However, Naruto also knew that the strain it caused on her mother was too much and any further complications would make her even weaker. I already know what they were like. Besides, I have you and Ni-san. That's all I really need. He released the hug and looked at his mother with a kind smile on his face. She cupped his cheeks and gently kissed his forehead. My little Naru-chan, you're going to be a fine man when you grow up. Satsuki then stood up as Naruto held her hand and walked towards their destination. Suddenly a soft tug was felt on Naruto's shoulder. He turned around to see Shisui standing there with a goofy grin on his face. Yo Autoto. As soon as Shisui said this, Naruto pouted cutely. He hated the fact that Shisui could easily sneak up on him. Of course, this was Shisui, the teleporter known for perfecting the Shunshin no Jutsu to a new level. Hell, he left after images because of his proficiency. Ah, is little Naru mad I sneaked up on him again? Shisui asked with a cheeky smile. Naruto was now annoyed and Satsuki was giggling at the interaction between her sons. One of these days, Ni-san. One of these days you'll see just how strong I become. Then you won't be able to sneak up on me anymore. Naruto said with his chest heaving with pride. Shisui simply stared down at his brother and saw that his mother was looking at both of them with a sweet smile. A smile that was too sweet. All of her sons including her husband were afraid when she smiled like that. Shisui's sweat dropped and knew that if he teased his Autoto any further there'd be hell to pay. After all, Satsuki Uchiha had loved Naruto more than any of her children. Instead he just ruffled his younger brother's hair and smiled at his proclamation. You know what, Autoto, I have no doubt you will. Shisui said this and hugged his little brother, who simply gave into it. He picked up Naruto on his shoulders and asked where they were going. After hearing they were going to the Naka River, Shisui decided to accompany them. He just returned from a mission and wanted to spend his free time with them and his friend Itachi as much as possible. He had yet to get girlfriend, of course, even Itachi had one. This often caused dark clouds to gather over Shisui's head as he would sulk in the corner. Naruto especially found this habit of his hilarious. Shisui of course did not miss the glares being pointed at them. He too was not bothered by what the people thought. His father had taught his sons a lesson that Shisui later passed on to his friend Itachi and later to his younger brother Naruto. A shinobi is a person who endures hardships and overcomes them. He is one who believes in self-sacrifice. He does not seek glory. A shinobi always protects his comrades. He is the guardian, the shadows. That is the mark of a true shinobi. Naruto was on his brother's shoulder and was looking at his family. In that single moment, only he knew how much he had cherished moments like this. Just you wait, Ka-chan. Ni-san, I'll be even stronger than Tu-san one day. Konoha Hospital, Kanahagakure no Sato, Hai no Kuni. Naruto got up from his sleep and saw that his eyes were bloodshot as tears were still freely falling down his cheeks. Ka-chan, Ni-san, Itachi ni, Oba-chan. Naruto tried to hold back the tears that were still leaking. He could not. Every time he remembered his mother he would break down. His mother was his world when she was alive. Before she died, it was a rare sight to not see them together. After she got sick, Naruto at times refused to leave her side and even fell asleep on the bedside. At one point he even said he does not want to lose any more family and would gladly give his own life if it meant she could be healthy again. Funny how fate wanted to play with his already sad existence and added more chapters that sent him spiraling downwards. There was knock on the door and Naruto gave permission to come in. It was the Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. The professor. He was known to have mastered jutsu from all 5 elements and was the teacher of the Densetsu no Sannin, the 3 legendary shinobi of the leaf. He had survived all 3 great ninja wars and was a living testament to what shinobi should be. In the back of the mind of the third, guilt was being amassed in a large quantity as he knew he was responsible for the boy ending up in the hospital. Still, more than 45 decades of being a shinobi had enabled him to mask his emotions perfectly, and he was doing it right now as a small fake smile spread across his face. How are you feeling now, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked as he eyed the boy curiously. I am doing fine right now, Hokage-sama. Naruto curtly replied and then looked down at his bed sheets. He remembered what Itachi did. All the bodies that were lying around in the main compound. He must have killed off the entire clan. But still, Naruto asked with a silver of a hope, were there any other survivors, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen let out a sigh and had a solemn look on his face. I'm afraid not, Naruto-kun. It seems that Itachi had killed off everyone in the Uchiha clan except you and Sasuke. I am sorry, he added with a sad voice. Hokage-sama. Naruto looked at him curiously. Just before I lost consciousness I heard a swirling sound. Was there anyone else there? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at this development. No, there wasn't anybody else there. Did you see anyone? No, Naruto added with a tone of finality. Has there been a funeral yet? No, it will happen in a few hours. Do you think you can make it there without any problems? Hiruzen asked. The boy had been hit with a genjutsu by Itachi. By all rights and privileges he should be in a coma or dead. The resilience in this young man was astounding in Sarutobi's eyes. Hi Hokage-sama, I will have to go back to the Uchiha compound first. I need to go change my clothes then. Naruto added as a grim feeling took him over. He realized something shattering about the compound. No one's there anymore. Do you want me to come with you, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked as he knew what sort of mental trauma the boy was going through. It's alright Hokage-sama, if I need your help I will come ask for it. Naruto added with a tone of finality as he bowed his head. Hiruzen nodded and left the room as Naruto was alone with his thoughts once more. He was still sitting on the bed and finally decided to get up and stretch a bit. I should get going. Naruto put on his regular clothes which had been washed and headed out of the hospital. Konoha streets. Naruto was along the road and was getting rather frustrated. The people were constantly giving him strange looks. Usually it would be light glares. They considered him to be a living testament to his father's failure in the war. But now it was a different look. One that made Naruto look at them with disgust as one word came to his mind about the general civilian populace of Konoha. Pathetic. Naruto was annoyed because the same people that gave him ominous glares were now looking at him with a different view. It was a look that Naruto knew very well. Pity. He did not want pity. After his mother died, some people tried to show him pity and he would let his emotions get the better of him. It wasn't until Makoto Obaa-chan came along and helped him with this situation that he was able to temper his emotions more. As he remembered her, he felt a pang of pain in his chest again. She was his mother figure and came every day to visit him. Sometimes when she couldn't, she would immediately be present the next day with some treats for him. She also tried to get her younger son Sasuke to be friends with him. Naruto tried, the keyword being, tried. Unlike his brother Itachi, Sasuke was what Naruto called one of the generic Uchiha. Makoto Obaa-chan had tried to break him out of the stick-up-my-ass personality, but it seemed that Itachi had inherited her friendly personality. Sasuke was more like his father, Fugaku, in this case. Naruto had met Fugaku a few times and from what he perceived that man believed in might over compassion. It wasn't a bad ideal, but he learned from Shisui that Fugaku had believed that the Uchiha clan should push further in their shinobi arts and he applied this to his eldest son Itachi. Itachi was a very kind person as Naruto remembered, in all aspects he was more like his mother. He was also a dangerous shinobi. He graduated from the academy after a single year at age 7. He became Chunin at 10 years old, he entered and won the tournament by himself no less. At 11 he joined Anbu Black Ops and became a captain in the Black Ops division by the age of 13. Fugaku Uchiha had truly succeeded with his firstborn and was constantly peer pressuring Sasuke to be more like his brother. Naruto suspected this was the reason why Sasuke was so gloom and doom all the time, and that was the reason he wanted to surpass Itachi to gain his father's praise. In contrast to his childhood, Naruto had grown up with nothing but acceptance from his mother and brother. His brother was also a prodigy, was said to be on par with Itachi or even better. Secretly, Sasuke had seen him spending time with his own family in bliss and even Itachi hung out with him sometimes. Sasuke was a bit jealous at the fact that his own mother and brother had spent time with Naruto, while he had to work hard to earn the respect of his father which he recently started to gain. Naruto of course did not know that Sasuke felt that way as this was never shared with him. Naruto shrugged off all the thoughts and felt a familiar noise coming from the depth of his stomach and felt rather embarrassed. He checked his pockets to find that he had some money. As walked down the main town, he still felt the looks of sympathy being given to him as he ignorantly strolled towards the place he had his last meal at. He had more than enough money to satisfy himself to one bowl of miso ramen that he enjoyed last night. Turning around the corner he had found his destination for now. Ichiraku's ramen. There was a familiar fragrance of spices in the air. The atmosphere itself felt very calm inside the said food store. Naruto lazily walked up to the seat and took one for himself. The mid-aged man came in with a kind smile and stood in front of Naruto. "Ho, you were the boy who came yesterday. Did you decide to come back for more of my delicious ramen?" The man had added with a soft smile. The look in his eyes betrayed him though. Naruto recognized the look, but it was different from the looks the villagers gave him today. It was the same look of sadness and understanding that Shisui, Itachi and Makoto had given him after his mother died. The man was probably trying to lift his mood in a light manner without making him wallow in self-pity. Naruto appreciated this and gave the most genuine fake smile he could muster. "Hi, I'll have a miso ramen without the menma please," Naruto said with a stable voice. "Sure thing son, Ayame." The man lightly yelled towards the kitchen and gave the order. Naruto had seen Ayame yesterday, and to him, she was a pretty cute teenager around the age of Shisui. She had light brown hair and a small beauty mark on the left part of her face. Unknowingly, Naruto was wondering whether she would have been a good match for Shisui. He had picked up a slight bad habit of matchmaking from both his mother and Makoto. He cursed himself internally for picking up such an infectious habit. "Okay san," Ayame said as her head peeked out of the edge of the door and her sight fell on Naruto. She also gave a slight smile and talked, "Oh, it's you again. Wait, you never told us your name. What is it?" "Oh sorry, my name is Naruto Uchiha." Naruto introduced himself and bowed his head a little while a kind yet fake smile that was plastered on his face. This was a strange behavior, to both the man and, judging by their facial resemblances, his daughter Ayame. The Uchiha don't usually bow their heads to anyone, let alone civilians. Now they remembered who he was. The son of Genjiro Uchiha, who the common people considered a blight on their shinobi history. But another thing he said had caught their attention. "So, your name is Fishcake?" Ayame asked with a cheeky grin, and her father was about to say something but was cut off by said Fishcake. "It means maelstrom," Naruto said with a low grumble. Ayame and her father were slightly snickering at his behavior. One thought however crossed both their minds though. "Nope, he's not a normal emotionless, prideful Uchiha." "Ahem," the man said and coughed into his hands as Naruto took his seat again. "I apologize for my daughter's teasing. She does that a lot of times. My name is Tuki." He stretched his hand out and Naruto shook it willingly. They began some small chat and then eventually Tuki decided to try and help the boy. "So, Uchiha-san, how do you feel right now?" Tuki asked with a solemn look on his face. "Please call me Naruto, Tuki Oji-san." Naruto said this and Tuki perked up at him calling him Oji-san. The boy was truly kind. And it continuously seemed to amaze the father-daughter duo as to how normal and down-to-earth an Uchiha can be. "He came here yesterday but he hardly spoke and there were a lot of people at the same time. And I am doing fine for now. Thank you for asking. Well, remember this boy, anytime you feel like you need to talk or just want some company, don't hesitate to come here." Tuki smiled and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto was honestly surprised at the man's actions and for the first time today smiled, lightly. "Arigato Oji-san." Then he found that Ayame came forward and placed a bowl in front of him. "Arigato Ayame ne-san." Ayame could not help but ruffle the young boy's spiky raven hair. Afterwards, Naruto finished the bowl and tried to pay for it but they insisted that this one was on the house. Naruto exited the establishment with a ghost of a smile still embracing his face. He then noticed that a blonde and red blur raced past him and left him spinning for some reason. All he could make out was that there was some orange in whatever shook his world. What the hell was that? He could then hear some excited yelling of a child coming from Ichiraku's ramen and Naruto, deciding to ignore the bizarre event that just transpired, walked towards the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha clan compound. Silence echoed throughout the compound. There were no noises of people walking around, conversing, eating or any general sign of life at all. There was still some dried blood scattered across the ground. It testified what happened less than 24 hours ago. Naruto strolled through the general empty populace and closed his eyes. This was an exercise he had often performed. Shisui told him it would come very handy one day. He did not open his eyes. The images of stabbed bodies and blood splatters were etched into his mind. He could still see them. Eidetic memories stamped into his mind as each and every detail of the gore he witnessed where he used to stroll by came to haunt him. He unconsciously headed towards his house. It was empty. He took off his sandals and went for a shower. After he came out, he put on a black full-sleeved shirt and blue pants. His hair was unkempt and one of the bangs overshadowed his eyes. He roamed around the house a few times more before activating the silence and privacy seals. His brother had shown him the hand seals as to how to activate them and he memorized them with the Sharingan. The reason he had done this was simple. In his room, Near the leg of his bed he found that the edge of the wooden floor splintered. It was done with a kunai, as Naruto himself had often practiced with them enough to know what sort of mark a kunai leaves. This was strange because this was a secret compartment he and Shisui had made. He placed his arm accordingly on the piece of wood and the entry piece was taken out. He found a storage scroll inside. It had the 3 tomo of the Sharingan at one end of the scroll. Naruto had developed a certain fascination towards Fuinjutsu and had begun the simple level 1 sealing from all the books his parents had. His mother and brother were shocked when they saw him trying to learn seals. It was a rare sight. An Uchiha interested in seals rather than offensive jutsu. He knew how a storage scroll worked and opened the scroll and pushed his chakra into the scroll. Nothing happened and Naruto understood the situation clearer. It was a blood recognition storage scroll. It was a bit of a high-quality seal, easily level 5. Naruto bit his thumb as blood started trickling out and he pushed the thumb down on the scroll along with a slight push of his chakra. The scroll opened and found that there were 5 more scrolls sealed into the scroll itself. The scroll, however, was empty and had no writing on it. Letting instincts take over, he activated his fully evolved 3 tomo Sharingan and saw that there was genjutsu on the scroll. He released with his Sharingan and read the contents in the scroll. Dear Autoto, if you're reading this then it means I am most likely dead. I have written this scroll exactly 1 week after Ka-chan has died. I am sorry Autoto, but sometimes we need to grow up faster than we should. I am probably committing treason while writing this, but you need to know. For the last 3 years the animosity between the village and the Uchiha clan has increased. It started around the time the 9 Tails had attacked the village. The village in general suspects that we were behind the attack. I assure you we were not. I have joined the Anbu Black Ops and I have been assigned to be a double agent for the Hokage along with Itachi. It is my duty towards the village that binds me to spy on my own clan. If things keep going at the rate that they are, I fear a full-scale rebellion will occur and this will lead to a new ninja war. I will continue to do my mission to my village and not be tied down by the ties of the clan. When I was a child, I grew up in a time of war. I never want you to suffer the same fate our family has. I will assure it by any means necessary. Do not worry Autoto. If I have passed on I want you to move on. You have already awakened your Sharingan and I know you will surpass everyone from our family, no our entire clan. You also have the same beliefs as Tu-san and Ka-chan. You will not fall to the hatred that has consumed one too many Uchiha. My only regret is that I will not be able to see my Autoto become the most powerful Uchiha to grace the elemental nations. I want you to carry on my dream. I know that one day you will be the one who will liberate the Uchiha's curse of hatred. Autoto, I have taken Ka-chan's eyes and sealed it into a stable glass chamber filled with chakra containment liquid. The vial itself is in one of the compartments of this seal. If you should awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, do not overuse it. Eventually you will go blind. The only way to gain the powers of this dojutsu is to implant new Mangekyo within your eyes from a close relative. I have not taken these because I truly don't feel I am worthy of it. Remember, if you do awaken the Mangekyo, you must implant them into your own eyes eventually. Do not think of it as a bad thing. I am sure Ka-chan won't mind if you implanted her eyes into your own. You are her favorite. Make sure the operation is done by someone who is highly skilled in Iryo ninjutsu. All the nerves have to be aligned properly, otherwise it will be a complete waste. Also, go to the Naka River and head a few miles east from the usual spot where we used to hang out. You will find a ruin of sorts surrounded by Shinto threads and strings. Stand by the edge of the ruins and perform these hand seals. Remember, it can't done without the Sharingan and the person who enters it must be an Uchiha. Tatsu, Ne, Tori, Mi, Inu, Tatsu, Uma, Ushi, Uma, Yu, Suru, Hitsuji, Tora, Mi. These are the hand seals for the secret entrance to the Uchiha stone tablet chamber. I want you to go there and read it. It will explain a lot about the Uchiha clan ancestry and the Sharingan's abilities itself. Remember Autoto, do not fall to the arrogance and hatred that has tainted our clan for so long. I know you are better than that, just like Itachi. Also, if you find this delivered to you by not me, you can figure it was Itachi. He also looks at you like his little brother. I want you to know this Autoto. I love you. We all do. Stay safe and grow up to be the fine shinobi we all know you will be. Your brother Shisui. Naruto was crying freely again. He understood a lot of it now. Shisui's fears were realized and came to fruition. The Uchiha clan must have planned a coup. that is why someone like Itachi Uchiha had killed off the entire clan so that the innocents in the village don't have to suffer. In harsh reality, Naruto did feel a bit of resentment towards the village. They had ostracized his father for choosing the lives of his comrades over the mission, they treated them like scum, and the occasional glares and words of resentment did not help at all. He then remembered what his family taught him: to not be bound by the limits of the clan. Expand your horizons and look at the greater good. Ni-san, Naruto spoke between the sobs. I will not let any of our family's sacrifice go in vain. I will carry on your dreams and protect the village. For all of us, I will protect the village from the shadows if need be. But I will also change the way the village looks at the Uchiha. I will change the Uchiha clan. Naruto opened his eyes as the three tomo spun wildly. If one were to look closer, you could almost see the silhouette of a chakra taking the shape of man that was clinging to Naruto's shadow. The Naka River. Naruto was skipping stones near the edge of the Naka River. This was their favorite spot on the river. He would sit there for hours while sitting with his mother or brother and stare off into the eternal water that always flowed there. He always felt a certain amount of peace when he stood in the exact same spot he was standing in right now. Skipping stones became a bad habit for him when it came to this place. It was instinctual. Shisui had often told him when he was younger that skipping stones was a good warm-up exercise for those who were not shinobi. He used to think it was an absurd lie. He started skipping stones in a shuriken-throwing fashion at 5, and when he finally started his bukujutsu at 6 he saw that it was not a lie at all. The stones were sometimes heavier than conventional shuriken, and this helped him when he started the actual exercise. Though his brother had often told him not to rely on the Sharingan all the time as he believed it would greatly hinder his progress as a shinobi in the endgame. Many of the clan members had often prided themselves on the fact that they had the Sharingan. The branch member, however, could not proudly proclaim that proud ancestry so easily. Very few members from the branch had awakened the Sharingan. Naruto's eldest brother himself had awakened the Sharingan a few moments before his death, as Kakashi had stated before, whose left eye was one the Sharingan Obito had awakened. Shisui awakened it after he was attacked by some Anbu Black Ops, something that bothered Naruto to this day. Naruto does not remember the story as to how his parents awakened, but guessed that it must have been a similar situation. After a few more stones had been skipped, he started towards the eastern direction of the Naka River from where he stood. This was going to be a very defining moment for Naruto. He found the Shinto boundary and saw the cavern that was digging itself below into the ground. He stood in front of the cavern and activated his Sharingan and looked around carefully for anyone. Right now, he did not fully trust anyone, even more so because this was a clan secret. Anyone outside the clan who had gained the knowledge by inept means would face only one punishment: death. Seeing that there were no chakra signature, he took a moment to contemplate the situation. With the Sharingan, the series of lettered kanji could be seen clearly on a large slab at the surface of the cavern. He then was mentally remembering all the hand seals that Shisui had written down on the scroll and released a large sigh before performing them: Tatsu, Ne, Tori, Mi, Inu, Tatsu, Uma, Ushi, Uma, Yu, Suru, Hitsuji, Tora, Mi. Then the slab raised itself as a light blue-colored chakra displayed itself around the corners of the slab. He saw that the slab rose further and was waiting in mid-air. Naruto got down in the dugout earth and saw that there was a stairway leading downstairs. It was dark, too dark. Naruto let out a small sigh and channeled Kaden chakra to his palms after performing the Mi and Tora hand seals. The flame lit in his palm and he noticed that the slab that was suspended in mid-air had come down and closed the entrance. Well, at least the slab knows what it's doing, Naruto muttered as he looked at the walls with pure distaste. All of the walls seemed like they had been maintained properly, but the color was somewhat depressing. To him at least. Plain gray. Just like the Uchiha mindset. How boring. At least make it an interesting color. Naruto then remembered the red and blonde blur that left him dazed earlier today, and the other color he noticed. Like orange. On second thoughts, no. Who in their right mind would wear orange? It must have been my imagination. Somewhere in the Leaf Village. A girl 7 years of age stood at 3 feet 8 inches tall and was grinning with her eyes closed. She looked like a mad scientist with that grin on her face. She had light skin and had 3 faint whisker marks on each of her cheeks. Her face had baby fat, which was an added factor to her bubbly cuteness. Now she opened her eyes and a deep violet shade could be seen clearly. Her hair's sun-kissed blonde hair had streaks of red and it was smooth and flowing. It was done in twin pigtails. She wore a orange hoodie which had some blue in it and wore orange pants as well. As if it couldn't get any worse, it was neon orange. It stood out way too much. All of a sudden she sneezed. Someone must have caught my prank. Uchiha Stone Tablet Chamber. Naruto made it all the way down the stairs and found the said object that was mentioned in said scroll. The Uchiha Stone Tablet. It was granite in color and seemed almost as ancient as the village itself. Of course it was. It was here before even the village started. Naruto went over and started to read the stone tablet. It was unreadable. He activated his Sharingan once more and saw that he could now understand what was written on the tablet. The first contents of the stone tablets had contained general notes of the Sharingan. Its function and abilities to copy any jutsu down to the last detail and make a perfect copy. It had however failed to mention the fact that there was no guarantee the copied jutsu would be as powerful as the original jutsu it was derived from. Shisui had explained this to him a year ago. It also contained information on the maturity of the Sharingan, stating that the minute each Sharingan I obtains 3 tomo the Sharingan has been perfected. The next content was the details on the life of Madara Uchiha. It seemed strange to him. Why would the stone tablet have writings on Madara Uchiha? He then saw that some of the notes themselves were left by Madara himself. It contained notes on how Madara played a huge part during the era of the Warring States and was considered to be one of the most powerful Uchiha in existence. He had often fought against the Senju clan of the forest and particularly against their leader at that time, Hashirama Senju. Even then he was considered the god of shinobi. After years of never-ending conflict between the two clans, the Uchiha and the Senju contracted a peace agreement between the two and formed the first ninja village. It came to be known as the village hidden in the leaves. Every other elemental nation then adopted this system and hence, the shinobi villager per nation system came to be. Some time after Tobirama was made Hokage, Madara had defected from the village and went on his way becoming a rogue ninja. He swore that he would get rid of the paradox created by the village system and bring true peace. That was his opinion that was scribbled into the tablet. He returned with a vengeance. Armed with the 9 tails, he fought against Hashirama Senju and changed the entire landscape that forms the border of the Hai no Kuni. The devastating effects of their ungodly battle is still present today. It is now known as the Valley of the End. 2 titanic statues of Hashirama and Madara were erected there as a testament to their historic battle. To the Hidden Leaf Village, Madara Uchiha was a traitor. He was the definition of everything Konoha ever went against. All the people generally regarded Madara to be nothing but a malevolent force in the shinobi world who only knew how to create mass-wide destruction and chaos. The Uchiha clan themselves held a high disregard for Madara. He was the reason why, according to them anyway, the village would always suspect them. He was the ghost of the Uchiha clan. Ironic how they ended doing the exact same thing he did only some decades apart. To Naruto however, Madara Uchiha was a target. A level that no other shinobi could ever reach. When he once said that he wants to reach Madara Uchiha's level, his mother gasped and bonked him on the head. Naruto never understood why people looked towards Madara in such an antagonistic way. Sure, he went against the village. He brought the Kyuubi and fought Hashirama Senju. He threatened to destroy Konoha itself. In general, he is the one shinobi a person should never dream to be. Why not? There was no denying the power that Madara held. He was the only one who could match the first Hokage, who is generally regarded to this day to be the strongest shinobi in history. Naruto wanted to be that strong. He wanted to reach the level Madara was at, but he would never turn his back on the village. Not after how his family had given their lives to protect their home. Doing that would be tantamount to spitting on their graves. Moving on, he read the second description of the tablet. He found the description of 2 dojutsu that were clearly written as forbidden jutsu. They were kinjutsu and absolutely forbidden to use. Regardless, Naruto read on. The first one was Izanagi. It was a powerful genjutsu that was cast on the user instead of the victim. When the Izanagi is activated, the boundaries between reality and illusion are discarded for the user. For a brief amount of time, the caster of the Izanagi is able to control their state of existence, i.e., warp reality for themselves. The main usage and purpose is for the user to cast off injuries or mortal wounds as mere illusions, and then fade away, only to return to reality unscathed. The price for this genjutsu was also too high. Once the caster would use the Izanagi, they would permanently lose the light from one of their eyes. They would become blind from which eye the jutsu was cast. It was also stated that many Uchiha members had abused this jutsu and got lost in the power of the Izanagi, which lead to inner conflict within the clan. Members would fight each other over the supremacy of their visual prowess, and the usage of the Izanagi became a common phenomenon, leading to the death of many members. Seeing this, the Uchiha clan had come up with another jutsu to counter this jutsu specifically. It was the perfect counter to Izanagi. This visual kinjutsu was known as Inami. Izanami was different from Izanagi in many aspects. Whereas Izanagi had warped reality itself, the genjutsu prowess of the Izanami depended on physical sensations between the user and the target. To activate the technique, an arbitrary moment would be chosen at first. The caster then uses their Sharingan to remember the physical sensation felt by the bodies of both the caster and the target during that instant. Call this moment A. Then after some time, the user must then intentionally replicate the sensation in the same way of that captured moment once more. They have to memorize this moment as well. Moment B. The flow of time between the two events must also be carefully considered and recorded. Several other moments can also be recorded, but it is mandatory that the initial moment and final moment must be the same for the jutsu to work. The Izanami is then activated and the opponent's consciousness is then trapped in an infinite loop of events between the two moments. Between moment A and B, the more moments recorded between the two moments would result in a more effective application of the Izanami. Once captured, the body of the target stands motionlessly while the infinite loop of events keep repeating themselves. Even if the target becomes aware of the sensations and tries to cast it off as an illusion, it would be impossible to escape, unless one had truly accepted their fate. The real reason this jutsu was developed so that the abusers of the Izanagi could realize what they have done and finally realize their mistakes, so that they can reprimand themselves. In this case, the users of the Izanagi. The illusionary caster in the genjutsu is also somewhat sentient. The actions in the loop of events such as verbal actions would also be repeated on a never-ending loop. The illusion of the caster would also keep telling the victim to take a closer look at the chain of events brought forth by them and acknowledge their mistakes. The Izanagi has the power to alter destiny, but the Izanami has the power to decide destiny. As the same case with Izanagi, the usage of the Izanami also causes blindness to take over the eye from which the genjutsu. Ironically, the Izanami is not to be used on enemies, but on friends who have lost their way, and is used as a means to help them find themselves again. Naruto was deeply affected by the two kinjutsu he read about. Silently, he prayed to whatever god was out there that he would never have to use either of these jutsu in his natural life. He then got on to the topic that was crucial to the Uchiha heritage and the powers their eyes held. The secrets of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It stated clearly that the Mangekyo Sharingan was the next level of the Sharingan. The only way for a person to achieve the higher power that is known as the Mangekyo Sharingan is through killing the person who was closest to you. Naruto now frowned at that statement. Something's wrong with that statement. It's almost like as if someone wrote that there on purpose. Naruto had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan without killing anybody. He was pretty sure that his parents and brother had also awakened theirs without killing anybody that was close to them. They couldn't. They were just not that sort of people who would kill a person they love, they hold dearly to their chests. The same could be said for Itachi. The whole statement itself caused Naruto to disregard whatever information the tablet may present next. Still, curiosity took the better of him and he kept on reading. The stone tablet had nothing else written on it. But Naruto knew better and remembered the words Shisui had written and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. It stung a little bit as he closed his eyes for a moment before opening his eyes. The four-bladed scythe wheel present in his eyes. Maybe it's because I am not strong enough to wield it yet. Gotta do this quick. He then read the tablet once more and found out about the abilities the Mangekyo Sharingan grants. The first one was Tsukuyomi. It was considered to be a powerful genjutsu that alters the user's effect on time itself. The amount of time spent when caught in the genjutsu is exponentially multiplied to that of the actual time spent in the real world. Naruto shivered as he remembered the effects of the jutsu. How he had to watch Itachi slaughter the entire clan, murder Makoto and rip out Shisui's eyes. The next ability he read about was Amaterasu. Amaterasu was a visual jutsu that depended on precise visual focus. Upon the mere intensity of the gaze, black flames would conjure on the location and incinerate the object. The Amaterasu flames could not be extinguished by any normal means. Only the caster of the jutsu has the ability to negate the flames, and that too requires great focus. When left unattended, Amaterasu will continue to burn for 7 days and 7 nights before extinguishing on its own. I wonder if it can be sealed. Naruto mused as he remembered Shisui sealing a fire jutsu into a scroll. Must be one hell of an elemental capture seal to seal flames like Amaterasu. Now came the part that scared Naruto a bit. The Koto Amatsukami. It was considered to be the perfect genjutsu that a Sharingan user could ever hope to awaken. The Koto Amatsukami would literally invade the mind of a subject and implant ideas. Absolute control over the mind while the victim would have no idea that said person is under a genjutsu. The victim would be entirely convinced that every action they are taking would be according to their free will. However, the drawback was that to fully utilize the effect of the Koto Amatsukami, both eyes would be needed to perform the genjutsu on a perfect scale. Such a powerful genjutsu, in the wrong eye sockets, this can cause widespread panic. Naruto then went on to read about the infamous space-time jutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Kamui. The Kamui had 3 abilities. One was that the user could create a void or a black hole on a small scale to transport a certain object to a personal dimension of said visual jutsu. The second ability was a transportation technique that took the user itself to the personal dimension, and then reappeared to a certain location whose entire geography was well versed into the mind of the user. The third and most dangerous ability was intangibility. The body or chosen parts of the body would not exist in this realm and phase through whatever attacks that would be cast at them. The severe drawback of this ability was that the user could not attack in this state and had to materialize to attack. This gave the opponents the time to attack within that same time frame. Every jutsu has a weakness. Naruto muttered to himself. This is what Itachi had once taught him along with Shisui. Even an invincible jutsu like the Kamui had a weakness on this scale. To most it would seem invincibility, but a seasoned shinobi could exploit this weakness and use it to his advantage. Naruto then read the next topic, which was both exciting and bone-chilling for him. The Mangekyo Sharingan could control tailed beasts. Quote. The Mangekyo Sharingan was capable of enhancing every other power the user had. Even a normal genjutsu would be nearly 3 times as powerful. The Mangekyo user would be able to control a tailed beast through their visual prowess and for all intents and purposes, turn the mighty beasts into pets. Naruto figured that Madara must have controlled the 9 tails through this. It was also mentioned that Tsukuyomi and Koto Amatsukami are the perfect genjutsu to control tailed beasts. Of course, powerful genjutsu other than these could also control, but to a much lesser scale. They could however suppress the chakra. That a Biju or its Jinchuriki would be moderating. This was way too much information for Naruto to handle. Thankfully he had brought along a scroll and was furiously writing down all the contents of the stone tablet. He would later evaluate all the writings and make his own conclusion. Then came the next ability granted by the Mangekyo. A technique that is considered the pinnacle of the power the Mangekyo holds. The ability to summon an ethereal warrior's body around the dojutsu user's body. It acted as both as the perfect defense and a brutal offense. The Susanoo. The Susanoo was considered to be the final ability that the Mangekyo manifests. Legends state that the Susanoo itself is capable of holding on its own against tailed beasts. Naruto figures that the entire situation must depend on the user. Just having the Susanoo and utilizing the Susanoo properly are 2 completely different things. The Susanoo itself consists of 5 stages. The first stage would form a rib cage made of pure ethereal chakra. Each user had a different colored Susanoo. This stage acts mostly as a defense. The second stage forms a skeletal head and hands which can be used to attack the enemies but has a limited range unless the user moves along with the Susanoo activated. The third stage has ethereal flesh covering the Susanoo and allows more mobility. In some cases, the Susanoo has 2 additional arms protruding out. Usually this happens in the next level. The fourth stage has a shroud of armor covering the Susanoo, increasing its already sturdy defense. This one also allows the Susanoo access to weapons in accordance to the user's abilities. The fifth and final stage of the Susanoo is called the full-body Susanoo. It is stated clearly in the stone tablet that, those who see the perfect Susanoo facing down on them don't live to tell the tale. In this form it is said to be at the same heights as the tailed beasts and has a complete body. It consists of 4 arms, covered by reinforced armor and a prominent Tengu nose. It also has a certain long-range weapon known as the Magatama which is hurled at the opponents. It can easily cause widespread destruction without much effort. However, the prices for all the magnificent abilities that the Mangekyo is the same. Vast amounts of chakra usage and exhaustion. There is also a very important factor about the usage of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Those who overuse their eyes will eventually go blind. The only way to retain the light of these eyes is to replace your original eyes with the Sharingan of another who has awakened the Mangekyo themselves. This will cause the two Mangekyo to overlap and negate the blindness caused by the usage. These eyes are known as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto then closed his eyes for a bit and deactivated his Sharingan. He sat down and unsealed a water bottle that he brought with him. He knew there were still some things to read, so he activated his Mangekyo once more and started to read. The next passages of the stone tablet shocked him. The stone tablet was apparently created by Hagoromo Otsutsuki, better known as the Sage of Six Paths. The stone tablet was his creation and the passages inscribed were written by him. Apparently he had fought his mother, who was considered to be a cruel godlike being. She was considered to be the first user of chakra. She had eaten the fruit of a forbidden tree and obtained the ability to mold and use chakra. Later on, her son, Hagoromo, had also inherited her powers and had a legendary dojutsu known as the Rinnegan. This was considered to be the most rare and powerful of the three dojutsu. His mother Kagaya Utsutsuki had used the tree's power to reflect a never-ending genjutsu off the surface of the moon and trapped the people in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hagoromo later defeated his mother and freed the people with his Rinnegan. The Rinnegan apparently granted its users powers that was unlike any other and gave them the ability to use yin and yang chakra. Later the tree from which the fruit was eaten had come to life and took the form of a hideous beast with one lone eye and 10 tails. This beast was known the Jubi, the 10 tails. The Sage of Six Paths later fought the Jubi, who had come to wreak widespread destruction and reclaim the chakra that was stolen from the tree. The sage then defeated the Jubi and sealed its chakra into himself. He later separated the Jubi's chakra into smaller parts inside his body. They took the shape of 9 different beasts with different amounts of tails. They were later known as the tailed beasts. Hagoromo then roamed the world and spread ninjutsu. He became known as the father of all shinobi. Hagoromo had 2 sons. The older had inherited his mental energy and his ocular powers. The younger one had inherited his physical powers and dense chakra. On his deathbed, the sage chose the younger son to be his successor, who believed that true peace can be achieved through the combined efforts of people. The older brother had always believed in power and conquest were the means by which the world would attain peace. After the sage died, his sons had fought time and time again. The tailed beasts had reformed and each went their own way. Even now the descendants of the sage's sons were enemies. The older son's descendants came to be known as the Uchiha. The younger son's descendants came to be known as the Senju. Hence the cycle never ends. At the end stone tablet was a passage inscribed by the sage himself. Seeking stability, one god was divided into yin and yang. These opposing two acting together obtain all things in creation. This sentence had 2 meanings according to Naruto anyway. 1. 2 opposing forces would act together to bring peace. Or, 2. A person with both those powers could bring peace himself if he willed himself to. Naruto guessed that the combinations of the Senju and the Uchiha bloodlines would mutate the Rinnegan to exist. This is way too much information lying around on a stone tablet. Something's not right. Naruto stared at the tablet once more. He found another passage. When someone who possesses the power of samsara approaches the moon, an eye will open that is reflected on the moon to grant the eternal dream to those who were wronged. Sigh. Naruto sat down and closed his eyes for a long time. So the Mugen Tsukuyomi will redeem the Uchiha. Such nonsense. To take away the will of the people and trap them under an illusion forever. How despicable. Rakudo Sennin, I don't know why you wrote that second verse. But, I am going to go with first conclusion of working together with an opposite force. This village itself is a symbol of what can be achieved when people work together. Though there are a few things that I'd like to change. Naruto got up and looked around the chamber and found a secret compartment. It was hidden under a genjutsu. It contained scrolls of ninjutsu and genjutsu. Naruto took them and sealed them into the scroll he brought with him. I'll return it later. He got up and was going to go the way back out, but saw there was another flight of stairs in the opposite direction and headed up. He used his Sharingan and performed the same hand seals. The door that blocked his path moved away. He was now in the Naka shrine. So the clan built a secret bunker beneath the shrine. No one would suspect if anybody held meetings there. How Uchiha of us. Naruto rushed back to his home. He sealed all the scrolls into his hidden compartment. Thank the sage that Shisui had left more empty slots in the blood recognition storage scroll. He would have to study all the scrolls later. If he starts his training now seriously, he could deal with problems much more easily in the near future. He then got ready to go to the funeral. He took a good look at his room with his Sharingan to memorize where everything was. He could not trust people easily now. Unless they were genuinely dense, of course. Naruto stepped out of his house. He walked towards the gate of the clan compound to see that Sasuke waiting for him. This was a strange sight for him. Sasuke Uchiha had never even deigned to speak to him willingly and was now waiting for him. Maybe the clan massacre changed him. Where the hell were you? Sasuke asked with a cold tone. His eyes looked like they could bore holes through Naruto's body. Sorry, I still feel a bit weak. I had gone to the Naka shrine first to PR. Save it. Sasuke cut him off. Even now you disrespect your own clan. At least have some respect for the dead. Sasuke walked off leaving Naruto behind. Naruto simply looked at the fading figure of Itachi's brother walking into the distance. Looks like I was wrong. Kami, if you're out there, please help me bear my stuck-up Uchiha brethren. Konoha Cemetery. There was large table near Hokage burial sculpture. It had another sculpture that depicted the will of fire. It represented the will that Hashirama Senju believed in. The belief that people should band together and put aside their differences to work for a better future. It was the same belief that the sage's younger son believed in. Now Naruto, after seeing the devotion his family had towards it and how they would give their lives to preserve this, also believed in it with all his heart. The stone tablet only went on to further increase his faith. On the table were pictures of all the people that were massacred. Only 2 pictures mattered to Naruto more than anything else. Coincidentally enough, both were placed side by side. The first was Shisui Uchiha's. They could not find his body and assumed that he was dead, slain by the hands of Itachi as the village proclaimed. The second one was that of Naruto's aunt, mother-like figure, Makoto Uchiha. The only person after his family that gave a damn about him. He let off a sad and heavy sigh. What did she do to deserve this? What did any of the younger children do to deserve this? Because of the foolishness of some people the entire clan has to suffer. I will not let this happen again. The Uchiha clan will be redeemed. I will protect this village and the dreams of my ancestors. Madara Uchiha may have tried to destroy this place, but he also founded this village. The Uchiha clan and the elders had tried to rebel against the village in general and died because of them, but they forgot that this was their home. I will keep the dreams of my family alive. I will protect the village Shisui ni. Obito ni, I may have never met you but I will continue your dream and become Hokage and forever change the way of the Uchiha. Tu-san, Ka-chan, I will make you proud. Naruto laid the flowers on the pictures and personally laid more flowers on the graves. He saw that the clan heads of Konoha had come and some of them had offered Naruto their condolences. Their children and other members of their families had come as well. There was also a general number of civilians that had turned up as well. The surprising fact was that some of them had offered their condolences as to Naruto. That was a strange experience for him. Usually they throw verbal daggers at him, then Naruto understood the bigger picture. Trying to gain favors from the Uchiha clan figured I was too young and naive. How foolish. He then saw that Sasuke had a genuine air of sorrow around him and was going to speak to him. He may have been an ass but he was still a clan member. He did not get the chance to. He was surrounded by many civilians, one of whom Naruto recognized. The woman in particular had a high-pitched voice who had often verbally berate his family. Seeing her, Naruto just walked away. He would have time to speak with Sasuke later. He then walked out. All the time he felt someone was watching him. Naruto's house, Uchiha clan compound. Naruto activated the privacy seals which he saw from the scroll. Apparently Shisui had gone to great lengths to secure the house with seals. His fascination towards Fuinjutsu had often drawn scoffs from fellow members of the clan, but Naruto now saw the advantage of it. He would later have to study it to a great extent. He then remembered what Kakashi, a former teammate from his eldest brother Obito's team, had once spoken to Shisui about. A single well-placed kunai can kill a man who knows over 1,000 jutsu. Wise words indeed. Now let's get started. Naruto took out a scroll and started to read it. He had already mastered the Academy Basic 3 a year ago and was well on his way to learn tree walking. Though his Bukujutsu, without the use of Sharingan, still needed more work. According to Shisui and Itachi, Naruto had low Junin level chakra but not much of a control over it. Then he finished reading one of the many scrolls that Shisui had left him. Solid clones. Takes up a strenuous amount of chakra. So this is why shadow clones are forbidden jutsu. But then again it has mental and muscle memory shared functions, meaning the user receives all the memories and experiences of the shadow clone. This may help more than I thought. Naruto released a sigh and studied the scroll in front of him a bit more. I have a lot of work to do. You could say that. Ayame's answer left Naruto a bit confused and Tsuki spoke up. Kasumi is a little girl who comes here all the time. In fact, she's my #1 customer. Tsuki gave a small laugh. She's around your age and quite a ball of energy that one. Oh, wait, why does she come here all the time? Aren't her parents with her? Naruto asked and saw the sad looks on the face of the Ichirakus. Naruto immediately understood and apologized to them. They said it was alright. Apparently they were really fond of this Kasumi person. He could only guess what she was like. Maybe she was kind and polite like him. She'd probably be well-mannered. The gates of Ikiraku's ramen were shot open as someone entered. Yo, Oji, Ayame Ne-chan, the next Hokage is here TT Ibeo. A voice of a girl invaded the beautiful landscape of silence. Naruto was looking at the person the voice belonged to. She was around 4 feet 2 inches and had light skin. 3 whisker marks were endeared onto each cheek. Her face had significant amounts of baby fat. Her blonde hair looked as if the sun had decided to kiss it. There were noticeable shades of red in them as well, and it was done in twin pigtails. However, 3 things had caught his mind more than anything else. Her lips were pink. Naruto could tell when women put on makeup and other cosmetics, because of his sharp eyes. The second was the hideous garb of orange that was all over her body. Seriously, why was it glowing? The third and the last feature that captured his entire attention was her vision. Deep violet eyes. They looked so happy and full of life. It was entrancing. Naruto was lost for a moment in those violet shades as Ayame coughed to get her attention back. She had a cheeky grin on her face, one that mirrored the ones Makoto had. Before Ayame could say anything, the orange-clad girl spoke up. Ha, said girl was pointing at Naruto. You have girly hair. She then laughed. Naruto's sweat dropped. She doesn't even know me and is openly criticizing me. Well Naruto, I'd like you to meet Kasumi. Our #1 favorite customer. Tsuki said as Kasumi came up and took the seat that was a bit away from Naruto. She was grinning and Naruto wanted to speak to her more, but against his better judgment decided not to. He could speak to her later. Well old man, I think I'll be leaving now. Naruto got up from his seat. Thank you for the meal. Tsuki and Ayame also said goodbye to him. Naruto smiled at them both and saw that Kasumi was looking at him with a strange expression on her face. It was kind of cute actually. But Naruto never voiced it. He looked straight at Kasumi while he was still smiling. See you later. Naruto left and exited the store. Kasumi was sitting silently in her own thoughts and eventually spoke up. Oi Oji, who was that girly boy? Kasumi then exclaimed. Tsuki and Ayame were looking at her with piqued interest. Kasumi's never asked about anyone before. That was Naruto. Why did you want to know? Tsuki asked. Meh, no reason. I just wanted to remember the name of the girly boy. Kasumi said as she gave a grin again. Ayame's eyes glinted. Oh my, Ayame said as she was smiling. Kasumi, do you like him? Ayame rolled her tongue at that one word specifically. Somewhere in an alternate dimension, a cute blue flying cat sneezed cutely. Kasumi asked with a deadpan expression. What do you mean Ne-chan? Kasumi asked with confusion clearly evident on her face. Sigh, you'll get it when you're older. How about some ramen ne? Ayame asked. Yup, Kasumi exclaimed happily with her hand in the air. She was then waiting for her glorious ramen to arrive. But now she had another thought in her mind. That girly boy didn't stare at me like everybody else. Naruto, I think that means fish cake. Achoo! Naruto sneezed while he was walking back. Who the hell would be talking about me? Naruto thought out loud. He then saw a couple of civilians huddled up together. He could sense something weird about them. I know that scene all too well. Usually when he saw civilians huddled up and keeping a hush-hush manner, he knew they were planning something. Most of the time it would include them berating him and his family. He deeply hated this and he would be damned before he let these worthless bags of flesh and blood do something about it. Luckily for him, he had some gear with him, including an extra crow mask that belonged to Shisui. He hanged himself to look like an Anbu and put on the crow mask. Thankfully he was suppressing his chakra to a near civilian level. Whatever you bastards are planning, I am not letting you get away with it. Naruto scanned the area for any other Anbu. To his surprise there weren't any around. Anbu Black Ops should be stationed. He then sensed a large amount of them being gathered at the Hyuga compound. Two other were also fighting, judging by the signatures. Some Kumo delegates had arrived today and this shit went down. Of all days. He silently followed the crowd while jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Some of them had stones in their hands. He was a bit surprised to say the least. When they used to say those things to him and his family, they never even once thought about getting physical in their beratings. Everybody knows, you cross an Uchiha you die. Main clan member or not. Long before Naruto knew it, he was in the red light district. It was a bit of a run-down and probably the least cheap place to live. It also was the spot for drunkards and thieves. Thankfully there were no rapists around anymore. Ever since he heard rumors from Shisui about some snake lady or something like that. Seeing the spot the action was about to take place, Naruto was going to turn around but something caught his eye. A walking set of familiar neon orange. On top of it, a mop of blonde hair with some red in it. What is she doing here? Oh right, why is the crowd moving after her? The mob of 8 people silently made their way following Kasumi. Then one of them threw the rock at her. It hit her arm quite violently as she dropped a fox mask. Naruto, enraged, immediately activated his Sharingan. How dare they, to hit a child like that? His gaze turned towards Kasumi and he gasped. What in Kami's name? Naruto was staring wide-eyed. Her chakra network's level were off the charts. It was ridiculous. Even Shisui and Itachi didn't that much chakra. It was way too much for anyone. He decided to move in and act, but the next words of the villagers froze him in his steps. Take that demon. Yeah, hit her some more. Why did you do that? Kasumi asked while she was crying. Those violet orbs showed so much hurt as she clutched her arm in pain. Some people in the mob actually stopped their rant. Nato felt as if someone stabbed him with a kunai right there and then. Why did it hurt so much? Was it because she was an orphan like him? Or was it because the villagers had ganged up on 7-year-old girl like that? Because you're a demon. You killed our families all those years ago. What are you talking about? I never did anything to anyone. The girl was openly crying now. Because you're a demon. You killed our families all those years ago. Wait, that much chakra in her? Don't tell me, Yondaime. Why would you do this to her? Shoot up, you demon. The leader yelled as a mad look came to life on his face. He picked up another stone and was aiming that for her head. He threw it but it got deflected by another rock. Who did that? Who dared to save the demon? I did it, Zasu. A cold voice was heard by everyone. They looked for the source. They were a bit worried because of the way the last word was uttered. What's wrong? Speak up. The voice was resounding from everywhere. Hey, someone go get a chunin. They can. Yes, the voice said once more. Get a chunin. That way I can find out who else is going to hurt this little girl. The leader then felt a cold sharp metal being pressed onto his neck. Everybody else gasped. There standing before them was an Anbu Black Op. Ruthless killers, all of them. They were the elite ninjas of the village who dealt in assassinations. What was one of them doing here? They were visibly shaking as concentrated amount of killer intent hit them. One of them had peed. Tell me, you bastard. The Anbu with the crow mask spoke. Do you wish to die? No sir, have merc. The man didn't get to finish as he felt the metal being pressed even more as a small trickle of blood flowed from his neck. Do you know what I am? The captive nodded. Good. Then you know that I can kill all of you worthless civilians without even trying. If the Hokage asks, I'll tell him the truth that you insignificant specks of flesh were abusing a harmless girl. Then your entire family gets what's coming to them. Do you want that, bastard? No sir. Please let us go. The Anbu retracted his kunai from the man's throat and reappeared in front of the leader. He punched him in the gut and proceeded to beat the rest of the civilians. You civilians don't have any control over this situation, so don't even think about going to that circus sideshow of freaks that you call a council. I am an Anbu Black Op. I only answer to the Hokage and no one else. If I gut every single one of you and make your bodies disappear, no one will give a damn. He was then placing them under a genjutsu, one that would change their minds on this. Make sure I never see you or any of you lackeys, including the ones not here, hurt or bother this girl ever again. Otherwise one of two things will happen. 1. You die and I hang your bodies over the Hokage monument to show you why this is a shinobi village. Or 2. I keep you alive in an undisclosed location and you will be begging to be taken to T&I. Am I clear? The man finished. They all nodded and were frozen still at the man's proclamation. He was right. Anbu Black Ops were untouchable. If the civilian council even thought about raising this, they'd be kicked out before you know it or worse. After a few more moments he hissed at them and they all ran away. Crow then looked at Kasumi. She was still crying. Puffy eyes. Go to your home, the man said within final tone. Oh okay. The girl got up and was walking away. She turned around once more. A small smile made its way across her face. Thank you. She ran away into the distance. Her figure was shrinking until it disappeared. Naruto felt strange and he looked around. He dropped the henge. He looked confused. Her smile. It was so. His attention then went to the mask that was still on the ground. He could feel her signature and decided to go after her. He followed her signature to her apartment. The whole building was quite old. He went to her door or he assumed this was hers. He was hesitant. His pulse was racing. Just give her the mask. Naruto. You can do it. Hell, you were going to kill that civilian few minutes ago. Wait, what? Shrugging those thoughts aside he knocked on her door. He knocked once more and then the door opened. Kasumi came and she was wearing a white t-shirt with the Uzumaki swirl in the front and black pajamas. Her eyes were still puffy. Hey, it's you, she exclaimed with some nervousness in her voice. She then noticed the boy raised her hand and she backed off a little. You drop this, Naruto said as he handed her the fox mask. I'm sorry I couldn't bring the Anbu earlier. You brought the crow guy? She asked with a monotone voice. Why? Well, for one, the villagers shouldn't bully anyone like that, he said in an angry tone. Also because, well, you're kind of like me. What do you mean? Kasumi asked. Well, I don't have any parents either, Naruto said, and Kasumi looked down. Oh, I'm sorry. Kasumi was going to say something more but Naruto spoke first. What for? It's not your fault. Kasumi looked up and then Naruto was looking at her eyes. Cerulean pools stared into the violet orbs. It took some time to realize what both of them were doing and then they both blushed while looking away. Sorry, both muttered at the same time. Naruto smiled lightly and Kasumi grinned. You look better that way. When you smile, Naruto blurted out and then put his hands on his mouth. Stupid Naruto, why would you say that? Kasumi blushed once more. This was the nicest thing anyone other than Hokage Gigi or the father-daughter duo at Ichiraku's said to her. It's okay, she said as she looked down hard at the floor as if she was trying to melt it. Thanks for bringing the crow guy and my mask. It's okay, Naruto said, who was still nervous after his previous blunder. Anyways, see you later. Oh right, I never asked your name. My name is Naruto. My name is Kasumi, the next future Hokage TT Bayo. She exclaimed happily. Okay then Kasumi, see you around. Naruto waved a goodbye and left. Bye. Kasumi waved as well and she closed the door. Sometime later, Kasumi brought out a cup of instant ramen and put hot water into it. She absolutely hated when you had to wait 3 minutes to wait for it. Her thoughts then went to the new acquaintance she made. Today, he was nice, for a girly-looking boy, she thought with a smile. She cursed as she saw only 1 minute had passed. Datbayo, Naruto thought out loud, must be a verbal tick. It's kind of cute though. Damn it, Makoto Obaa-chan. He could almost feel as if she was looking at him with a teasing grin. Again, he wasn't wrong. Naruto had walked out of the red light district and made it all the way back to the Uchiha compound. He went into his house and ate a few fruits. A new day would start tomorrow for both of them. The beginning of their lives to become a shinobi. As both of them went to their beds, they had a similar thought and smiled. He has pretty eyes. Naruto's house, Uchiha clan compound. Naruto yawned. He slowly got up and sat in bliss. He felt annoyed. Today is the day we start that academy. Naruto yawned once more. Well, at least things will be interesting from here on now. Naruto got up and looked at the clock. It was 8:35 a.m. The academy induction started at 8:15 a.m. Oh shit. Then in an epic montage of Heckin' Rush, Naruto took a shower and changed his clothes. He was wearing a full-sleeved high-collared black shirt with the Uchiha crest on his back. He worked dark blue pants and was munching on 2 pieces of bread while he was running to the academy. Of all days for me to sleep in, it had to be today. Konoha Academy. Damn it, damn it, damn it, why did I stop and help that old lady with the heavy groceries anyway? Thinking about what Naruto just said, he sighed and realized the situation he was in a few minutes ago. There was no choice. It's what his brothers had done before and he ended up doing a few minutes ago. The true curse left by Genjiro Uchiha to his sons, helping frail old grandmas with their shopping bags. Seriously, what were they thinking while carrying those heavy bags? Naruto neared the front gate of his class. Room 105. The sliding door would reveal the class in which he was about to stay for 5 years. 5 years of absolute rubbish. He had half a mind to go to the Hokage's office and tell him about his progress with the fully matured Sharingan and whatnot. Then he remembered how Shisui wanted him to have a somewhat excuse of a normal childhood. Fat chance of that after witnessing your entire clan getting massacred by a person you consider your brother figure. Still, Naruto respected his late brother's wishes and would comply with them. He'd pretend to be an average genin. Even that word sounds wrong. A genin is nothing but an overhyped academy student with a headband. Sighing once more, he closed his eyes. No matter what happens, he'd have to hide his true strength. He could have sent a shadow clone, but did not know if there were going to be any spars today. If one hit was placed properly by the academy students as he would let his guard down, his entire cover-up will be blown. If that happens, Naruto was sure that the person known as Danzo, so prominently mentioned in Shisui's scroll with a ridiculous amounts of details, tried to make a move on Naruto. He slid the door open and immediately hated the choice he had made. Room 105, Konoha Academy. As the door had fully slid open, Naruto saw his designated Chunin teacher. The man was wearing the usual Chunin attire of black shirts, black pants and green flak vest. His hair was somewhat like a pineapple. I don't know what his Iruka's hair looks like, if someone knows let me know, and had a scar running across his face, crossing his nose. The Chunin instructor looked at Naruto with somewhat calculating eyes. The boy before him was somewhat taller than the rest and looked like as if he had run a literal mile to get here. In reality, Naruto was sweating not from the run he had made, but from carrying the bags of generic old lady number 1. Seriously, how did they even get the bags out of the shops in the first place? I hope you have an explanation for why you are late, young man. The Chunin instructor asked. Well, sensei, you see. Naruto scratched his head and smiled sheepishly while thinking what to say. Then he remembered the stories of his oldest brother Obito when he used to be a genin. An old lady was carrying some heavy grocery bags and I helped her carry it to her home. The Chunin instructor face faulted. Is this kid like a mini Kakashi or something? I hope he doesn't start wearing a mask. Somewhere in Konoha, an dog mask wearing Anbu Black Ops stopped dead in his tracks as he looked up at the sky. Can you feel it, Obito? I think there is a kindred spirit somewhere. Senpai, is something wrong? A cat mask wearing female Anbu asked the white-haired dog mask wearing Anbu. Oh, you said something, Inu asked with a lazy voice. Quote. Nothing. Let's get to the Hokage's office quickly, senpai. Neko replied with an irritated tone. Room 105, Konoha Academy. The entire classroom was silent hearing his ridiculous excuse. Seriously, who would believe something like really? A loud energetic voice broke the glass of awkward silence as Naruto looked towards the source of the voice. He felt a little glad when he saw the person. She was sitting alone at the farmost corner of the desk. She was wearing a bright orange t-shirt and dark beige pants. Her hair was still done in pigtails. The blonde smooth hair was there with the spicy wisps of red in between them. And of course, the violet eyes were gleaming with innocence. She was also smiling. Naruto let a ghost of a smile come on his face after seeing her. Man, she's really cheerful. Realizing he would be staring into her eyes again, he stopped and bowed his head a little in front of the Chunin instructor. Gomen sensei, it was the truth. I assure it will not happen again. Naruto raised his head and looked at the Chunin, whose face was somewhat satisfied after the proper apology. Okay, make sure it doesn't happen next time. My name is Iruka Yumino and I'll be one of your main instructors until you graduate, the man now known as Iruka stated before turning to the class. Okay students, since you've all had the chance to introduce yourselves, I believe he deserves it as well. Please state your name before the class. Arigato Iruka sensei, Naruto said as he nodded towards the Chunin instructor and turned to face the students as he bowed his head a little. My name is Naruto Uchiha. It's nice to meet you all. Naruto then looked up and critically calculated all the students who caught his eyes. First was a boy who also had pineapple-like hair and had a lazy air about him. The next was a fat kid munching down on a bag of chips. A boy with red markings on his cheeks and a puppy on his head was sitting with a boy whose face was covered by the collar of his shirt. Said boy was also sporting sunglasses. Then his eyes fell upon a white-eyed girl with blue hair who was sitting with Kasumi. He had figured that these were the kids of the clan heads if their looks were anything to go with. Naruto guessed they were from the Nara, Akamichi, Inuzuka, and Hyuga clans. He then wondered where the Yamanaka clan heir was, since there was always a Yamanaka with a Nara and an Akamichi. Then he saw the familiar blonde platinum hair and green eyes. It was a girl. She was the Yamanaka heiress. She was sitting with a pink-haired girl, whose forehead was a bit large for her frame. They were sitting just above the bench of a certain brooding, duck-butt-haired boy who was in a foul mood. I really should do something about that stick in his ass, mental sigh. Naruto then saw that the eyes of all the students were fixed upon him. Mentioning the Uchiha name immediately, he was getting those looks of pity again. His metaphorical fuse would have blown, but he kept his neutral mask on his face. He saw that Iruka told him to go up and take the empty seat beside his fellow clansman, Sasuke. He walked up and sat beside Sasuke, who was looking at Naruto with a light glare. "How are you, Sasuke-san?" Naruto said. Over the years, Naruto had started calling him by that name since his fellow main house clansmen made the difference between them clear. "Why did you bow to that Chunin?" Sasuke asked. "Well, he is our sensei. I have to give someone the proper respect they deserve." Naruto was a bit annoyed but didn't show it. Sasuke gave the universal Uchiha grunt, and then Naruto's eardrum was shattered by two noises. One of them was a high-pitched shriek and the other was the wailing of a dying banshee. "Sasuke-kun is so cool," the pink one screeched. "Sasuke-kun looks so cute," the Yamanaka heiress said with a loud voice. Naruto sighed and sat down. He despised the way those two girls just acted. He noticed that a lot of the other civilian girls were also swooning over his fellow clansmen. He swore he could have seen glowing hearts in their eyes, and he was pretty sure he did see hearts in the eyes of the pink-haired one. Naruto put one of his fists onto his cheek supporting it. Fangirls. How pathetic. They shouldn't even be here if they have a mindset like that. Naruto then saw that Kasumi and the Hyuga heiress were sitting just below his bench, and Kasumi waved to him while giving a shameless grin. "How are you, Naruto?" "Fine, thank you for asking, Kasumi." Naruto replied and noticed the strange looks he got from nearly all his classmates, the civilians in particular. "Dear Kami, they're chibi versions of the idiotic villagers. I hope I can make it through the next 5 years without killing anyone." 2 hours later, Konoha Academy Spar Field, Konoha Academy. "Kami, if you're watching, why did you have to make me keep my promise to my brother? Yummy, if you're watching. What the fuck, dude?" Less than 2 hours had passed and Naruto had thought several times about just taking out a kunai and ending his own life right there. Seriously, they were just starting chakra theory in the first class and the spars were about to start now. Kasumi had been standing outside the class because she had planted powder in the teacher's desk, which comically blew up in another white-haired Chunin's face, who threw her out of the class. Naruto had to question though, how did she get the powder in the desk in the first place? Then came the shuriken and kunai practicing. It was absolutely horrid. Naruto actually had half a mind to take out a kunai and gut the new Chunin instructor. The white-haired man had also did not teach Kasumi how to throw it properly. He noticed it through the corner of his eyes. But to his surprise, she had landed exactly 5 kunai out of 10 and 9 shuriken out of 20. The entire class, with the exception of Naruto, Hinata, Hyuga and Sasuke, who merely scoffed at her poor display. Hinata was unlike most Hyuga. She did not have that air of arrogance around her and was genuinely kind, but she had some major confidence issues. She was the only person in the academy besides Naruto who actually liked Kasumi and understood that she never had any particular training before. Naruto had played the farce of being an inferior Uchiha, and to help lift up his friend's mood, he intentionally threw less than half attempted kunai and shuriken. Even after that, he had landed 6 kunai and 13 shuriken. He sighed and had an annoyed look on his face. But a soft nudge from Kasumi changed his mood, despite the fact that the nudge had knocked him off balance. He mentally noted that she had a lot more upper body strength despite her slightly chubby appearance. Now came the spars. As usual, the clan heirs were pitted against the civilians, which had resulted in the obvious conclusions. Now it was Sasuke's turn, only he was up against Kasumi. Naruto was visibly pissed at this match. Sasuke, despite being an arrogant ass, was still clan trained despite the short amount of time he got, and he would no doubt beat Kasumi. But it was Kasumi's last name that snatched away Naruto's attention. Kasumi Uzumaki. If she really is an Uzumaki, why is she living in the red light district? How is the Hokage even allowing someone from their clan to live in such a situation? It's insulting. You wear their symbols on the back of your jackets, but you treat them like scum because she is jailing the thing that could destroy you if left unchecked. I wonder if Itachi's sacrifice was worth all this. The spar between Sasuke and Kasumi had started. It went exactly the way Naruto predicted it. Sasuke countered every move that Kasumi threw his way. She did not have any specific fighting style and was a pure brawler. Sasuke was using the imperfect version of the Uchiha Interceptor Fist. Long story short, Kasumi fell on her back and the goggles that were on top of her head were broken. Though Sasuke's hand did get a bit cut up from breaking the goggles. "You, Dobi," Sasuke said as the class laughed at the name he had given to Kasumi, who was tearing up after seeing her goggles broken. Kasumi didn't say anything and secluded herself to a tree, but not before she was picking up whatever was left of her goggles. Naruto felt stricken after he saw her tearing up. He didn't know why he felt so bad. A sharp pang of pain is what he felt when he saw tears forming at the edge of her eyes. He wanted to go and talk to her, but his name was called up and he saw that he would be pitted against a civilian boy. Naruto tried hiding his skills to the best he could and beat the boy after 3 painful minutes of delaying the inevitable. He didn't even wait for the Chunin instructor's announcement as he went to the spot where Kasumi was last standing. She was gone. He went back to the classroom and waited, but there was still no sign of her. The day of the classes ended and he decided he'd go to look for his friend. But delay came in the form of Sasuke. "Where are you going?" Sasuke asked as he was in his emo mode. "Nowhere. Just around," Naruto said in a stoic voice. Whenever he talked that way, Sasuke would be a bit pissed. "You're going to look for the Dobi, aren't you?" Sasuke asked. "Sasuke-san," Naruto looked at him dead in the eyes, "you really shouldn't belittle people like that." Sasuke grunted and continued, "I am from the main house of the Uchiha clan. Why should I treat a no-named clanless loser with any form of respect?" Naruto didn't say anything and walked away. Unknown to most, Naruto had even activated his Sharingan out of rage at the last statement. Did he really not hear about the Uzumaki clan? "I will see you later at the compound, Sasuke-san," Naruto said and left, but then he remembered that Kasumi was crying because her goggles were broken. Naruto's head then had a shining bulb on top of it as he rushed back home. He had just the thing. Kasumi's house, Red Light District, Konoha. Damn it, the irritated yell of Kasumi came as her hair flew up. "Goggles. If you don't get attached this time I will break you up permanently." Kasumi yelled before she tried for the umpteenth time to join the goggles with some glue. It was no use. It kept falling apart. She threw it in the bin and was lying down on her bed now. The goggles were a gift she got from Ayame 2 years ago. It was given to her on her birthday on October 10th. It was one of her most precious gifts, especially more important considering that the orphanage had kicked her out. She was silently shedding tears now. "I'm sorry, Ayame-ne-chan." She was broken out of her thoughts when a knock came on her door. She rubbed her eyes a bit and answered her door. She opened it and saw that Naruto was there. He had a stoic look on his face. That was strange for her because she liked it when he smiled. Naruto started saying, "I looked for you after my spar. Why didn't you finish the rest of the classes?" Kasumi remained quiet for a few moments before speaking. "Those goggles were special to me. Ayame-ne-chan gave them to me as a gift. Now they're broken. I just didn't feel like." Kasumi whimpered as she said this as tears threatened to drop from her eyes. Naruto sighed. He did not like this at all. Normally, in the 2 short days he had known her, she was a ball of energy and a cheerful one at that. "Actually, I'm here about that," Naruto said as he had a brown packet in his hands. "What do you mean by that?" Kasumi said with her eyes squinting. She saw the bag in his hands and wondered what was in it. Naruto projected off into his thoughts. "Well, I thought you liked goggles so I got you this. But it was a gift and gifts can never be replaced." "Wait, what's in the bag?" Kasumi asked excitedly. "Well, Naruto shrugged. "Should I give her this?" "What's in the bag, Ibeo?" Kasumi nearly yelled as her eyes were gleaming again. "Here." Naruto stretched his arm and held out the brown bag. "See for yourself." Kasumi took the bag and ripped it open. Naruto's sweat dropped. She could have just opened it normally. Way too hyperactive. "Whoa," Kasumi said as her excitement reached new heights. She was holding a pair of goggles with orange lenses. It didn't seem brand new, but it also looked like it was well taken care of. It had a single rim. "Where did you get this from?" Kasumi asked and saw that Naruto looked down. "It used to belong to my eldest brother," Naruto said, and Kasumi noticed that he said, "used to." He had some problems with his eyes, so he wore goggles. This is one of the extra 2 pairs he had. He died in the Third Great Ninja War. During the Battle of the Canopy Bridge. Kasumi felt bad that she had brought this question up. She herself never had any parents and to some extent understood that he was like her. I'm sorry, Kasumi said in a low voice. You can take this back if you want. It's alright. Besides, it's not your fault. Naruto said, I want you to keep the goggles. From what little I've known about him, he was a lot like you. So I request you take good care of it. Also, make sure you take it off the next time you fight someone. Okay, Kasumi said as she smiled again. Hey, do you want to come in? I've got some instant ramen we could eat. Kasumi had stars in her eyes again at the mention of her food. Maybe some other time, Kasumi. Naruto then spoke once more. You should also eat something other than ramen. Otherwise you're going to be short forever. Naruto said with a light smirk. H-A-A-A-A-H. Kasumi gasped in shock. How can you say that Ttibao? Ramen is the food of the gods. Nothing else comes close. Kasumi stated. Ramen may be tasty, but it's not the best food for growth. Besides, if there is a food for gods, it's Pocky. Naruto retorted. Please, ramen doesn't even begin to compare to Pocky. Even Shisui ni knew that. Of course, Itachi ni liked dango more for some reason. No, it's not. Kasumi yelled. It's ramen. Pocky is kind of weird. Kasumi shuddered at the thought of her happily eating Pocky. Naruto reluctantly gave the grunt. Ramen is nothing. Compared to. Naruto didn't get to finish that sentence as he saw her hair suddenly flying up. Wait, why was he afraid? You were saying? Kasumi asked with a sweet smile as she tightly clenched her fist and the nerves on her closed fist could be seen pulsating. IIIW was saying that ramen is a really good food. Naruto stuttered. I just saw my life flashing before my eyes. How did she do that? Oh, anyways, I was going to ask you if you want to train sometime together. Do you want to? Naruto asked. He had already planned to send a reinforced clone to the academy after watching today's performance. There was absolutely no reason for him to go to the academy after observing today's events. Except maybe helping Kasumi. He had to admit there was something about her that made him feel genuinely drawn to her. Kasumi looked down before answering again. Arigato, Naruto, but I want to train on my own. I want to get stronger by myself. Besides, you're an Uchiha. Why would you? What do you mean by that? Just because I'm an Uchiha doesn't mean that I'm like them, Naruto stated. He felt weird having this conversation. Does she look at me like I'm just a person from the Uchiha clan? No, it's not that. It's just. Kasumi stopped and looked at Naruto again. With those same eyes. The ones filled with pity. I know that you're kind of like me and you're much nicer than everybody else. But why would you train with a nobody like me? I am an orphan. You're from a clan. The Uchiha clan. It's wrong. I don't want your help. I don't need your help. Kasumi, for pure-hearted as she was a complete idiot when it came to expressing her mind. I don't want your help. I don't need your help. You're from a clan. The Uchiha clan. So that's the reason, huh? Naruto asked in a cold voice. His eyes were shadowed by his bangs. So she also sees just an Uchiha when she looks at me. Kasumi felt a bit scared if she was to be honest. In the 2 days she had known him, he was never this cold. He was polite. Why did he become so cold all of a sudden? Okay then, Kasumi, I'll leave you to it. Naruto said it in a cold and unflinching voice and walked away. He felt like scum for talking to her like that. But she had done the one thing he had not expected her to do. What is she thinking? She has no one to help her and she thinks she can make it through the academy. Because of her large chakra reserves, I doubt she'll ever be able to make a normal clone without proper control. And I seriously doubt the academy is going to teach us anything about chakra control. TCH. Just when I thought I had a friend. What Naruto didn't realize was that Kasumi had called him, but he was lost in his thoughts. He couldn't even feel the single tear that dropped from his eye and rolled down his cheek. Okay, Kasumi, if you want to be on your own, you win. I thought you'd be someone who didn't look at me like I was an Uchiha. It was stupid of me to think that I could have a normal friend. Damn it, why am I even thinking about her? I've only known her for 2 days. Maybe I should get Obito Ni's goggles back. No, I have another set at home. I hope for your sake you get stronger, Kasumi. It's better this way. Now I can fully focus my attention on training. Good luck, Kasumi. Kasumi was also stricken by what happened, but she was too stubborn and adamant in her decisions. She gripped the goggles with all her might and made a promise. I'll show you how strong I can get, Naruto. I want to get stronger on my own. Kasumi thought as she gripped the goggles tighter, not knowing what she had done. For those who are thinking that Naruto is overreacting, he has been looked down upon by the village his entire life. The people look at him with pity or a chance to gain power. This is the first time he had a friend. Now that he was shot down, his turmoil emotions he's keeping bottled up has taken the better of him. I hope this helps. The next day the academy resumed once more and Kasumi tried to talk to Naruto, who simply looked at her with stoic look and uncaring eyes. He seemed so different. He sat alone. Even Sasuke would sit with someone during the classes. One of the girls tried to sit with Naruto once he adopted the gloom and doom look, but was quickly shut off when Naruto told her to leave with a glare that scared her half to death. Kasumi was still too stubborn to apologize, however she felt a pang of pain when Naruto had ignored her. Naruto did not even bother about anyone else anymore. His Sharingan had become sharper for some reason. His vision seemed more clear than before. He had sent Shadow Clone to the academy with a reinforced seal that was clearly written out by Shisui. His clone would be able to take a maximum of 5 great hits before dispelling, and judging by what he saw he knew there was no point in worrying. Besides, he'd make a new clone every day. He was training to drop dead from now on. The clone had come and he dispelled to get the memories transferred to the original. He felt bad that he had outright ignored Kasumi, but she had also not made any progress in their friendship, and Naruto assumed that she had decided to forget about him. For some reason he felt like he should have been killed by Itachi during that night. Little did he know, 6 years later, Naruto now stands at 5 feet 5 and has gotten a lean athletic build over the years. In accordance to his brother's wishes, he has kept his abilities hidden and stuck to his advice of hiding his Abelites. It worked. The Anbu that used to scout the compound had stopped coming there after 2 years into the academy, but he still kept his guard up. Naruto did not trust anyone and became an Uchiha. Ever since that conversation with Kasumi, he had become cold and distant. He barely ever talked to people. When the civilians would try to talk to him, he would give them a glare and walk away. Right now he was considered an above-average student. Right now he is sitting in the classroom. He is wearing black Anbu-style pants with tapes around his knees, open-toed blue shinobi sandals. He is wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt with a gray-blue jacket on top of it. It has a black collar and a black horizontal line across the chest part and the wrists. The jacket also has the Uchiha crest on the back. He has bought a tanto but left it at home knowing he won't need it today. His spiky hair has been cut shorter with some of it coming over his forehead. His eyes, however, had lost that brighter shade of blue it previously had. In short, look at the cover picture of the story. Today is the day he graduates from the academy. Naruto has trained himself to a perfect, elite Junin level ninja. He is sure that he could take on a few Anbu and come out the victor. Oftentimes, he had trained so hard he would be lying in the stone tablet chamber. He would wait for his large chakra reserves to slowly heal him. Against his better decisions, he decided to use the Mangekyo Sharingan and discovered one of his abilities. He had the unholy flames of Amaterasu. In addition to that, his fire, wind, lightning, even water jutsu have improved over a large scale. His Shunshin is now similar to Shisui. He had even snuck out of the village on 3 occasions. He had once gone to simply explore the land and learn the area around it. He had happened upon a group of bandits. They were his first kills. He had to take a sick leave from the academy to mentally recover. After that he had done the same thing in the last time he had gone and killed 2 Hunter Nin. He was slowly beginning to resent the village for dimming his potential. He also thought about how they betrayed his clan. But then again, his love for his family had bound him to this village. It would be an insult to every deceased member of his family. He also needed to get his eyes transplanted. But he didn't trust anyone, so he still kept his mother's eyes with him. There are only a few people he cared about. The Hokage, because he was the Hokage. The old man gave a damn about him and came to visit him oftentimes. But now Naruto had changed. If he ever did talk, he would refer to them by their last names with honorifics. With the exception of Sasuke, who had grown up to become a pompous brat, weighted hand and foot by the civilian council. They had tried to goad Naruto in as well, but a well-placed glare had shot down their chances. As for the rest of the genin, Naruto was apathetic about them. He knew that most of the civilians save Sakura Haruno, who had her book-smart ability, but that was it, would be retracted from the shinobi program. The clan heirs and heiresses, in his opinion, were weak. None of them could defeat him if he was 11 right now, even with their clan jutsu. The only ones who had a sliver of a chance against Naruto were Shikamaru Nara and Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto would not deny it. Sasuke was naturally talented and was far beyond Genin level as he is now. If he were to awaken his Sharingan, he would undoubtedly be low Chunin. However, if he lets his arrogance and vengeful drive get the better of him, his progress will be greatly hindered. Well, hindered even more, since Naruto knew that if he were to fight Sasuke to the death, Sasuke would be dead without Naruto using his Sharingan. Shikamaru was a bit like him. He hid his true potential. Well, more like did not want to reach his true potential. He had the same disease every Nara had. Laziness. He was smart though. Naruto observed that he would always start the written exams when there was less than half the time and still finish properly. Then came the one person Naruto was conflicted about. Kasumi Uzumaki. Over the years, Naruto tried very hard to forget about their friendship. He kept telling himself that he only knew her for nearly 2 days. That she also looked at him as if he was just an Uchiha. He could not. She was starting to become a regret that Naruto hid deep inside. His clone would dispel and he would receive the knowledge. In every single memory transfer, he saw that Kasumi tried to talk to him but he would brush her off kindly. He even called her Uzumaki-san. Now, he felt like scum when he remembers the look in her eyes. But it was for the better. As soon as he stopped trying to interact with her, she started to become a bit more serious. Even with no teachers and no proper textbooks, she had made it this far. He had improved and was no longer the dead last. She was considered an average student. She sometimes looks at Naruto with her regret-filled violet eyes but doesn't have the courage to speak to him. She is a proud kunoichi in the making, but could use some serious help in the chakra control department. As for her looks, well, she wears a dark orange jumpsuit which has some black in it. She is also wearing dark orange pants. She is wearing Obito's goggles over her forehead. Years ago, some of the boys had teased her and called her an orange tomato because of the red streaks in her hair which were now a bit more prominent. Add that to her bubbly face, she does look a bit like that. But this resulted in something else, something that Naruto had experienced. She got angry and beat the living hell out of the boys who teased her. She became known as the Orange Menace, because of her pure rage-induced beatdowns and well-executed pranks. All over the village. How did she paint the Hokage monument in broad daylight? That is one of the mysteries that can never be solved. Naruto guessed that she is much more talented than stealth he gives her credit for. Now Kasumi has physically changed after 5 years. She has grown up to be a teenage throb. Her creamy skin, smooth blonde hair with streaks of red and deep violet eyes make her look like an exotic beauty that many of the girls were jealous of. She had also never worn makeup once in her life. Her pink lips were full as well. She had a much more developed figure than the other girls, much to their ire, with the exception of Hinata who wore a baggy coat to hide it. Her chest easily low C-cup. Her hips were also a bit wider. Some of the boys often tried to ask her out but got rejected and literally knocked out in some other cases. Kiba Inuzuka often annoyed her for a date and would have been more annoying, had he not had an older sister and terrifying mother. Naruto had accidentally drawn a kunai out once when he saw Kiba talking about how he was an alpha and trying to flirt with Kasumi, saying that she is playing hard to get. He would also mention some offhanded comments about her becoming the future matriarch of the Inuzuka clan. Naruto had to admit though, Kasumi growing up to be a beautiful teen did not help resolve the conflict he had about her. He was looking at her again and sighed. The fact that she had become the most prettiest girl he had ever seen in his mind, made him question whether he looked at her as just a friend or perhaps something more. He sighed once more as he swore in his mind he heard Makoto Obaa-chan giggling somewhere. Unknowingly, Kasumi also turned around and their eyes met. Naruto's blue eyes held conflict, sadness and most of all regret. Kasumi's eyes were looking at him with some hope, warmth and regret as well. They both looked away and some of the boys along with Kiba were jealously glaring at him. The kunai and shuriken exam ended, with Sasuke getting 9/10, 18/20, Naruto getting 7/10, 15/20 and Kasumi getting 5/10, 12/20. The written exams was taken and Kasumi had barely managed to pass. Now came the Academy 3. Most of the students were going and performing the final exam. Sasuke went ahead and performed the basic 3 flawlessly. Naruto was wondering whether Kasumi could pass or not. That girl had absolutely no control over her chakra. Naruto's name was called and he started to go forward. Some of the fangirls cheered, some of the boys got angry and Sasuke scoffed, but one small voice reached Naruto's ear. "Good luck, Naruto." He hesitated for a single second. He knew exactly who that voice belonged to. He wanted to turn around and say thanks. But he was in deep conflict and just moved forward. "Okay Naruto, please perform the Academy 3. Iruka Amano said. Naruto started with the clone jutsu. A perfect imitation of Naruto appeared beside him. He then performed the henge and transformed into Shisui in his Junin outfit. Some of the students were looking at him awkwardly. Sasuke seemed to be angry for some reason. Kasumi was observing the henge with a calculating look. Then, seeing that only one person was left, Naruto performed the kawarimi with Kasumi and she was standing in the exam circle. She had a vein throbbing in her head. How dare he put her against the wall just like that? She wanted to yell and hit him on the head, but seeing his once bright blue eyes now dull, she hesitated and stopped. Where did the Naruto I know go? Naruto went ahead and picked up his headband and tied it around his forehead. He was walking by and stopped for a single second. He looked at Kasumi. A million questions raced through his head. He wanted to ask her how she was, how her training was going, if she eats anything other than ramen. But he realized about he treated her all these years and felt that he was not worthy of such actions. So he decided on the next best thing. For a fraction of a moment, when Kasumi's violet orbs looked at her once friend, she saw a lighter shade in the now dull blue eyes. "Good luck, Uzumaki-san." Kasumi gave a 1,000-watt smile. No way she was going to fail the exams now. She had a chance to gain back her friend. This was the first time in years he willingly spoke to her. She had something to prove. Naruto sat down on one of the benches. He was waiting for what was coming next. However, after willingly speaking to her after 5 years, a ghost of a smile appeared on his face. A feeling surged throughout his body for a moment. He had forgotten this feeling. He closed his eyes and snapped them wide open to see if the prediction he made was correct. It was. Konoha Academy, Konohagakure no Sato. It was going exactly the way Naruto Uchiha had predicted. Kasumi had first performed the henge and turned into an older version of herself. The fact that her body seemed more womanly only made her fanboys scream in joy. Kiba literally howled and had a nosebleed. Even the normally stoic Sasuke Uchiha had a strange look on his face. Iruka smiled at seeing her perfect henge. The white-haired Mizuki, however, had a devious look on his face. Naruto on the other hand blushed hard and looked away at the window. Fucking hormones. Needless to say, Naruto was still coming to terms with the fact as to whether he saw Kasumi as just a friend or not. Kasumi had turned around while in the henge and looked at Naruto, who had looked away, and Kasumi looked sad. The boys in the room had started glaring daggers at Naruto, with Kiba being the prime of them. Why did Kasumi care about a guy who just ignores her? Kiba in particular did not like the boy. He had a crush on Kasumi ever since her growth spurt hit. Sasuke merely observed the reactions of the two. He felt annoyed for some reason. Naruto was still looking away, knowing that Kasumi had not dropped the henge. He heard the poof of a smoke and saw that Kasumi was back to her normal appearance, albeit looking a bit sad. Naruto felt that hollow feeling again. He sighed in frustration at himself. He then saw Kasumi perform a kawarimi with Iruka, and then finally came the part even Naruto was dreading for her. "Okay Kasumi, all that's left is for you to perform the bunshin." Naruto closed his eyes. He silently prayed to whatever higher form of a divine being that was out there. How many years has it been since he prayed to Kami? He doesn't remember. Ever since his mother died, he simply stopped caring. When he was at the shrine, he would put up the farce that he was praying for the deceased Uchiha clan. He resented the fact that a divine deity like Kami had decided to fuck with his life and take away everything from him. But why was he praying now? Kasumi had rejected his help in training, and Naruto over the years realized that it was her pride as a growing kunoichi that made her do it. He overreacted all those years ago. Now he could think this as his mind became more cold and rational. He had rejected her friendship and she tried to be friends with him. But he had shot her chances down. Would she still be friends with him if he apologized? "Please Kami, this is the only thing I want from you right now. Please make her pass." Kasumi winced in fear. The bunshin was the one thing she had absolutely no control over. She had never successfully made one. But for some reason instincts took over. She turned around to see her once friend. He had his eyes closed. She wanted to see his eyes. She wanted to know if there was still some part of him that considered her a friend. She had realized her silly mistake over the years. She learned from the Ichirakus that Naruto was in a sense similar to her. He was also glared at and berated for the majority of his life. It wasn't until that his entire clan had been wiped out that people started to look at him normally. She realized that, like him, she must have been his first friend. After that, she tried to speak with him, but the old Naruto was gone. He called her Uzumaki-san. Words could not describe how hurt she felt when he spoke in an emotionless voice to her. She vowed that she would become stronger and then one day make sure he becomes her friend again. But over the last year she started to look at Naruto differently. He was cute in her eyes. She had accidentally blurted that out in front of a Yame who teased her to no end about it. She had also learned about the birds and the bees from her. She had also began questioning her own friendship with the raven-haired enigma, and then suddenly his eyes opened. Blue eyes met violet orbs. For a moment they just stared into each other's eyes. Time itself stood still, until a whine from some stupid fucking fanboys ruined the moment. They were glaring daggers at Naruto for grabbing Kasumi's attention. Seriously, what is up with them? Naruto always politely brushes her off and she still looks at Naruto more than any other boy. Kiba was muttering something about dog food. Naruto was beginning to realize the awkwardness of the situation and did the one thing Kasumi did not expect. He nodded towards her. Kasumi felt heat rushing to her cheeks. Naruto had interacted with her once again. She nodded and grinned at Naruto and turned to face Haruka and Mizuki. She performed the ram sign. She could not fail. She would make her friend acknowledge her. Her path to Hokage would begin now. Then a poof of smoke appeared beside Kasumi. A ghost of a clone appeared beside Kasumi. The clone was pale white and looked like it was dying. Kasumi Uzumaki had failed to pass the genin exam. She was tearing up. Then the words from Haruka's mouth made the gravity of the situation fall on her. Sorry Kasumi, you failed the exam. But that was all Kasumi heard before she ran away. The tears had sprinkled into the air and glistened. Some of the girls laughed, some of the boys were a bit disappointed, but a majority of them, Kiba included, thought now that she was a civilian she would be easier to get. Sasuke scoffed and thought that despite her looks, she was weakling. Hinata felt sad that her only friend from the academy had failed. She knew how much this test meant to Kasumi. She now looked at Naruto. The boy was cold but not unkind. He was not arrogant like Sasuke but felt apathetic towards everyone. Or so she thought as she saw conflict in his eyes. Naruto felt like he betrayed Kasumi. Damn it, he mentally yelled as his legs twitched. Why did he turn his back on her? Sure, she refused his help, but shouldn't he have tried to help her? At least give her a few pointers. He could have done that. He should have done that. He was broken from his thoughts as Haruka began a speech about their accomplishments on becoming genin. Naruto nearly scoffed at his declaration as his colder side began to emerge. Genin, PFT, even that word sounds wrong. Haruka then told the class they were free and that the team placements would be announced 2 months later. Naruto sighed out of frustration. Another 2 months of useless waiting. Why did Itachi have to go and kill the clan again? Oh right. Naruto got up and some of his fangirls rushed over to him. Ino Yamanaka was among them. They were bothering him about a date. Naruto tried his best from keeping his metaphorical fuse from blowing, simply apologized and said no. The civilians he could understand, but why was Ino, the heiress of the Yamanaka clan, a fangirl? It made absolutely no sense. He'd have to do something about them soon. If he didn't, he might just end up killing them. Konoha Academy Field. Naruto had started molding chakra and was trying to sense a large signature of chakra. It wasn't the Kyuubi's. He had seen the attempted hostile beating to understand that Kasumi was the Jinchuriki. But her chakra in itself was dense. She probably had more chakra than the third Hokage. This was the reason why she could not make a simple clone. Her chakra was even greater than Naruto's himself. Though he had far better control. He then found her sitting on a swing with tears rolling down her eyes. She was silently weeping. Naruto did not like this at all. He slowly made his way towards her and sat beside her on another swing. He was not sure what to say. He simply stared ahead and looked at the crowd of parents that had come up to take their children who had passed. They were proud of them. He saw Sasuke look at them with a look of indifference and annoyance. Naruto could understand what Sasuke felt right now. His own parents were killed by his brother. He was upset. He had the right to be angry, but that does not mean he can look down upon other people. Looks like I failed, huh? A soft whimpering voice was heard on Naruto's ear. He looked at his side to see Kasumi still freely crying. Her bangs had covered her eyes. Yes, Naruto said. He had become too stoic, much to his distaste. But that doesn't mean it's over for you yet. Kasumi looked up at her once friend. He wasn't even looking at her. He had that same damn expression on his face. One that was completely devoid of emotion. His eyes, which seemed brighter a few moments ago in the classroom, had dulled once again. But his words were not lost on her ears. What do you mean it's not over yet? Kasumi asked. There was no way she was letting this chance go by. What I mean is, Academy students who fail the test are given a chance 6 months later once again. Although, they receive no help from the instructors at all. So it can be, will you help in training me? Those words caused Naruto to look at Kasumi with wide eyes. She had asked him for help. The chances he missed to help her. How she refused at first. Will he ignore her once again? I don't know, Naruto said as his face remained blank. If I am going to be a genin, it means I will be very busy for the next few months. So there may not be a chance I can help you. Kasumi's eyes looked down to the ground once more. Why would he help her? She was a fail. However, that does not mean I won't try to help you when I get the chance. Kasumi looked at Naruto with wide eyes now. Naruto had said yes, he would help her when he gets the chance. This was what she had wanted for a long time. Then she grinned. Naruto simply looked at her with curiosity. Arigato, Naruto. Kasumi all but yelled. She got up and stood in front of him. Just wait, with you training me I'll finish that exam in no time. Ibeo. Naruto could not help but lightly smile. Her bubbly and cheerful attitude was the perfect antithesis to his indifferent stoic visage. He looked at her once more. Maybe you will, Naruto said and got up and noticed she was still wearing the goggles. Well, I have to go then. Me too, Kasumi said, and she was the first to run off. She had accidentally left a piece of paper. It was her exam sheet. Naruto picked it up and was shocked. There was a genjutsu placed on top of the paper. It was filled with much tougher questions. Questions that resembled the curriculum of the old genin system. Did Kasumi pass a written exam of the old genin curriculum? Naruto asked himself out loud. This was absolutely against the rules set forth ever since Itachi murdered the clan. Naruto's house, Uchiha clan compound. Naruto was sitting and he was frustrated at the revelation he discovered today. Naruto had half a mind to go to the Hokage's office and tell Sarutobi about the incident today. Then he realized the old man would ask him how he knew how to detect genjutsu since he was considering an average student. Then he copied Shisui's handwriting and started filling up empty notebooks on ninjutsu, genjutsu and taijutsu. It was very basic, but he unknowingly took more time and actually wrote down books in chakra theory as well. He also made additional scrolls for 3 fire jutsu, 2 wind jutsu and 1 for the shadow clone jutsu. All of the letters perfectly resembled Shisui's handwriting. He was rather proud of the notes he had written. Much better than the garbage that was used in the academy. How had the standards dropped so low? He still asked himself that. Fully confident that he would not be suspected. He placed the books and scrolls in the shelf. He ran out of the house. Red Light District. Naruto then made his way over to the Hokage Tower. Since he was one of the 3 last members of the Uchiha clan, he had certain privileges that most shinobi did not. He could meet with the Hokage any time he wants. But first, he'd have to get Kasumi first. She needed to know this, and he was going to the Red Light District. He found Kasumi's apartment and was going to knock the door. But he felt a different chakra signature. It was Mizuki. He knocked on the door and no reply came. He then remembered the look Mizuki had on his face and kicked the door wide open. He rushed to the room and found Kasumi with a red mark on her cheek as the upper portion of her top was ripped apart. Mizuki had taken off his shirt and had placed his hand over Kasumi's mouth to avoid her from screaming. Naruto's mind snapped as he kicked Mizuki away, who dropped a kunai on the bed as Kasumi violently panted. Naruto was going to kill Mizuki. No mercy. Mizuki was rushing towards Naruto once more and engaged him in taijutsu. He was getting beaten. He tried to reach for his backpack, but Naruto appeared in front of it. He saw the kunai on the bed and grabbed it. He grabbed Kasumi and held her hostage as the kunai was pointed at her neck. Stop right there, Uchiha, or the demon bitch gets it. Mizuki, I'll give you exactly 10 seconds to let her go. After that I will kill you. Naruto replied as he gritted his teeth. Why do you care what happens to the demon bitch? I kill her, I kill the Kyuubi. I'm doing us all a favor. Mizuki said this and Kasumi's eyes widened. What do you mean kill the Kyuubi? Kasumi voiced out her question with a whimper. Don't you know, you whore? Mizuki said it viciously. The Yondaime never killed the Kyuubi. He sealed it into you. You are the Kyuubi no Yoko, Mizuki said, and Kasumi's eyes lost whatever color they had. Mizuki. Naruto now activated his Sharingan. You will die. Mizuki's body froze up at visual contact. He could not move. Suddenly Kasumi started screaming as she grabbed her head. Her eyes turned crimson with black slits. A bubbling layer of chakra coat engulfed her body. She felt despair, rage, and she grabbed the kunai that had fallen from Mizuki's hand and rushed at him with the kunai. Naruto wanted to stop her, but decided against it. Why? This would be her first kill. It may break her mind, but if she was to be a kunoichi, she would have to do it eventually. Squelch. The kunai dug through Mizuki's bare chest. Kasumi immediately jumped away at what she had done. Mizuki was right. Her eyes still had slits, and then she looked at Naruto, who had activated his Mangekyo and used a genjutsu. Kasumi's mindscape. Kasumi found herself in a dark hallway. It was more like a sewer, as the water on the floor suggested. The entire place was dimly lit. She noticed a cage with the word, "Seal," on it. Curiosity dragged her towards the gate as she saw two large crimson eyes appearing in the darkness of the cage. Then she saw fangs appear. A giant head of a dark orange-colored fox appeared. The titanic body of the Kyuubi no Kitsune then came into view. All 9 tails of the majestic Biju were swaying around as he looked at Kasumi. So my jailer decides to grace me with her presence, the Kyuubi said in a dark echoing voice. Why you, K Kyuubi, W, where are we? H, how did you bring me here? Kasumi asked as she was terrified of the legendary beast of destruction stood before her. We're in your mind, ninjin. But I want to ask you something. You liked it, didn't you? The Kyuubi said with a malicious grin. When you used my power to kill him. In fact, you enjoyed it. And no, Mizuki-sensei tried to. Kasumi broke down in tears, remembering how Mizuki attempted to rape her and how she grabbed a kunai out of pure rage. Her mind was breaking apart, as more dense bubbling chakra was going to engulf her, but she felt a hand on her shoulder. The hand was warm. She then turned around to see who it was. Naruto Uchiha. Hey Kasumi, Naruto said with a light smile. His eyes were different. Instead of the normal blue she really liked seeing, it was red. There were 6 black blades like a pinwheel in the iris of his eyes. Naruto sat down to her level and looked her deep in the eyes as the chakra coat began to dissolve. The Kyuubi roared. You, Uchiha scum. The Kyuubi roared and leaked his killing intent. It was dark. Way too dark. Come here so I can rip you to shreds. Do I look that stupid? Naruto asked as his Mangekyo stared into the Kyuubi. He made a ram sign and the Kyuubi felt suppressed. That damn Mangekyo. You, the Kyuubi said once more as he was slowly beginning to fall asleep. Your chakra and blood, it's the same as his. Even your eyes are as malicious as Madara's. You're his descendant, aren't you? That accursed Sharingan of yours is going to be your downfall, ninjin. I pray I can watch the light leave your eyes. Enough. Now sleep, Naruto said, not wanting to keep using his Mangekyo. For the last 6 years, whenever he used the Mangekyo, he did not feel the pain as much as he did. It receded over the years. Still, he did not want to risk it. He figured it must have been a genetic trait. His parents and brother, as he learned from Shisui's scrolls, had also not gone blind from using the Mangekyo, though that was probably because they did not use it that often. However, Kyuubi's words on him, Madara's descendant, had piqued his interest. He did remember reading a secret scroll in the stone tablet chamber about Madara and a woman he was infatuated with conceiving a child. Maybe, just maybe, that child had gone on to become the ancestor for the branch clan. That would explain why the branch clan, despite not having the majority of the clan secrets, still became good shinobi. That would explain the main house, with the exception of a handful, treated the branch members that way. The Uchiha clan was fucked up by any and all standards. They hated the man who became a rogue shinobi but ended up adopting his will later on. Naruto mused again, maybe his parents were somehow directly descended from Madara's child. He felt a little proud of being descended from Madara himself. The Kyuubi had closed his eyes and Naruto looked back at Kasumi, who was still looking at him in awe. She seemed so lost. Let's leave. I'll try to explain everything later. Kasumi's house. Naruto grabbed the kunai from Kasumi's hand and told her to play along, as he deactivated his Sharingan. He sensed some Anbu coming. There were 2, one with a boar mask and another female with a cat mask. What happened here? Kat asked as she eyed the body of Mizuki, who had a stab mark on his chest. He was not breathing anymore. I came here to visit Kasumi about her exam paper. Naruto brought it out of his pocket. Apparently her paper was based on the old tougher curriculum via layer of genjutsu. I came here to speak to her about it and saw that Mizuki was trying to. Naruto didn't finish as Kat looked at Kasumi, who was hiding behind Naruto and clutching the back of his shirt. Her top was a little torn off and both the Anbu understood. Naruto turned around and took off his jacket, giving it to Kasumi. He placed her arms within the jacket and zipped it up as she hugged the jacket. She was still shaking. You two will need to come with us to the Hokage. It'll be better if he hears this. Bor spoke for the first time. Kasumi sat down and cried once more. Could give us a few minutes? Naruto asked politely with a stoic voice. The Anbu understood and stepped outside of the apartment, closing the door. Naruto sat down to her level and was looking at her. I'm a monster, Kasumi said in whispers as tears kept falling. Mizuki was right. I'm the. Kasumi could not finish as she felt two familiar hands on her shoulders once again. She was staring into Naruto's eyes, which seemed hurt, yet it comforted her at the same time. No, you're not. Naruto spoke as softly as he could. This was thin ice he was treading on. Mizuki was a fool who didn't know any better. What he tried to do, I would have killed him anyway. Kasumi gasped a little at what her once friend said. He would have killed Mizuki, but at the same time her heart started beating faster. He would have killed Mizuki because of what he tried to her. Kasumi, don't tell anyone about the fox you met today. Tell Hokage-sama that Mizuki tried to force himself on you. Then I arrived and fought him. He called you the demon fox and that. I killed him. Don't argue, please. Naruto tightened his grip on her shoulders a bit. Let me take the blame. I'm officially a shinobi and they'll let it slide. So please, as your friend, I ask you this. Kasumi stared wide-eyed again at his last statement. He was her friend. Do you really mean it? Kasumi asked as she looked at him with hope. Are we friends? Naruto smiled. For the first time in years he genuinely smiled. How he felt relieved that Kasumi would still accept him as a friend. Hi, Naruto said as he poked her forehead with his index and middle fingers. He picked this up from Itachi and Shisui, who often teased him. You're my first friend. Kasumi then cried a bit more. Knock asterisk knock. Are you coming or not? The voice of Kat came from the other side of the door. Yeah, just wait, Naruto said. He then helped Kasumi get up, taking her hands into his. It felt so soft. They then walked out of the apartment and followed the Anbu. The Hokage's office. Naruto and Kasumi finished explaining the situation to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kasumi explained to Sarutobi, and Naruto by extension, as to why Mizuki had come there in the first place. Apparently Mizuki had come and told Kasumi that there was a way to pass the exam after you failed. All she had to do was impress Mizuki. At first she did not understand what Mizuki meant and asked permission to come in so he could explain what she would need to do. Mizuki had come in and was trying to get touchy with Kasumi. She refused and told him to leave her alone, as she knows that civilians can't attack a shinobi, not without proper cause, and Kasumi was essentially the village pariah. Then Mizuki had slapped Kasumi across her cheek, which explained the red mark. He then dragged her to her room and said something about cleansing the demon. He had torn off the upper portion of her top and placed his hand over her mouth so she could not yell for help. She started crying as she remembered the scene from an hour ago and broke down crying. Naruto placed a shoulder on her hand and she tried to choke back her sobs. This act was not missed in the third Hokage's eyes. He could see a strong bond between these two. He had never seen them together before and assumed that they must have met prior to the academy. Mentally, he was chuckling at the scene before him. Ah, young ones, Sarutobi thought to himself. Naruto then explained that was the situation he came onto, and Mizuki held Kasumi hostage at Kunai Point. He then said that Mizuki revealed that the Kyuubi not Kitsune was sealed inside Kasumi. That she was the demon reborn. Kasumi had then broken free from his grip by reverse head-butting him. Naruto then rushed and killed Mizuki with the kunai, otherwise Mizuki would have killed both of them. Naruto had also added that he knew the difference between a kunai and the scroll that holds it. He said that Kasumi was important. She jailed the Kyuubi, she was not the Kyuubi. She is the reason why Kyuubi did not get to destroy the entire village and was still holding it back, protecting the village. Kasumi once more smiled at her friend. He would always have her back, that was the thought in Kasumi's mind. Sarutobi was impressed at the reasoning of the young Uchiha. He noted the resemblances of ideals that he held and couldn't help but compare it to his parents. He was truly the son of Genjiro and Satsuki Uchiha. When asked about the malicious chakra that the cat mask-wearing Anbu felt, Naruto explained that she just flared her chakra unknowingly due to the dense nature of her chakra system and some of the Kyuubi's influence leaked out. That receded immediately. He also tactically made sure that there was no mention of his Sharingan. Kasumi had also not said anything about it, though Naruto knew that Kasumi would bug him about it later. The Sandaime Hokage was ashamed of the fact that someone like Mizuki was a Konoha shinobi. He then questioned Naruto about how he knew how to release the genjutsu. Naruto explained that Shisui had left many notes of shinobi arts in the house and Naruto had read that one a few days ago. He added that he really did not understand the whole thing, just the basics. Naruto-kun, how did you feel after you had killed Mizuki? Sarutobi asked. This was an important question. It would determine his psychological capacity. Hokage-sama, I felt sick, Naruto said, remembering his first kill. The bandits he killed. I felt like vomiting, but for some reason I held it back. I keep remembering how I stabbed him with his kunai. How? I saw his eyes slowly losing their color. Naruto looked down. Kasumi, however, had felt those same exact emotions, beside the obvious berserker rage. This raised another question in her mind. She was slow, but she was not an idiot as people believed. Did Naruto kill someone before? I see. Sarutobi then looked at Kasumi. I am sorry you had to go through that, Kasumi-chan. Even the exam you gave was tampered with. I could arrange for you to take the exam in another 2 weeks if you want. You can do that, right? Hi Gigi. Kasumi slightly felt relieved that the pressure of the situation was lightening. Naruto was right, she was going to go scot-free. Hokage-sama, Naruto spoke, if I may interject. Can I be Kasumi's helper until she takes the exam? Hiruzen Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. He knew better. He could obviously see some sort of connection between the two. However, those two themselves did not see it. I have no problem with that, Naruto-kun. You can visit the Konoha hospital if you want, Naruto-kun. Most people feel strange after their first kill. Hi Hokage-sama. Naruto got up and Kasumi turned to Sarutobi. Arigato Gigi. For letting me take the exams again. She said it in a low voice. Not like her usual loud-mouthed voice. Sarutobi felt sad hearing her tone. It's alright, Kasumi-chan. Make sure you pass the exams this time. Gigi. Kasumi asked. Can I stay somewhere else today? The apartment is still. She did not finish. They both understood the situation. Hokage-sama, I have 3 spare rooms. Since I'll be training her, she can stay at my place. Naruto then realized about the implied inappropriateness of what he said and covered his mouth over his stupid blabber. Kasumi tilted her head in confusion, which was cute in Naruto's eyes. He mentally cursed again. Damn it. Curse you, Miko Obaa-chan. Sarutobi had a perverted giggle on her face. For some reason he was remembering Ika Ika Volume 4. Young Love. Kasumi realized what Naruto's words had mistakenly implied and saw Sarutobi giggling. Out of nowhere she threw a ramen cup at his face and it left a red mark. The Anbu guarding the room did not interfere. The old man had it coming. Gee Gomen, I didn't mean to say it like that. Naruto spluttered out. It's okay. I can stay in the extra room. Kasumi said. Then her hair started flowing again. But don't try anything funny. Naruto shivered. The Anbu sweat dropped at her behavior. After a few more words were exchanged, the Uchiha and the Uzumaki left and Sarutobi sat alone. An Uchiha and an Uzumaki. Never thought I'd see this day coming. Sarutobi then noticed a stack of papers magically appearing on his desk and growled in frustration. One day paperwork, Sarutobi said with a dark tone. One day, Naruto's apartment, Uchiha clan compound. Well then, make sure you wake up at 7 in the morning. Good night, Naruto said and was going to leave, but suddenly Kasumi ran and hugged him. Naruto's brain stopped working. Kasumi's head was buried into his chest and his arms wrapped themselves around Kasumi on his own. She was crying again. She had not said a single word when they walked back to her house to get some of her clothes and then made it all the way back to the Uchiha compound. They also had a silent dinner, which unsurprisingly was ramen. Hey, she needed it. Now the emotional dam was broken. Naruto's shirt was getting soaked from Kasumi's tears. Arigato. Kasumi's voice made at Naruto's ear. It's all right, Kasumi. Naruto rubbed her back as gently as he could while the other was on the back of her head. Rest up. We'll meet tomorrow. I promise. Okay. Kasumi then looked at him. She had a blush on her face as she looked away. Why did she hug him again? Okay then, good night, Naruto said, and he smiled at her. Kasumi with the blush smiled back. She seemed so beautiful when she smiled, and Naruto himself had a light blush on his face. You know, you should always smile more. It suits you. He didn't have the guts to look at her and say it. Unknown to him, Kasumi's face got even redder and looked like a tomato. Damn it, my face feels hot, thanks. You should smile more too. Kasumi then grinned as she felt like one-upping him. Otherwise you look like Sasuke. Naruto blinked at Kasumi 3 times more and started laughing along with Kasumi. The pun on Sasuke's name was worth it. He. Naruto stopped his laughing. That was a good one. Anyways Kasumi, I should be going to sleep now. Meet me at the Naka River tomorrow. We'll begin your training from tomorrow, alright? Yup, Kasumi chirped. This time I will become a genin. Heck, I'll be even stronger than you. Naruto shook his head. This girl just had her first kill a few hours ago. Naruto went to his room, which was just a room away. He liked how Kasumi had hugged him. She felt so warm to him. Naruto went inside and had dinner and fell asleep. He was looking forward to tomorrow. He remembered her smile again. It made him feel so carefree and happy. Kami, make sure I can always protect that smile. The next morning, Naruto had cooked breakfast and both of them talked about how she felt considering she had her first kill. She said that she could not sleep properly but eventually got some. After breakfast, Naruto brought a sealing scroll which had the books and headed out to Naka River with Naruto. How he wished she would wear something other than orange. As they finally reached near the river, they stopped at the clearing. Naruto went to his favorite spot, a tree which had been grown by his brothers Obito and Shisui. He felt a deep connection with that tree. It provided the perfect amount of shade. The duo of orange and blue sat down near the tree and Naruto then brought out the books on chakra theory he had written and gave it to her. She did not know shit from what he understood. But why do I have to read this? Kasumi asked with a whine. Why can't you teach me how to make a clone? Naruto sighed. First you need to understand the basics. You have absolutely no control over your chakra. Naruto said. She looked down. Though that's not your fault. Your chakra reserves must be ridiculously large, so that's probably why. Really? That's so awesome, Ibeo. Kasumi yelled. Yes, and if you learn how to properly control it you can use many other jutsu easily. Plus I think by the time you study a little bit about it, I can do something about your Bunshin problem, Naruto added, and Kasumi had fire in her eyes. Okay, don't worry Naru. Naruto was surprised by the nickname Kasumi just gave him. Inwardly he was happy, though he did not show it. I'll finish this and any other challenge you throw at me, Ibeo. I'm not afraid. Suddenly the air became cold as Naruto had devious smirk on his face. Oh, you will be. Naruto then started chuckling in an evil mastermind fashion with his arms outstretched and open palms facing the sky. Kasumi paled at his expressions. What did I get myself into? Kasumi asked herself. 10 days later, Woods, the Uchiha clan compound, Konohagakure no Sato. Anyo, Naru, Kasumi said as Naruto was practicing his Bukijutsu. What is it, Kasumi? Naruto asked as he stopped his practice. I want to ask you something, Kasumi said as she fidgeted with the sleeve of her black shirt. After spending and learning a week from Naruto, Kasumi was wearing less orange. The keyword being less, as there was still enough orange to go around for her. In Kasumi's own words, Naruto did not understand the true power of the color orange. But Naruto had also learned a lot of things about Kasumi. For one, she was always overpriced for everything she bought. Her rent was taken care of by the Sandame, which Naruto probably guessed was due to her being a member of the Uzumaki clan, and the stores in Konoha had always ripped her off. Another very important thing that he learned about Kasumi was her drive to be acknowledged. Even if the village hated her, she did not. She was truly a kind person and wanted to protect the village. She wanted to be the Hokage because that way people would acknowledge her and treat her with respect. Her role model was of course the Yondaime Hokage. Moving on, Naruto knew that if he was seen walking around the village with Kasumi, a new breed of rumors would be born and he would rather avoid such an event. Why? He did not want people to know that he was close to Kasumi, particularly the civilian council. They'd probably rant about him being tainted by the demon or something like that. This brought another question to Naruto's mind. How stupid could they be to even think that? If the Kyuubi had Koto Amatsukami, then it would have been possible. Naru, Kasumi whined out and was doing that cute little pout face. Did you daze off again? Kasumi too had learned a fair share of things about Naruto. He was a very quiet boy, just like in class. But there was huge difference between the one in the academy and the one at his house. He was stoic but he was very kind. Ever since she started staying here, Naruto did not want her to do a single chore, saying that she deserves a rest from being treated as a pariah for now. Naruto was smart enough not to use that word when discussing this. She had also seen pictures of his family, his parents and his brothers. She felt warm and cuddly when she saw all their pictures. She mused at how Naruto must have felt when his family was alive, and from the pictures she saw, Naruto was quite happy as a child. However, a problem for both of them rose during this 10-day time span. The hormones were acting up. Naruto knew that Kasumi was by far the most beautiful girl he had seen so far. Her face, hair and most of all her eyes. They intrigued him to no end. He found it quite hard not to stare into her violet orbs. It was too mesmerizing. He greatly appreciated her presence at his house as well. He has been living alone ever since he was 7 and Kasumi was great company to have, albeit a little loud sometimes. But he wouldn't change it for anything, which made him ponder more on his true feelings. Is she just a friend? A close friend? Does he just wants them to be friends? Kasumi was equally curious about the situation. For the first time in her life she could say that she was not alone. She had someone to see when she woke up. The raven-haired boy would treat her kindly. He cooked for them. He would say, "Good morning," and "Good night." He was training her properly, something most of the instructors bar Suzume and Aruka had not done. He had taught her from the ground up. But most of all, he cared about her. More than the Ichirakus, more than Gigi and her friend Hinata. He would never show it in an excessive display, but after staying with him for 10 days she pretty much had an idea how her raven-haired friend functioned. But therein lied her problem as well. Was Naruto just a friend to her? Seeing him shirtless one day certainly did not help that much. Also, when Naruto looked at her it would be much different from the looks Kiba and her other fanboys gave her. It was a reassuring look that he'd be there for her. "Gomen, Kasumi," Naruto said, scratched the back of his head. "What did you want to ask?" "Well, Kasumi put a hand on her chin. She knew the question was somewhat personal and she also learned that Naruto had some secrets. What she did not know was that Naruto had secretly traded places with himself with a reinforced shadow clone, while he went to train. He did not want to crank up her stress with his level of training, well, not yet anyway. "Go ahead, Kasumi," Naruto said with a reassuring smile. "You can ask me anything." Getting the confidence from her words she went ahead with it. "Well, it's about your eyes," Kasumi said. "Why did they become red? And there were commas all around them." "Those weren't commas," Naruto chuckled lightly. "Those dots are called Tomo. And the red eyes I have are called the Sharingan." "Sharingan," Kasumi said, and then she remembered something important. "Oh yeah, your eyes changed, right? I mean the design." Naruto's sweat dropped at the word, design. It sounded so wrong and girly in his mind. "Hi, the shape changed," Naruto explained. "That stage is called the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's a more advanced stage of the Kekkei Genkai." "What's a Kekkei Genkai?" Kasumi asked. Unknown to Konoha in general, she may have sucked in history, but when it came to shinobi knowledge she would want to know everything about it. Kekkei Genkai, a blood limit. It's a unique special ability that is passed down from a shinobi family. Every major shinobi clan has one. For example, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju had the Mokuden. It is said that along with his monstrous chakra reserves and his wood release, he constructed the entire forest surrounding Konoha. As such, it is widely considered the most powerful Kekkei Genkai along with the Sharingan. Kasumi had stars in her eyes after hearing how the Shadaime had made the entire forest, but the last sentence had also caught her attention. "Well, what does the Sharingan do?" Kasumi asked. Her friend had one of the most powerful Kekkei Genkai in the world. She was swelling with pride. "Well, Naruto activated his Sharingan for dramatic effect. The Sharingan only manifests in the members of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan can see the chakra network in your body. It can also see the build-up of chakra inside your body. There is also another factor to the Sharingan. It can predict what attack you are going to perform." "Sugoi," Kasumi yelled excitedly. "That way no one can touch you. You'd be unbeatable." Naruto shook his much to her dismay. She was confused. "The Sharingan is only as strong as its user. I know there are a lot of shinobi out there that I could never beat. Not right now. If they are faster than me then I can never predict their attacks. But there is one more upside to the Sharingan. Ooh, what is it? Kasumi asked. The Sharingan means the copy wheel eye. As its name suggests, it allows you to copy ninjutsu, genjutsu and to an extent some taijutsu moves as well. You could copy a jutsu down to the tiniest detail and have it memorized to use it later. Wow, Kasumi said while grinning. You're the best, you know that, Naru. Naruto felt a little embarrassed at the statement. Oi oi, Naruto spoke as he deactivated his Sharingan. Don't say that or I'll slack off. By the way, there are 4 days left until your exam. How is everything beside the Bunshin? Naruto intentionally changed the topic because he knew that Kasumi would bring up questions about the Mangekyo. Right now she did not need to know. Besides, her exams were coming up. It's perfect. But, Kasumi said with a downed look, what if I fail again? I could never perform a Bunshin ever. Then all your hell. Kasumi was poked on her forehead again by Naruto with his index and middle fingers. She rubbed her forehead like a child. Naruto was smiling. Don't worry, Naruto said. We'll just do a different Bunshin according to your chakra reserves. Also Kasumi, I want you to promise me one thing. What, Naru? Kasumi grew nervous as she saw the nervous look on Naruto's face. Never tell anyone about my Sharingan unless I tell them or I told you to. Not even the Hokage, Naruto said. Okay, but why? Kasumi asked. Well, it's sort of personal, and to be honest, I don't want anyone to know that I have the Sharingan. That way they might treat me with delicacy. I don't want that. Okay. Kasumi nodded. From what she understood and experienced, Naruto did not appreciate when someone looked at him as just a member of the Uchiha clan. She was never going to lose him again. Wait, where did that thought come from? Kasumi was lightly blushing and Naruto grew curious as went in front of her and was eyeing her curiously. Oi Kasumi, Naruto was directly looking into her eyes. He did not realize that their noses were just away from each other. Are you Oka? Kya. Kasumi instinctively punched Naruto away with her feminine fury. Naruto was lying on the ground with swirls instead of eyes, absolutely unconscious. Kasumi realized what she did and was shaking Naruto even more violently to wake him up. She was holding his head in her lap and was sweating comical bullets. Oh no, I killed Naru. It was even more funny because she was ranting on about how no one else would be her friend and whatnot. Then she noticed a figure standing away from them. The presents had just arrived. What are you doing here, Dobi? Kasumi gritted her teeth at that sentence. Standing a few feet away from her was the heir of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke Uchiha, or as Kasumi called, Tem. Kasumi said, proving the point of the author, go away. I have to wake Naru up. Now this sentence got a different reaction from Sasuke. Normally, he'd be, ing away, but for some reason he felt jealous. The lamb from the branch side of the clan had someone to care for him. Even now, his mother Makoto had often praised Naruto along with his traitor of a kinslaying brother Itachi. He had seen Naruto casually spend his time with his family and Sasuke's, yet there was no indication of pressure or sadness in him, until the massacre occurred. Why are you here in the Uchiha compound? You're not allowed here unless you're an Uchiha or an Uchiha allows it. Sasuke said with smug authority. Sasuke-san, Naruto's voice made itself known to the both of them. Kasumi was smiling widely as she looked down at Naruto, who had a neutral look on his face once more. I was the one who allowed Kasumi to come here. Sasuke grunted. You really are nothing like the Uchiha, are you, Naruto? I don't see why you drag our clan name into the mud by hanging out with this loser. Naruto was about to say something, but Kasumi spoke up. Listen here, Tem. Kasumi all but yelled. I am not a loser. Just wait till I pass the exams 4 days from now. Then you'll see. You're being allowed to take the exams again. Sasuke smirked. Looks like you're gonna fail again. Just forget about it. You're not fit to be a kunoichi anyway. Sasuke-san. Naruto spoke up this time. We are no one to tell a person what to do and what not to do. A person is free to do whatever they wish. That soft mind of yours is going to be your downfall one day, Naruto, Sasuke said. Do our clan a favor and stop training this loser. No, Naruto replied. Both Sasuke and Kasumi were staring at him for his immediate reply. Kasumi was set up to fail in the exam. As a leaf shinobi, I for one cannot let something like that happen to an upcoming promising kunoichi. Let alone a friend. Kasumi beamed once more at Naruto's words. He really did believe in her. But Sasuke had a different question in his mind. What do you mean, set up to fail? Sasuke asked. Naruto inwardly cursed himself for his big-time fuck-up. He needed to handle the situation, but Kasumi went all guns blazing. Don't you know, Tem, apparently I was given an exam paper based on the older and tougher questions and I still passed that one. So they're gonna give me another shot at the exams. Sasuke was gritting his teeth. This no-name clanless orphan had passed a written exam based on the previous curriculum. He felt threatened for some reason. That still makes you a loser, Sasuke said, trying to make sure Kasumi loses her temper. But Naruto had enough of this. He grabbed Kasumi by the wrist, who had butterflies in her stomach at the contact. Let's go, Kasumi, we have to work on your bunshin, Naruto said, dragging her away, completely missing the blush on her face. I'll see you later, Sasuke-san. Sasuke stood alone and watched them walk off. Why did he feel so angry at the moment? Sasuke walked away. He has better things to do. Naruto's house. Kasumi, Naruto said with a stern voice as Kasumi shrunk under his vision. You shouldn't have told Sasuke about the exam. You could have lied. I know, but Kasumi stopped. It's just that whenever someone calls me doby or loser, I feel so angry. I mean, I never really had anyone to help me before. No one other than the Ichirakus and Gigi treated me nicely, but they weren't around all the time. I've always been alone, and when people look down on me I feel like proving them wrong. I understand why you do it, Kasumi, Naruto said, and it's not wrong to feel like that. What I'm saying is that you should control your emotions better. That's what makes a good shinobi. Now we're going to have lunch and then we're going to fix your bunshin problem. I have just the thing that could help you. Really? Kasumi asked with all the innocence she had. Hi, Naruto said with pride. It'll get you to pass the exams. Easily. Time skip. 4 days later, room 105, Konoha Academy. Okay, Kasumi, you passed the written exams and the Bukijutsu portion as well, Suzume said as Iruka was sitting down. They had seen that Kasumi had considerably improved from what she was 2 weeks ago. They had also been informed by the Hokage about Mizuki as well. They were disgusted that such a person would act so casually with them. Suzume spoke once more. Please perform the Academy 3. Naruto was waiting outside the room. That was the one thing Kasumi was more focused on more than anything. He was there and he promised that he would always be there. Kasumi brimmed with confidence and performed the henge. She turned into Obito Uchiha. Black spiky hair, goggles over his eyes and the blue shinobi clothes. All in all, he even had that goofy grin on his face. Kasumi, Suzume asked, who did you henge into? Obito Uchiha, she replied. He was Naruto's oldest brother. Suzume and Iruka were also informed that Naruto had personally decided to train her for the exams. But the way Kasumi so casually spoke about Naruto had spiked some interest in them. It seems that the two teens had some feelings for each other, and Suzume for one was not going to let that chance get away. Naru, Suzume said with teasing grin, are you sure it's not Naru-kun? Kasumi blushed at the way Suzume implied the suffix at the nickname she had given to Naruto. Okay, Suzume teased Kasumi about her boyfriend later. Kasumi blushed even harder. The tomato look was coming back. Generally Iruka would not do this, however after seeing their little interactions at the day of the exams he too concluded that they didn't look at each other as just friends. Naruto and Kasumi were probably going through that denial phase, he assumed. Hi Iruka-senpai, Suzume said and looked towards the blushing Kasumi. Okay Kasumi, please perform the kawarimi. Kasumi did so and replaced herself with Iruka, who nodded satisfyingly. She was taking a whole lot less time than before. Now came the moment of truth. Kasumi, Suzume said, please perform the bunshin technique. Gomen Suzume-sensei, Iruka-sensei. I can't do the bunshin, Kasumi said, and both teachers were a little disappointed. She was a real bag of sunshine and honestly they liked her. Suzume had known about the Uzumaki clan and probably figured that it was probably because of her high chakra reserves that she was not able to do it. But Kasumi gave an all-knowing grin. I wanted to ask you, is any other form of bunshin as acceptable? Well, generally that's not the case, but I think we can allow it. Right, senpai? Suzume looked towards Iruka, who nodded. Okay Kasumi, please perform the other type of bunshin you know, Iruka said. Kasumi's next action had both of their jaws drop. Kasumi grinned and made a cross-hand seal with both index and middle fingers. This was the technique that Naruto had taught her 4 days ago. The technique that she pulled off quite easily and was more comfortable with. It was a Junin technique. It was considered kinjutsu, a forbidden jutsu, because of the large amounts of chakra this ninpo drains. However, to someone like Kasumi, This was no problem, as Naruto explained. She had more chakra than Naruto had. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 puffs of smoke appeared beside Kasumi. The smoke faded away and there were 4 identical Kasumis standing beside her. All of them were grinning. Both the Chunin, however, were surprised. Iruka more so, because he did not expect a soon-to-be genin to pull off a jutsu like that. They were perfect too. He was glad that there were not fanboys of her around, otherwise some of them would have fainted out of sheer joy that there was more than one Kasumi. Suzume was shocked too, but to a lesser extent than her fellow senior co-worker. She knew that members of the Uzumaki clan could pull this off. Their chakra capacities and densities were so large. Their former village Uzushiogakure was called the village of longevity due to their large lifespans. Both Suzume and Iruka were broken out of their stupor when every Kasumi asked the same question at the same time. So did I pass? Outside room 105, Konoha Academy. Naruto had gone to get some popsicles for both himself and Kasumi. It was a mint-flavored one, and considering the somewhat increased heat of the day, it would be the perfect treat to have. Unfortunately there was only one, and he decided that to get one for Kasumi. Of course he would have gotten there sooner if it wasn't for some annoying fangirls that always seemed to have him on an invisible radar. He sighed and curtly refused them, and they were even more swooned, claiming how he was such a nice guy. Naruto sighed even more and once again felt pity for Sasuke, knowing that he too had more of them. Why couldn't the girls be more like Kasumi? She was pretty and worked hard at the same time. Wait, pretty, I have got to stop thinking like that. What if she stops being friends with me? But all thoughts aside, he was going near the door of room 105 once more. He had full faith in Kasumi's abilities and knew that she would pass the exam. But a part of him was deeply worried about her. He could not really explain the magnetic pull he felt towards Kasumi. It almost felt like right now she was the center of the world. His world. He was afraid, really. What if something happened to her in the future? What if she gets in a situation that... The door was slammed open and an orange and black blur made its way onto Naruto's chest. He fell down and felt something holding him down. Luckily enough, he was still holding the popsicle perfectly. It did not fall down. His vision then went on to his own chest. A familiar mop of blonde hair with red streaks was on his chest. Her hands were clinging onto Naruto's shirt as she tried to bury herself deeper into his chest. It was getting wet. Now Naruto was getting worried. Did she not pass the test? How? They worked so hard. Kasumi whimpered. Naruto felt his heart beating faster. Again there was her whimpering voice. A tone that he did not want to hear. But he knew she was going to say something else. She raised her head from his chest and looked deep into his eyes. How he loved to see those violet orbs of hers. She too had become fascinated by the sheer ocean that was his eyes. They would get lost and time would slow down for them. He then saw that some tears were leaking out of the sides of her eyes. But underneath that, her lips had twitched upwards. She was smiling. I did it, Kasumi said in whispers. He was still on the ground and Kasumi was on top of him. I finally did it, I'm a kunoichi now. She then buried herself into his chest again. She wanted to savor the warmth that was emanating from his body. Naruto felt his entire body relax at the smile and small whispers that Kasumi let out. Instinctively, his left arm went around her back and latched itself lightly on to Kasumi's neck, and she relaxed after that happened. Both were in complete bliss, not even realizing the inappropriateness of the position they were in. She was straddled on to his waist as their legs were crossed. Oh my Tilda, a feminine voice echoed throughout the whole hall. Suzume was standing looking over them. She was smiling at the scene before. It was taking all she had not to yell kawaii from the cute little scene that was being displayed right before her. You two should get a room. Immediate reactions from those words followed, and two very polarized reactions they were. Kasumi eeked and jumped away from Naruto while an atomic blush exploded all over her face. Now she did look like a tomato. Naruto also had a large blush on his face and was visibly stuttering while trying to recover from the situation. Suzume knew that the awkwardness of the situation would be well over 9,000 if she did not go away right now, so she happily skipped away while chirping about Naruto and Kasumi sitting on a tree. She made it quite audible so they could hear it. Naruto stood up and was still blushing. He didn't want to let go of Kasumi. In fact, he wanted to keep holding her. It felt so right. It felt so perfect. All his pain and worries had washed away when it came to Kasumi. If his world was covered in darkness before after the massacre happened, Then Kasumi was the sun that rose afterwards and brought forth the light that made him feel peaceful again. He also felt occasional flutter in his heart when he was with her. Her smile right now was probably the most beautiful things he had ever seen in his life. Kasumi was still in tomato mode. She couldn't believe that she had hugged Naruto like that in the middle of the hall like that. It was something she could not describe. Naruto was the first person who had become her friend. The first person who lived with her. Sure, he was a slave driver when it came to training, but she remembered how she had drained out completely a few days ago and Naruto had piggybacked her to their home. She was awake but she pretended not to be. She liked it when Naruto was in contact with her body. But she also felt really shy around him. She never felt like this towards anyone. She did get particularly angry when the fangirls would look towards her Naru. Wait, my Naru. Ah, why does he make me feel like this? Anyo Kasumi, Naruto said lightly while he was still blushing. Congratulations on passing the exam. Here, Naruto then extended the mint-flavored popsicle towards her. Kasumi was surprised. Sure, he did not let her do a damn chore at their house until she terrifyingly ensured that she too will do them, but he had enough faith in her that he would pass, so he went to get her a popsicle. There was only one and she assumed that he did not get one, as Naruto would rarely eat anything without her. Arigato Naru, she said lightly and took the popsicle. It had 2 sticks for holding and Kasumi broke it in 2 and handed one to Naruto. Here Naru, I don't want to eat it alone. Naruto looked up and saw Kasumi's face once more. She was wearing that new orange outfit. It was a darker shade of orange and had some black in it. Basically Naruto's clothes from Shippuden. Her Hitai-8 was tied to her forehead while the goggles were hanging around her neck. Her twin pigtails were there as well. Her violet eyes were shining with happiness as the smile was still on her face. Naruto smiled as well. He took the halved popsicle. Arigato Sumi. Naruto gave her a nickname as well and Kasumi felt her heart beat rapidly fast now. Blood flowed to her cheeks once more. She was so happy now that she had forgotten about the fact that she had passed the shinobi exam. Shouldn't we go and visit Hokage-sama? Naruto asked. The old man was more than helpful throughout their lives and this was the least they could do right now. I'm sure he'd love to see you wearing that headband. Hi, Gigi's gonna be happy when he sees this. Kasumi said while she tapped her Hitai-8. Both of them then walked onto the Hokage's office. The civilians were looking at them with awe. They were walking very closely and each of them had one half of a popsicle they were no doubt sharing. Just a little step to either side then their bodies would be brushed against each other. Naruto was smiling and this made his features look even more better as his usual fangirls squealed out of sheer delight and some late-teen girls along with some mid-20s women blushed at the sight of him smiling. He looked so calm and cute in their eyes. Of course the same could be said in Kasumi's case because she looked absolutely amazing with that smile on her face. Her fanboys had swooned even more as some older chunin were smirking at seeing such a cute girl. Then there were the jealous glares from the opposite sexes. The males glared at Naruto and the females glared at Kasumi. However, one similar conclusion was reached by both parties. They were one damn cute couple. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was one happy man right now. Not only did he finish that damned paperwork but he also got to see 2 of the next generation of Konoha's shinobi. He was really proud of the fact that Kasumi had severely improved with Naruto's help. Then of course there was the situation between the 2 youngsters and he wanted to take a jab. So Kasumi-chan, Sarutobi said as he was trying to keep a good poker face. Now that your training with Naruto-kun is complete, I guess you're ready to move back into your old apartment, nay? He got the react he was expecting. No, the reaction he was hoping for. Kasumi felt a pang of pain in her heart as she looked towards Naruto. Am I going away from him? She did not want to. She finally had someone. A someone who was always there for her. He was there when she woke up. He was there when she went to sleep. True, she was not an Uchiha and had no right to live there, but Naruto had allowed it. Was she really going to move away from the one person she could not imagine her life without at the moment? The young Uzumaki girl kept asking herself as she found those familiar azure eyes staring into her own. Naruto nearly felt like he was in Itachi's genjutsu again, yet different. What Itachi had showed him were illusions. Illusions that made him feel it was real, but this was real. That's what made this feel so much more horrible. After his mother died, all he had was his brother. Then came his Makoto Obaa-chan and Tachi-ni. Sure, they weren't always with him, but they made sure to visit him at least once a day. Then Itachi murdered the entire Uchiha clan. He had lost everything. Until Kasumi came, that is. She changed everything. He had also lost her for more than 5 years because of his own foolishness, and the last 2 weeks with her had made one thing certain in his mind. He needed her. He too had turned towards her and looked at her just like him. They were looking at each other as the pain of being separated had landed itself onto their eyes. Hiruzen smiled, knowing what their answers would be. Ever since a few years ago, the civilian council had become neutral to Kasumi Uzumaki's case, and he was grateful. He had regained some of the power he had lost to them and asserted that he was indeed the Hokage and his word was final. Though he did wonder what had happened that caused that council to become so neutral to the very same person whose head they called for on multiple occasions. He had thought of a conclusion in his mind, but he wanted to see how this plays out. Ahem, Sarutobi brought back their attention. So Kasumi-chan, are you ready to go back into that apartment of yours? Quote. Kasumi remained silent while her eyes found the ground very interesting at the moment. She then muttered something that both Naruto and Sarutobi could not hear. Gomen, Kasumi-chan, I could not hear you. Could you repeat that? Sarutobi asked. Naruto was having plethora of scenarios being played out in his mind. He knew that he shouldn't let his emotions get the better of him, and how he had become so close to Kasumi would hinder with his regular training. But he'd be damned before he let her go. If she says yes, then he'll try to make her reconsider her decision. But he would not force her. He could never do that to her. Except training, that's a different case. I said no, Kasumi said lightly as Hiruzen smiled at her answer. Naruto felt like flying right now, and a stupid grin had made its way to his face, but he suppressed it to a smile. His emotional masking was completely useless around Kasumi. I want to train with Naru more. There are still 2 more months before I get placed on a team. Naruto was still smiling. 2 months. 2 more months with Kasumi living with him. He was happy with that. More than happy. I see, Hiruzen said. He still wasn't done. What about after that? When the team placements begin and your career as a kunoichi begins? Kasumi wanted to reply, but she knew no matter what she said would come out in a wrong way and was trying to construct her reasoned sentence, but Naruto beat her to it. Hokage-sama, if I may speak. Naruto said, completely serious, and Sarutobi nodded. The entire Uchiha compound is empty and I live alone in my house, which can no doubt house more than 4 people. I have no problems with Kasumi staying there, even after the team placements. Sarutobi pretended to be in deep thought. I see, but let's see what Kasumi-chan thinks. Do you want to? Hi, I have no problem living with Naru Tte Bayo. Kasumi yelled out and blushed in embarrassment. Naruto also blushed all the more because he found that verbal tick of hers endearing. I see. Well, I don't think that will be a problem. Very well, you are free to leave. Come back tomorrow for your shinobi registration, Kasumi-chan. We'll see about your move to the compound matter tomorrow. Naruto bowed his head to the sandame while Kasumi hugged the old man and Sarutobi too hugged his pseudo-granddaughter. They were walking out of the office when Sarutobi decided to something smart, much to his dismay. Oh, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Young love these days. Thwack. A ramen cup had Sarutobi in the face once more as Naruto tried to look away with a blush, and a completely red-faced Kasumi had thrown the ramen cup at his face. Naruto's house, Uchiha clan compound. The 2 residents of the house had entered. There was once more life present in the house. However, the situation was a bit different now. This house would now have 2 permanent members instead of the lonesome one as it was for so many years. It was just going to be dusk now. Time had flown by quickly. Naruto spoke up first. Kasumi, he said softly as he felt completely relaxed. Go and wash up. I'll make something up for us. Oka. Naruto could not finish the sentence as Kasumi had hugged him once more. Arigato Naru, Kasumi said in a very low tone. She was not sure why she was hugging him. She only knew that she had to. Something inside her brain was commanding her to. Her arms had tightly wrapped themselves around his waist as her head rested peacefully on his chest. She was smiling at being so close to him. Thank you for being here. For being a friend. You're the first person to accept me for who I am. Even after finding out what I have in me. Sumi. Naruto said softly as one of his arms wrapped around her and the other arm was on the back of her head. Her frame fitted completely into him. They were tightly held by each other as if one of them would disappear if they were let go right now. You never have to thank me for anything. If anything, I should thank you. You were my first friend. I was so alone after the clan massacre. I forgot how to smile. You made me feel happy again. So thank you. Kasumi lifted her head to see Naruto's face again. Those kind baby orbs that completely mesmerized her to no end. He too stared back at those violet eyes that entranced him ever since their first meeting. Kasumi then did something he did not expect, and Kasumi too did not know she was going to do that. She kissed his cheek. She was waiting for something. Any reaction at all. Surprise, fear, anger, anything. She then felt Naruto's lips lightly kiss her forehead and a great swell in her heart began. Both were smiling and hugged each other again. Kasumi's face was once again on Naruto's chest as his chin rested on the top of her head. This feels good, doesn't it? Naruto asked a bit nervously. His previous action could have driven her away, and he asked this to wash away any doubt he had. Hi, it does, Kasumi whispered once more as neither left each other's embrace. 2 months later, Naruto's house, Uchiha clan compound. Sumi, come on, Naruto called out while he stood outside her door. He was wearing his casual clothes and was waiting for her. They would have breakfast and then train a little bit. Over the last 2 months, ever since Naruto had hugged Kasumi and kissed her forehead, there was a visible change in him. He was smiling a whole lot more for some reason. However, the pair had slowly broke away from the hug afterwards after realizing the severe meaning behind their physical contact. Kasumi on the other hand had absolutely adored her roommate. She was always cheerful, but now she couldn't imagine her life without her raven-haired enigma. Of course, when he trained her, that was when she could definitely live without him. Seriously, he made her climb trees with her feet, saying that her chakra control was horrible. Now in her defense, she had graduated from the academy and was considered the top 6th student overall. How she had done so well with the written exam was still something that baffled Naruto, and he came to the only reasonable conclusion he could come to. Kasumi was by all rights was a genius of sorts. Sure, she was loud and wore bright orange clothing. She also packed a mean right hook that many of her fanboys had endured, but aren't geniuses flawed in their own unique ways? Naru. Kasumi opened the door and was still in her pajamas with a sleeping hat on top, no less. She was rubbing her eyes. Why do we have to wake up so early today? Well, that katana you ordered will arrive today, so I thought that. Oh yeah, Kasumi gleamed up. Naruto had given her his own tanto as he had decided to switch to a katana. Kasumi began training with the tanto for basics, but Naruto immediately saw that her stance and posture were suited for a katana. He had ordered on for her and one for himself, as he had copied contents on Kenjutsu from the stone chamber. By now all the contents in the chamber save the tablet itself was destroyed. Naruto had successfully copied the contents of every scroll there was in the chamber and burned away the evidence so no one could get their hands on clan secrets anymore. He didn't trust Sasuke for some reason. If the boy proved that he could control his hatred, then Naruto would willingly share jutsu with him. But for now all of them would be under his protective Fuinjutsu seals. As always, Fuinjutsu proved to be just as useful as his Sharingan, as he had finally achieved level 5 a few days ago. He would have progressed more, but he also had to train his Sharingan and his other 4 elemental affinities. Kasumi had noticed him drawing out kunai from scrolls and became interested. Just like her blood trait, she took to Fuinjutsu like fish to a water. She thought it was really cool. Naruto had also started selling high-quality storage scrolls to the Higurashi weapon accessories at a good price, and it was from there he saw the large range of weapons and orders that store had made. Needless to say, Naruto had placed his order along with Kasumi's from there. Their weapons would be coming from the land of iron itself. Then Kasumi remembered something that was equally interesting to her. Wait, then your katana and those weird things will come today too, right? Yeah, I am looking real forward to it, Naruto said as a smile had taken Kyuubi's words into his mind and developed a hypothesis that the branch side of the Uchiha clan had indeed descended from Madara. By that logic, perhaps Kagami Uchiha, his grandfather, who was also from the branch clan, must have been descended from Madara somehow. Naruto then found a growing interest in Madara's unique old weapon tactics. He used a gunbai, a war fan that even during the warring states was uncommon unless you were highly proficient wind-style user. From what he learned, Madara and his gunbai had killed too many people to count. Naruto then started studying about the gunbai and saw that apart from the high-impact winds it caused, it could also be used as a defense. However, the full use of it would come out if you had a mid-long range weapon with you. Naruto, unknowingly, had decided that his other weapon would be a kusarigama. Both weapon specifications had been taken by Sunga Higurashi and he had promised them nothing but the best. Naru, what's for breakfast? Is it ramen? she excitedly asked as Naruto poked her forehead with his index and middle fingers. Maybe this was a thing for Uchiha who were free or not completely tainted by their own arrogance. She rubbed her forehead. She both hated and liked it when Naruto did it. Sorry Sumi, maybe we'll have ramen for breakfast some other day. Naruto smiled and told her to wash up. Naruto and Kasumi then both took showers separately and decided that they would go through their usual training. Uchiha clan training ground. You have to do better than that Sumi. Naruto said as he blocked another one of Kasumi's blows. He had left a shadow clone to tail Sasuke in case he suddenly decided to pop up as he had chosen in the last 2 months. His reactions towards the both of them had changed. Well, not to Naruto. They were simply clansmen. Nothing more, nothing less. They did care about each other to some extent, but there was no actual bond or kinship between them. But his reactions towards Kasumi had changed over the last 2 months, and he would give her some strange looks when he thought that Naruto wasn't looking. Too bad for him, Naruto did see it. Ever since then he made sure to take some assurances against Sasuke. The look he had in his eyes towards Kasumi was both unhealthy and to some extent repulsive. Fuden. Yadama Henshin Bakua, Kasumi let out a great gust of wind to deflect the shuriken Naruto had launched towards her. 2 months back, Naruto had decided to reveal the secret of the Kage Bunshin to Kasumi, and she was glad when she learned about the memory relay system. Out of sheer curiosity, Naruto had given her a chakra paper to determine her abilities. To his surprise, the paper split into 4 parts. One of the papers completely shredded itself, one of them became dripping wet, and the last part became dirt itself. Kasumi had ridiculous amounts of affinities for wind, water and earth. So Naruto began training her on water walking, and she was getting the hang of it pretty soon. Next came the leaf splitting exercise. That had taken a lot of time, but he needed to be patient with her. After she finally learned how to split leaves easily, he gave her the wet leaf exercise, where she would perform the leaf exercise with the leaf on her forehead as she would try to make it wet via her chakra output. The leaf became dripping wet, and his theory was proven correct. Kasumi to some extent could absorb the water molecules in the air. He then decided he could teach her some jutsu on wind and water first. Earth was something he was absolutely oblivious to, so he thought he would get her some jutsu later on. Naruto and Kasumi got in close contact again as they both had kunai in hand and tried to hit each other's vital points. Teaching her about the vital points in the human body, Naruto had to admit that if Kasumi had proper training from the time he had started, she would be on his level, no doubt. She was a hard worker and she had large chakra reserves to back her up. Finally, Kasumi's kunai were disarmed and she was forced to draw out her tanto. She needed more practice too, as Naruto was evading every strike. Funny how 2 months of training had improved her so much. Although she sucked at genjutsu, and Naruto did just that as he trapped her in one. He then sat down and started to count how long she would take to break free from this one. It took about 2 seconds, and Naruto was glad that she had learned, but for some reason she seemed angry right now. Her hair was flowing upwards, and if Naruto didn't know any better, he'd say that he could see her hair take the shape of the tails of the Kyuubi. He remembered how Kasumi told him that she absolutely hates genjutsu. Kasumi started going through hand seals at a good rate and finished it. Sweden. Mizu Pareto, a bullet-shaped body of water released itself from Kasumi's mouth and headed towards Naruto, who dodged it and threw a couple of kunai at her. He went through hand seals and uttered the name of his jutsu, Ninpo, Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 6 kunai became 18 as they launched themselves towards Kasumi. She used a kawarimi and replaced herself with the mightiest item in the elemental nations, a log. Naruto then felt Kasumi coming towards him, and he turned around to grab Kasumi by the wrist as he twisted her arm and held a kunai to her throat. I win, Naruto said, and Kasumi pouted before she had a trick in her mind and decided to use it. She was going to feel bad about it, but she would win. Naru-kun tilde, she said with a moan, and Naruto immediately faltered and let go of her, and red-painted blush exploded on his face. His brain stopped working, and soon he found himself on the ground with Kasumi on top of him. Now she held the kunai at his throat. I win this time, Naru, Kasumi said with an infectious grin. Naruto, still blushing, could not believe he fell for a trick like that. Then again, Kasumi may be the only girl who could use that trick against him. That wasn't fair, Sumi, Naruto said while looking at the girl who was still hovering over him as he allowed himself to get lost at her appearance. Shinobi don't play fair. They believe in applied deception. You said it yourself, Naru, Kasumi said as she realized the small distance between them. Naruto in the back of his mind was proud that she had used an underhanded trick to put the situation in her favor. Slowly but surely, both teams were starting to close the distance between their faces. Then Naruto stopped all of a sudden. Sasuke's coming here. Whatever moment they were going to have was ruined by the clone dispelling, as both of them now had a frown marred on their faces. Naruto was a bit angry because he did tell himself that he was sure he held feelings for Kasumi, and he was sure that she also felt somewhat drawn to him. The fact that he found her to be the most beautiful girl he had ever come across certainly did not help the situation either. He did not admit it to her because he was afraid that she would reject him for being like one of her fanboys. Naruto could handle everything, but he was pretty sure he could not bear it if Kasumi refused his friendship because of this development. Meanwhile, Kasumi was angry. She had felt his lips on her forehead and it felt so good to her. She wanted to say something about her budding feelings towards her friend. Unfortunately, she too had the same predicament that Naruto was suffering from. I mean, the guy is from the Uchiha clan, and above all else he did not like fangirls at all. Sasuke would ignore his, but Naruto would flat out say no and occasionally glare at them. What if he rejects her altogether and also breaks off their friendship because of the awkwardness that would develop? She however felt that Naruto too was attracted to her. An annoying grunt came out of nowhere as Naruto and Kasumi finished picking up their ninja tools from the ground. Sasuke Uchiha had arrived with all the might and pride he could muster. The air of arrogance and confidence around him was wickedly blowing. What were you two doing? Nothing particular, Sasuke-san, Naruto replied, knowing that Kasumi would most likely start their conversation with Tem, and then blow her metaphorical fuse. Just a little spar. Can the Dobi even keep up with you? Sasuke asked as he had a smirk on his face. Tem, Kasumi said while gritting her teeth, you've got some nerve. Sasuke grunted once more. What's wrong, Dobi? Does the truth sting too much? Sasuke-san, Naruto spoke up as he had an annoyed look, why do you keep calling her Dobi? I understand you two can't get along, but isn't this a tad bit too far for both of you? No, both of them replied and went back to glaring each other. Naruto sighed and simply waited for something to happen. If these two ended up on a team together, that would be one severe dysfunctional team. Somewhere in the hidden leaf, an old man smoking a pipe came to a conclusion that he had made the right decisions. Naruto, Sasuke said while looking towards said person, remember that you're an Uchiha. Don't lose the pride of the clan. I am an Uchiha, but I am also a shinobi of the leaf. As are you, Sasuke-san. You'd do well to remember that. Naruto said. Usually he tolerated Sasuke, but he was not in the mood for it today. What did you say? Sasuke yelled as he got angry. I am the Uchiha clan head, branch member. Remember, you may be from the main house, Sasuke-san. Naruto cut him off, but you are not clan head yet. Not until you become a Junin or you turn 17 while staying in the leaf. Take that, Tem. Kasumi spoke, who was happy that Naruto was putting duck butt in his place. Naruto. Sasuke said the word as if it was poison on his tongue. You and that stupid bitch. Sasuke felt the air from his body leave and the pressure on his body increasing. What is this? I feel suffocated. I can't move. His vision looked towards Naruto, who had a murderous look in his eyes and incidentally had a kunai in his hand. Sasuke had fallen victim to Naruto's killing intent, and right now Sasuke had half a mind to kill himself just to make this foreboding feeling go away. Then the pressure of the killing intent stopped and he saw that Kasumi was hugging Naruto from behind to make him stop. Her arms had slid around his waist, as her chest latched itself onto Naruto's back. Naruto felt a bit calmer. Kasumi too must have been affected by his ki. He looked towards Sasuke with stoic look. Sasuke hated that look. It was the same damn look Itachi had on his face. Naruto's blue eyes seemed absolutely devoid of emotions as it pierced Sasuke's physical frame. Sasuke-san, Naruto said with a voice hinting no particular tone, his face as blank as it could be. I highly recommend you do not insult Kasumi like that ever again in my presence. She is very dear to me and I hate it when someone demeans her. He then gently grabbed Kasumi's hand that was on his chest and rubbed it a bit. Her tensed body relaxed a bit as she slowly let go. I will see you tomorrow at the academy, Sasuke-san. I hope we can move past this little incident. I apologize, but please do not instigate me again. Naruto then took Kasumi's hand into his. Ikesumi. Hi Naru, Kasumi said. She lightly smiled. The duo then started to shrink from Sasuke's point of view. Sasuke felt angry. Why? Sasuke asked out loud. Why does he have someone to lean on, even now? How is he stronger than me? Naruto, why is Kasumi with you in the first place? What happened between you two? Sasuke felt some jealousy as he uttered the last sentence. For some reason he did not like the fact that a girl like Kasumi was with Naruto in the first place. Sure, she was the dead last, a failure, but she seemed to work harder than the average genin and she was pretty too, Sasuke would admit that. Then why was someone like her with someone like Naruto? A member of the branch clan. He left to go resolve his mind. He hated it when he saw those two together. Sasuke decided to train to take his mind somewhere else. Though he knew that it would still bother him later on. Naruto's house. Why do I have to make it even better? Kasumi whined to Naruto. She was trying to make a simple storage scroll with the pen. It was frustrating for her because she felt a natural pull towards this art, and the fact that Naruto could so easily apply Fuinjutsu so elegantly made her a bit jealous. She tried doing it again, but she felt some sort of block whenever she tried it. Naruto said as he observed the array. It was good, but the calligraphy would need to be smoother. A strange idea cracked in his mind as he went back in his room. He came later with a brush and gave it to Kasumi. Oi Sumi, try it with this. His hypothesis was proven correct as Kasumi displayed brilliance with the brush. Hell, she was better at it than him and he was jealous now. Maybe it's her Uzumaki blood. I wonder if all Uzumakis are ramen freaks though. Naruto shuddered at the thought. Sure, Kasumi may now have a healthy diet after living with Naruto for 2 months, but she would still have some ramen every day. But, Naruto was smart not to voice it. You never mess with Kasumi's ramen. But Naruto was once more brought into reality as her voice reached his ears again. Naru, Kasumi yelled as Naruto focused his vision from the scroll to her as she spoke again. You really need to stop phasing out of a conversation. Yeah, I do that a lot. Naruto admitted. Apparently it was his family trait. He remembered Shisui and his mother doing that too. There he goes doing that again. Anyways Sumi, let's see it then. Kasumi then placed a Fuma shuriken that Naruto had onto the ceiling array and performing 3 hand seals sealed it into the scroll. Her Fuinyu no Jutsu was a success. She was jumping up and down after Naruto told her that she was a master of level 1. Then Naruto immediately placed a larger scroll in front of her. She stopped in the middle of a pose and looked at the scroll with deadpan expression. And now we can begin level 2. Naruto said with one of his sadistic smiles. Kasumi paled and lost all color in her face. The last time he smiled like that was when he left her in the Forest of Death a month ago. He called it survival training. No genin should ever have to go through that ever. At the same time, old man Sarutobi sneezed as he thought he had another great idea in his mind. Naru, can we take a breya? First rule of Naruto's training. Naruto immediately cut her off and she waved her hands around in the air comically. Hi, let's begin level 2. Kasumi said immediately. Training was the only thing that Kasumi feared about him. Other than that, she pretty much had Naruto wrapped around her finger. Higurashi weapon store. Kasumi was squealing in delight as she saw Sunga bring her blade from the back room. The sheath of the blade was white with red Uzumaki swirls on it. The guard of the blade had a flower-like shape as the handle was white and black. Slowly, Kasumi started to unsheath her blade. It was shining as the stars in her eyes shone even brighter. Then the full view of the blade came. The blade itself was made of chakra-inducing metal. The color of the blade was silver and seemed as if it could cut if you looked too hard at it. The length of the blade was exactly 60 centimeters, the standard size that had come to pass for many generations. In addition to that, Naruto had also placed orders for several customized chakra metal kunai for both him and Kasumi. She took all of it as she kept bowing her head to Sunga for bringing such great gifts to her life. Sunga couldn't help but sweat drop at her actions and chuckled at the same time. Sunga Higurashi's mind was just as sharp as his weapons. This was the same man who had made the custom kunai for Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, and made the katana for Kushina Uzumaki, the Crimson Death. He knew exactly who Kasumi really was. Imagine his surprise and joy when Kasumi had entered his shop along with a friend to order a katana. Nostalgia had hit him with full force, as he remembered 2 of his customers and friends. He had promised himself that he would get Kasumi one of the best katana he could bring. But the main surprise came when he found out that her friend was one of the last 2 Uchiha in the village. Naruto Uchiha. The boy seemed to be unlike most Uchiha. He had immediately proven this when he smiled. The only Uchiha he ever saw smiling were Old Man Kagami and Naruto's family. He knew that the boy was also treated like a pariah initially, but it seemed that like his family before him, he too was different from all the Uchiha. But the proved himself to be a true enigma when he made an order that Sangha never thought he would get. A gunbai. Said gunbai was now in Naruto's hands as he observed the gunbai. It was white in color with a black outline and had 3 blue tomo at each inner corner on the ends. He checked every nook and corner. It was perfect. There was a chain mail attached to it as well. Naruto took it out back and tried to channel some wind chakra through it. A great gust of wind broke through and shredded some small bushes nearby. He then observed the sturdiness of the gunbai as he repeatedly stabbed the kunai with wind chakra laced across it. Not a single dent. It was perfect. Apparently the gunbai itself was especially crafted, as Muramasa Seijuro, the man who forged all their weapons, had sent a letter to Sangha explaining that this gunbai was one of a kind. It was carved from a unique spirit tree, which itself was rare these days, from which ritualistic instruments are made. Next came the kusarigama. The kama blade itself was made of chakra metal, and just like his ordered specification, the chain attached to it could be removed and there was no added weight or sharp weapon at the end. Naruto had planned to use it as both a kama and then attach the chain at the end to his gunbai once he got good at it. Naruto was testing it out as well as he could. He did not have any practice with any weapon and noted that he should send about 40 clones to work on it. He didn't want to lose too much energy as he knew that Kasumi would be wanting to learn kenjutsu. Speaking of kenjutsu, Sangha then gave Naruto his katana. The sheath was black, the guard was a shade of color that resembled both gray and blue. The handle of the blade was black and dark purple, completely being immersed into each other. Naruto slowly started to unsheath his blade just like Kasumi. His blade itself was pitch black, but noticed something very unique about it. There was a slight tint of red on the sharp edge. It seemed to absorb the light surrounding the place as if it wanted to be unleashed upon its enemies and spill the blood while losing its purity. The blade itself was around 70 centimeters. One thing that this blade had in common with Kasumi's is that both were much more heavier than conventional katana. Sangha then handed them 4 large scrolls. It seemed that Muramasa Seijuro, the master of weapons, the man who forged the 2 blades, had sent 2 sword styles in scrolls as well. In his letter, Muramasa explained that he had fallen in love with the 2 katana he had forged and considered both of them his finest works, so he had sent 2 sword styles that he thought would be perfect for the 2 swords. He was also the one who personally made the gunbai and kusarigama. He had also sent scrolls on those, saying that not many people use a gunbai anymore, and he was happy making such a weapon, and the kusarigama scroll was an added bonus. Kasumi had immediately named her sword Ginken. Naruto on the other hand decided to name his Hitokiri. Receiving their blades, weapons and scrolls, they paid for their items and got a pretty good discount too, despite the good amount of money that had been spent. Hours later, Naruto's house backyard. Both Naruto and Kasumi were training with their weapons. Both had their katana in hand and were practicing the starting katas for their swords. Much to his surprise and disappointment, Kasumi was picking up kenjutsu faster than he was. Seriously, she was starting to get a head start on Naruto, and he couldn't help but be happy at Kasumi's progress. It seemed that she would be undoubtedly better than him with kenjutsu, and eventually when the time came, she would surpass him in fuinjutsu. After hours of practicing, they had dinner and were sitting in the drawing room. Naruto's clones made it back with the gunbai and kusarigama, which Kasumi had named Haomaru and Shikyo. The clones dispelled in Naruto and he received the knowledge from his clones. He was smiling a bit as he saw that he had some sort of natural talent towards the gunbai and kusarigama. A cyber cookie made of ones and zeros to those who can figure out the origin of the names without Googling it. Make sure you answer in the review. Say Naru, Kasumi asked as she was devouring a cup of instant ramen, who was content to being eaten in such a grueling fashion. Who do you think we'll end up with? That'll be hard to say considering there's an odd number now. It might so happen that we might end up in a team of 4 along with Sasuke. Naruto said in a calm manner. Kasumi exclaimed as she had wide eyes and a large tick mark on her head. Why do we have to be on that Thames team? Well, that's because I'm the only one Sasuke gets along with, Naruto stated, so it's only reasonable that they put me on the same team as him. Also, they always pair up the worst and best student. Considering that you passed the last in chronological order, you will be placed on a team with me and Sasuke. Okay, but can you tell me why you try to be nice to that Tem? Kasumi asked. She saw that Naruto had always tried to be kind with Sasuke and even smiled around him to lift his mood a bit. But the emo king would never let his shell of indifference crack. Well, that's because I owe his mother a lot, Naruto said with a sad smile as he remembered Makoto Obaa-chan. After Ka-chan died, she was basically my mother in all but blood. She used to visit me every day and even cook for me even though I knew how to. I had a bad fever once and she stayed here for 3 days straight along with Sasuke. Even he was nice back then, but he still kept me at an arm's length. I don't blame him though. Fugaku Ojii-san was a strict man. You never told me that, Kasumi said. Sasuke's mother sounded like such a nice person. Why couldn't the emo be more like his mom? Well, you never asked, Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head. That is why I want to help Sasuke. He wasn't so broody before and ever since Itachi ni. Naruto hesitated as he remembered his older brother figure and the sacrifice he chose to make to keep this village safe. For a moment, just a moment, hatred lurked deep inside Naruto, but it stopped as he felt Kasumi look at him with her piercing violet eyes. Kasumi, that is why I am asking you. If we do end up on a team with Sasuke, please try to get along with him a bit, for me. He finished it as he tilted his head. Okay, Kasumi said with a whine. Then she had a cheerful expression on her face as she spoke again. At least you'll be there, Naru. I really don't want to be on a team with anyone else. The same as for me, Sumi, Naruto said with a smile as a pink color splattered across Kasumi's cheeks. But, I wonder who our third teammate will be. Anyone but Ino, Kasumi yelled. She's always trying to push herself on you. That stupid flat chest, Kasumi, Naruto exclaimed. What did I say about cursing? Grumble sorry, Kasumi said as she had a cute pout on her face. You know you look cute when you do that, Naruto said. This was going to be payback for today morning. It worked as Kasumi was slowly taking the steps to enter tomato mode. Naru, don't say things like that, Kasumi said out loud as redness began to change the color of her creamy light skin. No, not cute, Naruto said as his face slowly leaned a bit towards Kasumi's, but there was still some distance between their noses. You look beautiful, Sumi-chan. He said the last part with a husky voice. The atomic redness exploded as she instinctively slapped Naruto away, who crashed behind the couch they were sitting on. She then started to worry as she had supposedly killed her Naruto again and began to violently shake him to wake him up. But then noticed another thing. He had fallen asleep. He had always made the meals and never let her do chores most of the time. He also took the time to train her and pick up his own training. She knew that he had sent his clones to train in the forest. Naruto also had some secrets which he kept hidden from her. Kasumi didn't mind. Every person is entitled to their own secrets. She knew how much pain he had gone through from losing his family and his clan. But he never showed the pain to anyone. Only Kasumi knew how much sadness and grief repressed themselves in those eyes of his. As Kasumi tried to pick him up, she felt the tone of his body and blushed as her fingers slowly traced the muscles of his body over his shirt. He was really well toned. It wasn't overly bulky, neither was he scrawny like Sasuke. His body seemed in balance between the two. She couldn't help but remember the time when she saw him shirtless. It felt so wrong and right at the same time. Bad Kasumi, he helps you and trains you. All you want to think about is what he looks like naked. I mean shirtless. I mean, UGHH. Damn you, Ayame-ne-chan. She picked him and saw that he was much heavier than he lets on, his speed stated otherwise. Kasumi took off her weights first and then took Naruto to his bedroom. He placed him on his bed and placed the sheets over him. The lights were off and the pale moonlight was making its presence known in the room. It glowed off Naruto's face as his raven hair seemed to have a contrast look compared to the dim shine that was there. He looked so calm and peaceful right now. Kasumi stood there and watched with her violet eyes. She was looking at the person who saved her dignity and took her in while asking for nothing in return. He wasn't even snoring. Kasumi lightly traced his cheeks as she sat down on her knees beside the bed. Naru-kun, Kasumi said, knowing full well that Naruto was asleep. She could never say this to him while he was awake. Always pushing yourself so much so I don't have to worry. Sigh, what did I do to deserve your help? You're too kind to me. Sweet dreams, my Naru-kun. Kasumi leaned forward as she kissed his cheek, and to her delight, Naruto gave a light smile in his sleep. The smile on his face made blood rush to her cheeks as she realized what she had done. The last time she had kissed him was 2 months ago. When he held her tightly. It was the best feeling she had ever felt. She felt complete. She changed into her cute pink pajamas and let the sweet embrace of sleep take her into the blissful unconsciousness. Konoha Academy. All the graduates had arrived and were seated in the benches. All the clan heirs and heiresses were sitting down with the civilian children. All except two. Then the door slid open and two teens walked in. Naruto and Kasumi. Immediately there was deafening silence echoing throughout the room. Then two audible gasps later the glass broke as the fanboys and fangirls yelled out their surprise. One shared thought. One single word. One word that made perfect sense in their minds at the moment. Naruto and Kasumi both sighed together as they went down and sat down with Hinata Hyuga. Apparently the girl had gained some confidence since the graduation and lost some of her stuttering as she talked with her friend Kasumi and her classmate Kasumi. Why is Kasumi-chan with Naruto? Damn that Naruto. Naruto-kun sob at too. That lucky bitch. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at their reactions. Even Ino Yamanaka was loudly expressing her shock. She then claimed that Kasumi was her rival in love. Whatever the hell that meant. But it was Sakura Haruno, who was sitting with Ino and Sasuke Uchiha, much to his ire, who asked the question of the day. Kasumi baka. Sakura screeched. Why are you here? Only those who pass the exams are allowed to be here. Talk to the head band Banshee. Kasumi exclaimed as she pointed to her Hitai 8. I was allowed to take the exams again and I passed because they mixed up my exam papers. A good lie. Naruto had taught her to lie a good deal as well. Apparently she was good at it too. Oi Kasumi-chan, Kiba said with an eager voice. Want to go out with me? Sigh. Kasumi then gave a sweet smile that all the boys shuddered at, Naruto and Sasuke included. Do you want to die Kiba? No, Kiba said as he backed off. He then glared at Naruto who was simply staring off into the front but sneaked a glance at him and gave a smile. A smile that made Kiba and the fanboys even more angry. Naruto. Kiba roared. Why did you come here with Kasumi-chan? Did you follow her? The fanboys also rose in support. Kasumi was going to say something, but Naruto decided to speak up first. He wanted to make sure nobody bothered him about this again. I didn't Kiba. Naruto paused. He was going to drop a bomb on them. You see, Kasumi lives with me now. So we go and do everything together. He said the last part intentionally as Kasumi blushed and pulled Naruto's ear for saying something like that. But Naruto got what he wanted. All her fanboys and his fangirls shattered at his words. They lived together and did everything together. So many anime tears were falling to the ground as this statement reverberated throughout their minds. The fact that Kasumi was pulling his ear and arm certainly put more nails into the coffin. Kiba looked a bit comically distraught, but still had hope that she would one day go out with him. He then looked at her and blushed. She was so pretty, but even he had to admit that Naruto despite being an Uchiha was never arrogant and rude, unlike Sasuke. Sasuke himself was looking at the situation and was annoyed. For the life of him he did not know why. Maybe because Naruto grew up in a different way. He was always glared at in the clan. His family had brought them shame. But his mother and brother were exceptionally close to him. Now he had Kasumi, a girl who no doubt had potential to be a good kunoichi if their training aftermath was any indication. The truth was that Sasuke wanted someone like Kasumi. Someone strong and kind at the same time. He had the Uchiha clan to restore and would have to do that to actually do it. Iruka came in and started his lectures once more. For some reason, he had also cried. Some students cringed at the manly tears which leaked out from his eyes. Okay then Team 7, Iruka said and paused for some time. He read it again and spoke once more. This is odd. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, the fangirls crossed their fingers and brought out their prayer beads to be on the same team as him. Sakura Haruno, cha, Sakura yelled as many eardrums ruptured. Take that, true love prevails over all. Sasuke sinked into the ground. Kasumi smirked at his despair. Naruto sighed. Kasumi Uzumaki. Many of the fanboys were disappointed. Sakura felt jealous while thinking that a beautiful girl like Kasumi might steal her precious Sasuke-kun. Kasumi herself latched onto Naruto and was comically crying on his shoulders while he patted her on the head and sighed once more. The fanboys and Kiba were even more distraught when they saw her latch onto Naruto. In Naruto Uchiha, Naruto sighed but redacted the feeling as Kasumi full-on hugged him in front of everyone. Now even Sasuke felt jealous at this. But in the back of his mind, for Kami knows what reasons, was starting to think what the situation would look like if he was there instead of Naruto. The fanboys were utterly broken at this sight while the fangirls were holding their shattered hearts. Ino started to wonder that maybe she has a better chance with her other crush Sasuke. Rest of the teams are as canon goes. All of the genin had left with their respective senseis. Naruto was particularly glad to see two people he recognized. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, former classmates and comrades with his eldest brother Obito. Kasumi was still glaring at Naruto because Kurenai had kissed him on the cheek saying he grew up to be such a handsome young man. This resulted in Kasumi pointing a finger at Kurenai and stuttering out useless nothings. She chuckled at her reactions and saw the nervous face Naruto had on his face after that incident. Even Asuma found this entertaining. Naruto walked up to Sasuke's bench and sat on the opposite seat. Sasuke-san, Naruto said, "What do you want, Naruto?" Sasuke's tone was neutral. "Firstly, I am sorry for my rash behavior yesterday. I should not have threatened your life." Naruto said, "Since we are going to be on the same team, I think we should all try to get along." Sasuke replied, "I don't need a team with those two. You alone are worthy of being my teammate. They are not near my level." Sigh, that may be true, Sasuke-san. But a tree can only grow well if its roots are strong. Naruto replied, "For the sake of our careers as shinobi, let's get along with each other. If not, at least tolerate each other." Naruto smiled as he said this. "You're too soft, you know that?" Sasuke asked. Then he asked another thing. One that was completely inappropriate and personal. "Naruto, what is Kasumi to you? Why is she living with you?" Sasuke-san, Naruto said before looking at Kasumi, who was reading some notes on level 2 Fuinjutsu. He smiled at seeing her and Sasuke caught the peaceful look on his face. "She's precious to me. She is my first friend. She is the first person who didn't look at me like I'm an Uchiha. As for why I live with her, well, she used to live alone and honestly I love her company." "Excuse me." Naruto got up and made his way towards her and sat down with her. Sasuke looked down at the ground and thought about what he said. He looked at them again and felt some sort of gut-pulling sensation. He wasn't sure what it was, but he didn't like it. 3 hours later. "I'm back," Naruto said as he brought back some food. He bought ramen for himself and Kasumi, some dango for Sakura and udon for Sasuke, who was glad to see his favorite food. Their Junin sensei had not arrived and Naruto had pretty much figured who their sensei was. He had heard stories about how his eldest brother Obito was always late and got pulled into situations that dragged him into being late. His only living comrade had decided to honor his memory by being late. Shisui had told him that the teammate had picked up many habits. Naruto then sat down and was having ramen with Kasumi. As the team finished their meal, 5 more minutes passed before the door slid open and a man with gravity-defying silver hair stepped into the room. He was wearing the standard Junin outfit and the Hittite on his forehead was pulled down to hide his left eye. He was also wearing a face mask that hid the lower half of his face. A great mystery lied beneath that mask. Naruto knew this person all too well, but even he did not know what his real face looked like. "You're late," Sakura screeched, much to the dismay of her teammates as the man's lone eye curled up into U-shaped smile. "Sorry about that, I was lost on the road of life." Everyone's sweat dropped at his excuse, except one. "Yeah, that road has too many twists and turns. You can get lost easily," Naruto replied with a smile. "I'm glad I got a student who understands that experience. Team 7 meet me on the rooftop in 10 minutes. The man disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke got up first with Sakura following him. Kasumi was going to leave but Naruto caught her wrist and she looked back at Naruto. He had a smile on his face and she was curious. Then he kissed Kasumi's cheek as she was flustered and waving her arms in the air. Naruto then poked her other cheek to make her stop. "Thanks for taking me to my room last night," Naruto said as he went past the door. "And the kiss too." This came in rather loud as he was nowhere to be seen. Kasumi raced towards the stairs to go to the roof. She would give him quite a verbal and literal thrashing for that. But she was also smiling. She liked it when Naruto's lips made contact with her skin. "I wonder what his lips taste like." Konoha Academy rooftop, Konohagakure no Sato. The silver-haired man was sitting down. His emotions are unreadable and he is not giving off any vibes other than the fact that he is generally lazy. As he is sitting down near the railing, he is holding a book in his hands. The cover of the book is orange, and as far as the literary eye in this chapter can see, there seem to be love hearts on it. His lone eye is solely fixed on the book as he flips another page, reading the contents of the books as if it is a scroll that holds the keys to world domination itself. "Oh Akano-chan, you naughty girl Tilda," the man with the mask which covers the lower half of his face giggles perversely as he gets himself even more immersed into the orange-bounded book that holds the words of a true pervert. If one were to read this book, they would have a perfect visual imagery of the pure smut that had been changed to words. However, that's not all the shinobi was thinking about. He is wondering when the recent team he has been assigned will come here. As if Kami heard his prayers, 2 of them had arrived. The raven duck butt-haired boy had arrived with the girl who had pink hair. Soon enough 2 more people arrived. Another boy with spiky raven hair had arrived with a smile on his face, while the sun-kissed blonde-haired girl seemed to be flustered. The man noticed the other 2 genins' expressions as well. The duck butt-haired boy was annoyed and the pink-haired girl seemed to be stealing glances at said boy. Closing his smut, he looked to them with an eye smile, as his lone eye curled up into a U shape. How did it happen? I am sorry, no one truly knows, but know that it did. Well, it seems all of you are here then. The man said, I think all of you should introduce yourselves so I get to know a little bit about you. The 4 genin looked at him. 3 of them were still bewildered at the fact that this guy had the gall to not only show up late but also make up such a horrible excuse like that. Now he asked them to introduce themselves. He did not mention as to how they should describe them. The spiky raven-haired boy was inwardly smiling at seeing a familiar face after so long. He was glad that the teacher he got was someone he knew. Someone he could trust, and considering that left eye of his, he was contemplating as to whether he'll have to use his gift as well. Anyo-sensei, the pink-haired girl spoke up. Could you show us how to do it first? That way we'll how and what we should say. The man looked down and raised his vision to place them in his. Okay, how about something like this then? My name is Hitaki Kakashi. Things I like and things I hate. I don't feel like telling you that. As for my hobbies, I have lots of hobbies. The genin before him simply sweat dropped at his introduction. All they learned was his name. Naruto too sweat dropped, though not as much as his contemporaries. He had gotten his hands on a bingo book as he had killed one of the hunter nins. The man before them was an A-ranked shinobi and is known to have over 1,000 jutsu at his disposal. Kakashi the copy ninja, or Kakashi of the Sharingan. The Sharingan resided in Kakashi's left eye. He had lost his original eye and was given the dojutsu-wielding eye by his comrade Obito Uchiha so that he could carry on his legacy. Naruto felt a bit sad remembering Obito. Though he had never met his eldest brother, he had seen him in the Tsukuyomi his mother had often used to show him their complete family, including his father Genjiro. He then saw Kakashi speaking up again. So that's the gist of it. How about you go first, Pinky? Said Pinky got annoyed by the comment that was directed at her. Still she shrugged it off and complied. My name is Sakura Haruno, she said. She then had a very prominent blush on her face as her forehead stretched a bit and her face beamed up at her next words. What I like is looks at Sasuke, or more like the person I like is looks at Sasuke, and my dream for the future is looks at Sasuke and squeals. She then closed her eyes as she squealed a bit more. Naruto's sweat dropped. Poor Sasuke-san. Of all the people he was teamed up with the president of his fan club. I hope she gets serious in her life. Kasumi looked at her with a deadpan expression. Okay, even I feel bad for the Tem. Hey, no I don't. Suffered TT Ibeo. Kasumi then had a smirk on her face. Sasuke looked like as if someone had reached deep inside, grabbed his intestine and wrapped it around his esophagus. Why Kami, why? We had a deal. I get stronger and I avenge the Uchiha clan. Why did you get this stupid fan girl on my team? Kakashi looked at this proclamation with a mental sigh. Something was wrong with Kunoichi these days. Or maybe it was just in Konoha. Still he braved himself to speak. Okay, what do you dislike? At Kakashi's words, Sakura perked up a bit. Ino pig and Kasumi baka. She screeched. Naruto had already put earplugs on. Somehow it was useless against the sheer force of her Kekkei Genkai. Kasumi too held her ears. Sasuke for his part played it cool, but he too was reeling from the effects of the screech release. Kakashi was mostly unaffected on his end. Okay Broody, you next, Kakashi said as he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke began his introduction with the universal Uchiha grunt. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't particularly like anything and I hate a lot of things. What I have is not a dream, I will make it a reality. I will restore the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's eyes had unknowingly glanced at Kasumi and made it back to the center, and I will destroy a certain someone along the way. Sasuke-kun is so hot. Sakura thought with stars in her eyes. He must be talking about Itachi. Wonder why Naru is never obsessed with revenge like him. A question that Kasumi now pondered. This would be her topic of the day. Kakashi and Naruto too had caught the words he said along with the sudden change in his vision when he had looked at Kasumi for a fraction of a second. So he is obsessed with revenge. That's gonna be a problem. Kakashi said as his lone eye turned serious to see a change in emotions in Naruto. Sasuke-san. Naruto, who had an annoyed expression on his face. I hope for your sake you don't overstep your boundaries. Kakashi then decided to defuse the situation, clearly recognizing that Naruto was seeming to be a bit hostile right now. The last thing this team needed was an inside turmoil before it even began. Okay, Orange Menace, why don't you go next? Kakashi asked. Even the Junin and the Anbu were afraid of the level of pranks that Kasumi could pull off. How did all the Hyuga have glitters on their kimono is still a question that has to be answered. My name is Kasumi Uzumaki Tt Ibeo. The blonde-haired girl chirped. I like ramen, training and spending time with Naru. Said person was a bit embarrassed at how Kasumi had just said that sentence and that too with the nickname she had given him. No doubt Sakura would tell Ino and then the shitstorm would start. I dislike the 3 minutes it takes to make an instant ramen. I hate arrogant people who think themselves above others. As she gave Sasuke a glare, and people who jump to conclusions about stuff they don't understand about. My hobbies are tasting every sort of ramen that Tsukijiji makes. And my dream is to become the Hokage, so that everyone in the village respects me for who I am. She said as she pumped a fist into the air. Kakashi smiled. He was a bit relieved. Well, at least one of them is normal, well, sort of, though a bit too energetic, I suppose. Sasuke scoffed at her proclamation. Sakura was a bit neutral to her statement but dissed it off as nothing but a fancy dream. Naruto was lightly smiling at Kasumi's dream. It was amazing how cheerful she remained. Okay, Blue Eyes, it's your turn now. Kakashi said, and Naruto was still looking at Kasumi with a smile. He spoke up once more. Ahem. Kakashi said lazily. Oh, Gomen, did you say something? Quote. The birds had stopped chirping. The air was blowing across the rooftop and Kakashi's form was breaking. Inside his heart he was crying with great waterfalls. He used my own thing against me. Somewhere in the hidden leaf, a certain green spandex-wearing man was proclaiming something about youth and felt happy. A mini-clone resembling him decided to join him. Sorry about that, Naruto sheepishly chuckled while scratching the back of his head. My name is Naruto Uchiha. Things I like, well, I like training, studying Fuinjutsu and spending time with Sumi. Kasumi grinned at his mention of her. As for dislikes, well, I dislike power-hungry mongrels, perverts and well, people who have proverbial sticks up their asses. The entire group of people were silent. Kakashi was surprised that he had said it loud. He knew that Naruto had previously mentioned that term before. Sakura was berating and saying he shouldn't speak like that. Sasuke scowled and for some reason felt that the last one was directed to him. Kasumi was confused that he would mention that here. Then again, Naruto was an enigma that everyone has not figured out yet. As for my hobbies, well, I like to train and learn new jutsu so I can protect the village better, I suppose. And my dream, well, it's my brother's dream really. I hope to complete it for him and become the first Uchiha to become Hokage. And if not, to make sure that I can help make Kasumi the Hokage. He finished it with a smile. Kasumi had perked up once more. Sakura was neutral. That's not true, she was measuring up Sasuke. Sasuke himself was a bit taken aback by Naruto's stated dream. An Uchiha who wants to become Hokage? Absurd. He then got into thoughts of his own. His goals in life are the only thing that mattered to him more than anything else. Kakashi merely looked at Naruto and was relieved. He was ashamed of himself to some extent that he could not be there for the little brother of his former comrade. However, it seems that just like his family, Naruto too had remained the same and did not let his clan symbol get to his head or influence his heart. He was like both Obito and Shisui. Well, Obito, it looks like there is someone who will carry on your dream. He then smiled. You're an interesting bunch to say the least. Well, I won't waste any more time and tell you about your exams tomorrow. What? Both Sakura and Kasumi yelled at the same time. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as a frown appeared and Naruto was blankly staring at Kakashi. What no one noticed was that his eyes changed to crimson then back to his bright blue orbs. He was thinking about what sort of test it was going to be. But we just graduated the Genin exams, Kasumi said with a tone of both whine and anger. She had just worked her ass off to graduate 2 months ago, now there was another. Yeah, why do we need to give another exam now? Sakura asked this time as her forehead pushed past their limits. Oh, you mean the academy exam? Kakashi then lazily waved his hand. That was nothing more than a screen. We weeded out those who had the potential to become Genin with that. Out of the 9 teams that have been formed, only 3 teams will remain. Which means you only have a 33% chance of passing. That's not fair, Kasumi whined. She was really looking forward to doing ninja stuff and become Hokage as quickly as possible. Well, life isn't fair for shinobi. Anyways, you all have survival training tomorrow. If you fail, you'll be sent back to the academy. Meet me at training ground 7 tomorrow at 6 in the morning. Kakashi's face then changed into one of grave importance. Also, I suggest you don't eat breakfast. Otherwise you'll puke. Ya ne. Kakashi then disappeared in a shunshin. I can't believe this, Sakura screeched. After all that work in the academy, what was the point of all that? It's like Kakashi-sensei said, Naruto spoke up, it was merely to find out who were truly ready to become Genin. Sumi, do you want to go for some ramen? Hi, Kasumi had evidently forgotten all about the survival exam, looming tomorrow. If ramen was there, nothing could stop her. Not even the Sage of the 6 Paths. Do you guys want to come with us? Naruto asked Sasuke and Sakura. Since they were in the same team, he needed to show some courtesy. Sasuke grunted, I have better things to do than eat that starch abomination. Kasumi was going to say something but Naruto cut her off. I see. I'll see you later then, Sasuke-san. What about you, Sakura-san? Naruto asked with his blank expression. Kasumi had a pout on her face. Why was he asking her to join them? No, it's alright, I have something else to do, Sakura said, refusing the offer. Looks like Sasuke is going to be annoyed again. Both Naruto and Kasumi collectively thought. The duo then made their way away from the team. They were walking side by side. They wouldn't say it, but the silence was engulfing them. So Kasumi decided to speak up first. So Naru, she said with a pause, will we train today? Not as much as we usually do. We're going to be needing our full strength for the exam tomorrow, Naruto said while pondering if he should bring his new weapons with him tomorrow. He still needed more time before he could execute it. The pace at which he was going was good. Although his Bukijutsu with Haomaru, Gunbai, and Shikyo Kusarigama was better than his Kenjutsu with the Hitokiri. They didn't even notice when they had arrived at Ichiraku's. Both entered at the same time and much to his dismay, Tyuki wasn't around. It was only Ayame and both knew that she would be teasing them today. Well, if it isn't my favorite couple, Ayame said with an all-knowing smile. Both teens immediately blushed at her words. Oi Ayame ne-chan, I told you to stop doing that, Kasumi said while she took step 1 into tomato mode. You said it but Naruto didn't, Ayame said in a sing-song voice. Ne-san, Naruto had a deadpan expression on his face. You make it sound like you'd stop if I told you to. Yeah, I wouldn't stop, Ayame said as he looked at them both. So are you two on the same team? Yup, Kasumi exclaimed while Naruto nodded. Phew, Ayame mockingly rubbed off sweats from her forehead. Here I thought you two lovers would be separated. Ne-chan, Kasumi said as the redness of the blush increased and step 2 was taken. Could we have our regulars now please? Naruto said as a small blush also stained on his cheeks. Hi, give me a few minutes kids, these days are no fun, she mumbled as she went back into the kitchen. Both teens were awkwardly sitting and waiting for their food to come. Naruto was thinking whether he should tell Kasumi how he feels differently towards her. He backed off from those thoughts. It was too soon, as he kept telling himself. Little did he know that Kasumi was having the same train of thought. Then they were derailed as Ayame came back with their orders and they ate it heartily. After eating, some little talks and more of Ayame's teasing, the Uchiha and the Uzumaki left the ramen stand and made their way back to the compound. Hours later, Uchiha clan training ground. Fuden. Datopa. A great gust of wind emerged from Kasumi's mouth as she stopped the wind jutsu. How was that? It was better. Looks like you'll be able to use it tomorrow. Naruto then put a hand on his chin. Though I don't think we should bring our katana tomorrow, we need more time with it. You're only saying that cause you're not as good as me, Kasumi said with a cheeky grin. Says the girl who still can't perfectly hit all her targets with shuriken. Naruto countered. Oh yeah, well then how about the fact that pass out like a girl when I hit only once? Kasumi said, getting closer to him. Naruto too got closer to her and spoke, how's that normal bunchin'? Coming along. Their foreheads touched and once more their eyes found each other. An intense contact of eyes were being exchanged. Neither could move. Then fate decided to give them a wedgie as the wind picked up and dusted them in their eyes. Both of them were clutching their eyes to rub off the dust. Sumi, Naruto said, there's something I want to tell you. Kasumi's heartbeat increased. Wait, was this it? Was Naruto going to say what she thinks he was going to say? Did he too think of her more than a friend? 50 million questions were bombarding around her head as she was trying to keep her face as normal as possible, but ever-increasing redness that adorned her cheeks was having the exact opposite effect. What is it? Kasumi said, lowering her vision. Once again the ground below had become so much more interesting again. It's about tomorrow's exam, Naruto said in the most bland voice he had. The moment was absolutely ruined. Kasumi groaned at the words that left his mouth. Once again reality had trumped reality. However, she also felt a bit relieved for some reason. Why? Because she herself was not sure of what she had to do once that ship sailed. Get it, ship? What about it? Kasumi asked while her face looked disappointed. Kakashi-sensei suggested that we do not have breakfast. He didn't say we had to. Naruto said, and the idea metaphorically dawned on Kasumi. Oh, that's right, Ibeo. Kasumi exclaimed. First he's late, then he misleads us. Why I oughta. Speaking of lateness, Naruto spoke once more. He told us to come at 6. I think we should go at 8. What if she shows up early? And then he thinks about making us fail cause we weren't on time. Kasumi said as she was comically tearing up. Don't worry about that, Naruto said while smiling at her expression. If what I'm guessing is right, then he should be around 3 hours late just like today. Okay. Kasumi then fidgeted with the end of her sleeves and looked at Naruto, who was simply looking up at the sky with a far-off look. For a fraction of a moment she caught that painful look in his eyes. Over time, she had realized that even though it had been many years since the massacre, Naruto was still affected by it. Naruto sighed and was conjuring his own thoughts. Whatever happens tomorrow, I just hope we make it through. I'm not fighting for myself anymore. I have someone now. Naruto then smiled at the thoughts that had entered his mind. If someone had told him all those years ago right after the massacre that he would living and completely enamored by a girl, he would have laughed his ass off at such words. But now, it was really hard for him to imagine his life without her. He looked down at the ground, mentally noting to himself that somewhere in heaven, his mother and Miko Oba-chan must be having the time of their lives seeing his current predicament. Ikesumi, he said while looking at her. She had immediately moved her vision once he looked at her. She was fidgeting the ends of her sleeves. Something was up. Is everything alright, Sumi? Hi, she replied quickly. Let's go home. She ran off towards the house all on her own. He merely bobbed his head at her antics. She was a mystery that he could never fully understand. Training Ground 7, Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto and Kasumi were walking side by side. They were wearing their usual gear and were near close proximity with each other. Both were armed to the teeth. Kunai, shuriken, fuma shuriken, tanto, ninja wires, explosive tags, and for some reason a frying pan as well. Naruto had sealed Haomaru and Shikyo onto his wrists. It was just a precaution, one he hoped he would not have to take. However, this was Kakashi Hatake they were dealing with and knew that it would not be easy under any circumstance. They soon arrived at their designated location, and Naruto was glad he had his earplugs on. However, earplugs are useless against Sakura Haruno's screech release. Kasumi Baka, you're late. Naruto pulled out the earplugs, noticing that it was completely useless. He'd let Kasumi handle this round with Sakura. Honestly, the girl had amazing chakra control because of her small pools, and probably had the best potential among all the civilians who decided to become shinobi. But for the life of him, he could not figure out why she was a fangirl. So much potential being absolutely wasted over a boy who does not even give her a time of the day. Speaking of the boy, Naruto saw Sasuke glooming and dooming in the corner of the tree, so that the shade of the branches enhanced the eminence he represented. He went up to him and greeted his fellow clansman. Sasuke-san, Naruto said with a light smile. Naruto, Sasuke greeted back. Sasuke Uchiha was a strange one. He would only respect you if you had power. Naruto had shown that he did have it when he unleashed his killing intent upon him. However, that did not mean he liked Naruto. "Why are you late?" he said with a frown. "I assumed that Kakashi-sensei would be late so." Naruto shrugged his arms. He was a lot more cheerful these days. Sasuke gave the best reply he knew. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Naruto decided to go sit down and study a bit about Fuinjutsu. Level 6 was by no means easy, and if it was hill before, the rest of the path to level 10 was a mountain to be scaled. Naruto and Kasumi had arrived exactly 2 hours late, so after another hour of waiting their teacher had arrived. He lazily waved his hands at the 4 would-be genin. "You're late," Sakura once more screeched. The rest of the genin couldn't help but think as to why she has to be so damn loud all the time. "Sorry, there was an old lady who needed help with her heavy bags and I had to carry it for her all the way to her home." Kakashi was expecting another round of face faulting and sweat drops. Much to his dismay, all 3 genin shot their looks towards Naruto, who simply looked back at them. "See, I'm not the only one this stuff happens to," Naruto replied in a matter-of-fact fashion. He still remembers how he had to help generic old woman number 1 all those years ago when he started his first day at the academy. So there is a kindred spirit out there. Tell me, has a black cat ever crossed your path and you had to take the long way around? Kakashi asked while giving an eye smile. Naruto was quiet and trying to remember. "Yup," Naruto honestly replied while nodding his head to add emphasis to his testament. "Had to walk all the way around from the Naka shrine when I was 5. I hope I never meet that cat again." Everyone around them sweat dropped. What's going on? Their similarities in making excuses was almost symmetrical. Kakashi, satisfied with his answers, brought out 3 bells. Naruto immediately sighed at the sight of those bells. The genin exam for teams that were exceptional. However, Naruto was confused right now. From what he heard and learned, the test including bells was about teamwork. It always had 2 bells, and now there were 3. Add the fact that there had never been 4-man genin team in Konoha's history before, and the end result is a very confused Naruto Uchiha who was not sure how this exam would go. Kakashi then brought out an alarm clock and placed it on one of the wooden poles. He set the alarm. "Okay, you all have till noon to get these bells from me." He showed the 4 teens the bells before tying them to the lower end of his flak jacket. "But sensei," Sakura spoke up, "there are 4 of us and only 3 bells. What happens if we don't get a bell?" "Very astute of you, Sakura," Kakashi said. "The person who does not get a bell will be weeded out and sent to the academy. After all, there never has been a 4-man team in Konoha's shinobi history." All the would-be genin had nervous and curious looks on their faces. Kakashi, seeing that his words had the effect he desired, continued. "One more thing. Come at me with the intent to kill. Only then will you have a silver of a chance to defeat me," he said as he was preparing to give them a final instruction. "Okay, get ready. Now disperse." All 4 teens disappeared from their spots and hid themselves across the forest. "Kuso," Naruto muttered as he looked for the rest of the genin team. He was honestly confused at Kakashi's words. The bell test had always been about teamwork, and Naruto would have gone with that endgame too, had Kakashi not mentioned one very irrefutable fact. There has never been a 4-man squad in Konoha's history. It was always 3 genin and 1 junin. Even the Anbu Black Ops had followed this procedure. Naruto was trying to wrap his head around the complicated situation he was placed into. Will one of them truly go back to the academy? Deciding to gamble with fate, Naruto looked for the team. He would go with his original theory. He found Sakura and decided to speak with her. After explaining the situation, she let her stubbornness outweigh her rationality. Naruto was pretty sure he heard her muttering something about Sasuke-kun, and something about true love. He was not sure. Now he was looking for Sasuke, who he found, calmly observing Kakashi, who was standing reading his smut in the middle of the clearing. "Sasuke-san," Naruto spoke quietly. "We need to talk." "About what?" Sasuke said with an annoyed voice as his vision was focused on Kakashi Hatake. "I think this test is about teamwork," Naruto said. "If we're going to pull this off, then all of us need to work." Sasuke looked towards Naruto with a glare. "You might need help. I was born in the main Uchiha clan. I am an elite. I don't need anyone's help. Nor will I ever need it." Naruto sighed. There was no point in continuing this conversation, and Naruto merely left and started to look for Kasumi. Hopefully she was nearby and well hidden. "All right, Kakashi-sensei," Kasumi exclaimed as she stood in front of Kakashi. She then rushed towards him with the modified taijutsu style that Naruto had taught her. It was a bastardized version of many taijutsu styles if Naruto was honest. He had firstly noted the large chakra reserves that Kasumi had. Combined that with her absurd amount of shadow clones she could summon, he devised a taijutsu style that depended on heavy blows and clone cooperation. It would be a combined effort. He called this style the Legion Taijutsu, as a nod of respect to the shadow clones being used. Of course that did not mean that he didn't teach her a singular taijutsu style. Naruto knew that she could not learn the Uchiha Interceptor Fist, as it is a quick-paced game of patience. It can only be fully mastered if you have a completely matured Sharingan, and those who become true masters of that don't even need the Sharingan unless desperate times arrive. He noticed that Kasumi had launched several shuriken at Kakashi, who had merely caught them. Kasumi then got in close range and engaged him in taijutsu. She had engaged him with the style Kasumi called Uzuken after her name. To anyone it would seem brutish and nothing more than a brawler's way of dragging out a fight. In reality it was different. It was supposed to look like a flailed style, and the blows that came with it were rather heavy and always seemed to aim for critical points. It seemed that Kakashi too had picked up on it and was paying more attention. However, 2 months of training can only get you so far. But still, considering what Kasumi was during the academy, she had greatly increased her potential. The memory relay system of Kage Bunshin was truly a wonder to behold. Kasumi then started using the Legion style, and this was when Kakashi had to put away his book and engage her in taijutsu to a lesser extent. She was summoning clone after clone, one aided as a distraction while 2 more would try to hit at the same time with the original. It was annoyingly distracting, and Kasumi would have gotten a hit but was thrown into the river. Seconds after, she emerged with a battalion of shadow clones. Naruto was simply observing how she would handle the situation. Kasumi then started through several kunai and performed hand seals. 6 kunai turned into 20, all lunging for Kakashi was planning to kawarimi at the last second. However, Kasumi instead used Fuden, Datopa to increase the speed of the kunai. Kakashi dodged them all via a last-second kawarimi. He then appeared via Shunshin and took care of all of Kasumi's clones. They engaged in taijutsu but noticed that Kasumi was smirking. There was an explosive tag on her chest. Shit. Kakashi jumped away at the last second and saw that Kasumi had emerged from the water. He had been fighting clones ever since she was thrown into the water. She went through hand seals and finished her jutsu. Sweeten. Mizoripa. Kasumi expelled a jet of water at Kakashi, who raised a mud wall to deflect the water that was rushing towards him. He was smiling inwards. He had heard how Kasumi was staying with Naruto and he was quite skeptical of the situation. Now, however, she was showing how much she had improved from her academy reports. But it seems that Kasumi was not done, as she started to do more hand seals. She had seen Naruto pull off this jutsu before and carefully copied all the hand seals. Since she had a strong water affinity, she would be able to do it. Sweeten. Taihouden. A stream of water emerged from Kasumi's mouth and shot towards the user's target. Kakashi, to his credit, had done the right thing and shunshined away. He then appeared once more, and this time he had put Kasumi down on the ground, who had managed to touch one of the bells during the scuffle. In all honesty, he was impressed at what Kasumi had done. This girl was definitely ready to be a genin. However, the true purpose of his test was not being met at the moment. As he held her down, a barrage of shuriken and kunai was launched towards the duo. Both shinobi had kawarimi ed to avoid the incoming weapons. It was done by Sasuke Uchiha, who was now moving on to a different location since his current one was compromised. Naruto was annoyed at Sasuke now. What if he had hit Kasumi? Sure, even Naruto knew that she'd be able to make an escape, but hey, he cared about her more than anyone else at the moment. He'd be giving Sasuke a talk after all this. Looking for the signature, he found her as she for some reason was hanging upside down from the branch of a tree, her foot yanked by a ninja wire. Sumi? Naruto asked. How did this happen? Well, Kasumi blushed in embarrassment and scratched the back of her head. There was a bell lying around and I decided to reach for it. Kakashi-sensei later came and took away the bell in the heat of it all. Ibeo. Naruto sighed and threw a kunai to cut the wire. She could have landed normally on the ground. After all, she had learned to walk on water to some extent and was getting that down. But Naruto decided to catch her as he jumped and grabbed her, placing her in a bridal position. She blushed and was trying to look away. Naruto for some reason failed to see the importance of the hold as he was distracted by the dying wailing of a banshee. Sakura. Both teens muttered at the same time. Naruto looked towards Kasumi and had an idea in mind. Let's go Kasumi, Naruto said, and both took off towards the direction the scream came from. They found Sakura unconscious on the ground. She was hit with a genjutsu, which was funny because she should be the last person here that would be affected by a genjutsu. Kasumi, Naruto said, you know how to release a genjutsu, right? Kasumi nodded. Okay, then here's the plan. Kakashi had just buried Sasuke into the ground. Literally. Though he was not dead, far from it, Sasuke was pissed. He had engaged Kakashi in single combat and he too had managed to graze one of the bells. He had even used Kaden Gukaku no Jutsu, which surprised Kakashi because the genin of this generation were rather weaker compared to the times they had grown up in. But still, Kakashi had later used the headhunter jutsu as Sasuke's entire body from below the neck was underground. Kakashi was getting honestly bored. He kept walking until he saw that Naruto was calmly sitting down in a clearing waiting for him. He even had his eyes closed. Naruto's form was completely relaxed. Well, this is interesting, Kakashi said as he neared Naruto. I was waiting for you, sensei. Naruto replied, opening his eyes. Since everybody else got a shot in, I figured what the hell. Naruto got up and took the Uchiha Interceptor fist stance. Then to Kakashi's surprise, Naruto arrived at low chunin speeds and engaged Kakashi in taijutsu. Some of his blows actually reached Kakashi as his shoulders, forearms and knees got hit by Naruto. Kakashi was now sure that Naruto was the strongest genin in the village right now. It seems that Naruto was hiding his ability. He was far beyond Sasuke's level. The way he fought and kept dodging would make anyone believe that the boy is an experienced chunin. Naruto unsheathed a kunai and held it in reverse grip. He engaged Kakashi was also using a kunai. Then he noticed that his kunai was slowly getting chipped as the nicks became more and more prominent. A small layer of blue chakra surrounded Naruto's kunai. Wind-laced chakra, Kakashi thought as he figured out that Naruto was adding his wind affinity to the chakra-inducing kunai. After a few more scuffles, Naruto was grabbed by the wrist and his left arm was twisted all the way to his back. Boom! Naruto had exploded. Kakashi had gotten away, but his body had some smoke lining him up. The kid knows Bunshin Dabuka. What else does he know? Kaden Hausenka no Jutsu. Naruto answered Kakashi's questions in a sort of way as bright orange fireballs emerged from Naruto's mouth and were seeking to burn Kakashi. No longer feeling the need to hold back, did his own hand seals and performed Suiten, Mizu Oni Kuike. The water from the lake nearby emerged to form a head with large fangs as it swallowed the fireballs that aimed for him. However, shuriken emerged from the resulting steam. It seemed that Naruto had hidden them in the fireballs as they reached Kakashi. He deflected them all with the kunai. Then the alarm bell rang. Well, looks like it's noon now and I guess we'll chime. Kakashi looked at Naruto's hand as he held a bell. He noticed that the third bell at his waist was disappearing. Genjutsu. When? Yesterday. Naruto said with an Uchiha smirk, at the rooftop. Can't believe it actually worked. Kakashi simply looked at Naruto curiously. Kakashi had not noticed a time-dependent genjutsu was placed on him. He felt a bit annoyed. A genin had placed one on him. Then again, he did notice that Naruto's eyes turned crimson for a moment. He thought it was his imagination, but now that the genjutsu was recognized, he knew for a fact that Naruto had the Sharinganen. Was very good at it. He must have used it again during the steam rose and released the genjutsu. Very clever. Congratulations, you get a bell and your teammates will go back to the academy. Naruto flinched a bit at the tone of Kakashi. It sounded both annoyed and angry. I'm disappointed in all of you. None of you except Naruto managed to get the bells. Kakashi said. Sasuke was gritting through his teeth as he glared at Naruto for outshining him. This time Naruto stared back with emotionless, ice-blue eyes. It was the perfect counter to the glare being directed at him. It seems all of you managed to fail to see the true purpose of this exam. Kakashi said. Weren't we supposed to get the bells? Sakura asked as she was tied to a pole. Yes, but did you think that you could get a bell from me? A Junin, the only reason that Naruto got a bell from me in the first place was because of sheer luck. Kakashi said, and Naruto's eyebrow twitched at the complete lack of respect to his abilities was dished out. Then what was the point of his stupid exam? Sasuke asked, now visibly annoyed, his metaphorical fuse ready to blow. Teamwork. Naruto was the one who gave the answer. This test was all about teamwork. That's why I approached both you and Sakura. You refused. It was later that I distracted Kakashi-sensei so that Kasumi could free you guys and we worked together to get the bells from him. You did the exact opposite as you berated her bringing such an idea. He said all of this without any tone of emotion. Even Kasumi flinched at his tone. I couldn't have said it better myself. But the fact remains that one of you will go back to the academy. Kakashi then handed Sasuke and Kasumi each a bento box. You tried to get the bells, so eat up and we'll continue the session afterwards. None of you are to give your lunch to Sakura. If you do, I will fail you all. There has always been a three-man squad throughout Konoha's history. Do well to remember that. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sakura looked down in shame as she practically did nothing. Her thoughts were soon broken as she felt the ropes tying her loosen and then drop. Kasumi had cut them off with her kunai and handed Sakura her bento box. Here, Kasumi said with a whine. I ate some of it, you can have the rest. I did have breakfast. But why are you giving it to me? Sakura asked. Kakashi-sensei said not to. It's because you'll slow us down. Sasuke spoke up this time. Sakura took the bento box and looked at Kasumi, who was looking rather neutral to it all. Arigato. Sakura genuinely said it. It's alright, Kasumi said. I'll keep watch. Kasumi suddenly ran forward and Naruto realized what was going on. Sumi, wait. Suddenly an intense killing intent filled the training ground. Even Naruto was sweating. It was really heavy. Kakashi appeared and Kasumi was lying on the ground. Left arm held in Kakashi's vice grip as he had a kunai very near to her throat. Her right hand was stretched forward as if she was calling for help. Naruto tried to go straight, but Kakashi's words acted like a wall. Not a step forward, Naruto. Kakashi said as the murderous look in his eye increased. Now I told you all to not give Sakura lunch. You disobeyed my orders, Kasumi. Naruto. Kakashi barked as his grip on her increased and she let out a painful muffle. Naruto was thinking how to get her out, regardless of consequences. Kill Sasuke and Sakura, or Kasumi dies. Nani? Naruto said as his own Sharingan activated. All three Tomo were there. All three of them had noticed this and the secret was out. You want me to kill my clansman and my comrade? Are you fucking insane? Both Sakura and Sasuke were taken aback by his words. He had never really spoken to them. Unless it was absolutely necessary. Did he truly feel a strong sense of comradeship towards them? Both felt a little guilty at his sudden outburst. Yes, Kakashi said as he neared the kunai towards Kasumi's throat. Only three will make it as a team. One of them has to go. A drowning silence flooded the training ground as Naruto was thinking about his options. Mangekyo Sharingan, maybe, but would he be able to beat Kakashi? Experience often outweighs many things. How could he save Kasumi and the others? How? Then the answer clicked in his mind. His Sharingan deactivated. He brought a kunai to his hand. Sasuke was a bit afraid now. Naruto had the Sharingan and right now Sasuke knew he was no match for him. Sakura was afraid of how his eyes had changed and now he drew a kunai. Kasumi was tearing up. Was he going to kill them for her? Sure, they weren't always nice to her, but to kill them seemed so. Only three will remain. One of them has to go. Naruto closed his eyes and opened them. He looked at Kasumi and his eyes immediately were filled with regret and pain. I'm sorry, Sumi. There were so many things I wanted to do. So many things I wanted to tell you. But it looks like Kami has other plans. He looked at his comrades now. Don't worry, none of you are going to die. Naruto looked at Kakashi and back to Kasumi again. I will be the one to go. I'm sorry, Sumi, he said with a heavy voice and mouthed something to her that she understood as her eyes widened. He then reverse gripped the kunai and was bringing it down in an arc towards his chest. Memories began to fade as time slowed down. His mother Satsuki, the illusions she showed them of his father and eldest brother Obito. The times he spent with Shisui, Itachi and Makoto visiting him. And finally Kasumi, from the day he met her at the ramen store to this morning. Every single moment he spent with her was flooding his mind. One picture, however, was dominating it over the rest. When he held her body tightly against his frame and reached down to kiss her forehead when she had kissed him on his cheek. Naruto, stop. Sasuke yelled. Please stop. Sakura yelled as well. No. The kunai had stopped at Kasumi's scream. Naruto felt things pulling his arms. His chakra felt like it was being drained. 3 chains were preventing him from committing seppuku. 3 great golden chains that emerged from Kasumi's right hand. Kakashi had gotten off her as the chains retracted and Kasumi slammed into his chest. He felt so relieved when she made it back to him. She wasn't saying anything. She was whimpering as she tightly clutched him for dear life. Her grip was far too strong. All of you, pass. Kakashi said with an eye smile. What? Sasuke and Sakura yelled in bewilderment. Even Naruto looked at him while tightly wrapping his arms around Kasumi. You see, I would have stopped Naruto either way. But you four showed the true meaning of comradeship in those exact moments. You showed that you truly cared about your comrades. Here is a lesson that I will teach all of you, never forget it. Kakashi paused before resuming. Those who abandon the rules are scum. But those who abandon their comrades are even worse than scum. The three genin nodded. Well, Kasumi, looks like you awakened a rare Kekkei Genkai. She didn't reply. Uzumaki Kongo Fusa, Naruto said as he smoothly traced her sun-kissed blonde hair with red streaks, which he loved with his hand. I never thought I'd see it in my life. Well, it's official, Team 7 begins its official missions from tomorrow. Oh, and sorry Kasumi, but I would have stopped Naruto in time. So don't worry about it. Yane. Kakashi disappeared in smoke once more. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura said, it's alright. I know the both of you tried to stop me at the end. I appreciate it and thank you. He lightly smiled at them. But could you give us a few moments? We'll meet tomorrow. Both of them left, but Sasuke looked at the scene behind him once more. How the two of them were connected. Naruto had already awakened the Sharingan and Kasumi too had a Kekkei Genkai now. She awakened it to save him. Why didn't he have someone like that? Someone who would be ready to push boundaries for him. Kasumi was not the dead last as he thought. She turned out to be probably the most capable kunoichi from his generation. And from today's actions, he was sure that the two of them could never be just friends. He scowled a bit and left. Sumi, Naruto said softly as he gently caressed her cheek and rubbed her back, don't you want to go back home? Yeah, she said as she got off him. Her bangs shadowed her eyes as she made her way towards the compound. She did not speak a single word. Night time, Naruto's backyard, Uchiha clan compound. Both teams had been quiet since the incident. Kasumi didn't speak unless she was asked something. It was a completely dull and horrid affair. To Naruto it felt heart-wrenching to see Kasumi like that. True, he had taken a larger risk, but now he was starting to regret it. Kasumi, however, was in emotional turmoil right now. She had nearly seen the person who was precious to her end his life so she could live. How could he do that? She knew that it was because she was weak she had gotten into that position. She believed that Kakashi would have been able to stop him, but what if he was a second late? What would she have done if she lost Naru? He was everything to her. The one person who accepted her even after seeing the living monstrosity that she housed in her gut. There was no way she would ever lose him. Not having anyone in her life had made her extremely clingy and affectionate towards Naruto. She could not speak to him, however. She was also very angry at him for taking such a huge risk. She simply kept training with her katana, weapons and jutsu after coming back. For the first time she did not bother to have ramen after lunch. Or at dusk. She did not have single bite. Her mind was far too focused on the fact that today's last event had transpired because of her inability to sense that Kakashi was nearby. Sure, Kakashi did it on purpose, but what if another situation like this arises on a real mission? She would never risk Naru prioritizing her life over his. She would grow stronger to protect him. Dinner had also passed and Naruto tried to speak with her about her chakra chains. She wasn't paying too much attention to it. She did, however, remember the name. Kongo Fusa, the adamantine chains. And now we find Kasumi is outside with her sword, slashing and hacking into nothing. Naruto had called her and told her to stop. He knew that his action today was the reason why she was like this. What else could he have done? Use Amaterasu on Kakashi. He was tempted to do so, but then the blame would fall on Kasumi's shoulders and he could never do that to her. He'd rather die than let her get blame on anything else. This also raised another matter. He had mouthed some words to Kasumi before he prepared to kill himself. When those memories with her flashed before his eyes, a great amount of regret also exploded. How he should have said something more to her. How he wanted to spend more time with her. So many other thoughts and dreams that centered around her. Sumi, Naruto said, stop it. No reply. This was the third time he had told her to do so. He jumped forward and disarmed her as she began to punch him in his chest. She stopped as his arms surrounded her once more and melted into his chest. Why? Kasumi whimpered. Why did you do that? What would I do if you were gone? I'm sorry, Kasumi. I really am. But I promise you, I will never do that again. Silence reigned supreme. Then Kasumi spoke up. She believed him. Who else could she believe? This was the bond that she shared with Naruto. She could tell when he was lying. Naru, Kasumi said. Yesterday you said you didn't like power-hungry mongrels. The way you said, mongrel. Were you the Anbu who helped all those years ago? Naruto stayed silent for a few moments and then answered, yes. He rubbed her back to make her feel more comfortable as he felt her body becoming more relaxed. So you've been helping even before we were proper friends. You're really selfish. Kasumi paused for a few moments before she dared herself to speak once more. Naru, did you mean what you said? She asked. It was about the words he mouthed to her. Naruto knew exactly what she meant. Insert music. Final Fantasy X, to Zanarkand alternate version, ending theme, make sure you play it, helps with the scene. Hi, Naruto said as her violet orbs looked at him at his instant reply. He was cupping her cheeks as she leaned into it. I thought you were just my friend. You're not. You don't know how much you mean to me. I really can't see my life without you. After Ka-chan died, I had Shisui, Miko Obaa-chan and Tachi-ni. Then the massacre happened and I truly became alone. I wanted to avoid everyone and remain alone. Slowly, I became cold and detached. But then you came, and then I had mistakenly thought that you also saw me as an Uchiha and I left. It was my greatest mistake. But you always wanted to be friends with me again and I finally got you back. You brought back something I thought I had lost. Whenever I see you, I feel so complete. I don't need anything else. With you everything is in its right place. So, yes, I meant what I said. He took a deep breath. I love you Kasumi Uzumaki, and nothing in the world is ever going to change that for me. No matter what you say, no matter what you do. Even if you do not see me that way, I will never stop loving you Sumi-chan. Quote, when I saw you with the kunai, Kasumi spoke as her voice was regaining its original conviction, I regretted not being able to tell you anything. You don't know what you really are to me. All my life I've been alone. Hokage Jiji came to visit me once in a while. Then there was Oji and Ayame Ne-chan. But none of them were always with me. Then you saved me from those guys before the academy started. I had pushed you away because of my pride and it hurt so much. Then we finally became friends again and it felt so good. You saved me from Mizuki and you trained me. You gave me a home. You're someone that I can never live without Naru and now you beat me to the very same words I wanted to say, you baka. Naruto's eyes widened as Kasumi had tears in her eyes but a smile on her face. Hi, I love you too Naruto Uchiha. I fell in love with you and I was afraid. Afraid that I would lose you if I said something like that. But now that I know, that you see me as a precious person I'm not afraid. I love you Naru-kun. And you can never get rid of me. I would never even think of it. Naruto replied. Then slowly their heads leaned forward. Their foreheads connected. Their eyes had found each other again. Time stood still once more as the winds gently blew against their bodies. Both of their lips were going straight for each other. An action that was long overdue. Finally his lips found hers as they finally embraced each other. Tingles went through their bodies as they finally felt the world around them dissolve. At this point nothing else mattered to them as they closed their eyes. All their sadness, regret, and sorrow present in their lives had been washed away, as their lips had been captured by each other. They stopped for a few seconds. Naruto's eyes had finally regained the original shade of blue that he had lost, as Kasumi's violet orbs seemed to gleam more than ever. Naruto was blushing as his arms were still around her waist. Kasumi was flushed as a rosy tint had been painted on to her cheeks. The moon shone down that day on Naruto and Kasumi as they were still firmly attached to one another. This was a moment that they would remember for the rest of their lives. Moving on instinct, their lips found each other again as they sat down on the bare ground. Their lips refused to be separated from each other. It was perfect. Naruto's house, Uchiha clan compound, Konohagakure no Sato. The morning was perfect. For some reason, the night had become much more colder. This made the warm and fuzzy sanctuary of the bed feel all the more welcoming. Slowly blue eyes opened up. The sheets of the bed were comforting and blissful. The sun's rays had finally managed to break in through the window and paint the room with its own choice of color, albeit they were still a bit faint. Naruto Uchiha felt that the entire world was finally paying him back for the things that were taken from him. His blue eyes had finally regained their original shine back. A bright and electric color that radiated a certain kindness, a trait he had nearly abandoned a few months ago. However, all of that had changed now. He was wearing a simple, short-sleeved blue t-shirt and black pants. These were the same clothes that he had worn last night after he went out to see Kasumi, who was still distraught. He was idly wondering if it was all a dream. All the events that happened yesterday. Not to mention, last night. Did it really happen? Did I finally tell Kasumi how I feel? Did we truly kiss? All those thoughts were washed away as he felt something against his body. He thought it was his pillow that had been dragged towards his frame, but he was wrong in every sense of the word. Looking down a bit, he was greeted with a sight that he had longed for. A sight so rare and precious to him, that not even his mother Tsukuyomi could ever show him. A familiar mop of blonde hair was seen resting near the crook of his neck. He felt the sweet smell of strawberry coming into his nose, and Naruto assumed that the fragrance must have come from the person who was fitted against his body. Two slender arms had been wrapped around Naruto's waist. One of his arms had been wrapped around her waist and the other was at the back of her head, slowly caressing it. He could feel her body leaned up against his, and down below he felt his groin becoming more impatient. But Naruto would control his own fleshly desires. At his feet he felt some tickling sensations. This was strange for him, as he never remembered being ticklish. But now, he could feel the soft toes of the girl making circles around his leg. He smiled and kissed her forehead. Then Kasumi Uzumaki awoke. Her deep violet eyes looked up to meet twin blue orbs, which to her seemed brighter than ever. She was lost in them, they seemed like a vast ocean that held so much warmth in them. She then looked down below and saw that she was still wearing clothes from last night. Her black shirt and red pants were still there, despite her initial thoughts that something else had gone down. However, even before that she knew that Naruto would never do such a thing. Not without her consent anyway. Looking away from his eyes she focused on his face. She was loving the gentle way he was currently caressing her hair. She was also smiling. She was idly pondering how her life had changed in the last 2 months. Normally one would be crazy if a simple relationship between two teens went from being friends to sharing the same bed. That would be the reasonable conclusion one could come to in a normal world. Alas, therein lies the problem. This was not a normal world. This was a world where the strong live and the weak perish. Only winners, weaklings generally have no place where nearly everyone is the human medium of proficient killing. These two teens were different even in this world. One had never known love in any sort of way in her life, the other had lost everything he had. Both of them had found solace in each other. A solace that evolved into comfort. The comfort later became a thread tied them together. They were each other's lifelines at the moment. "Ohio, Sumi-chan," Naruto said as softly as he could. The smile was there as it had been since he looked down at her resting form. "Ohio, Naru-kun," Kasumi replied. Like our raven-haired protagonist, she too had wondered whether it was all a dream. Whether all this happening right now is still a dream that she is stuck in. All the thoughts that she housed in her mind was cast away as she felt a pair of lips slowly pressing themselves on top of hers. Naruto felt the soft supple lips of Kasumi. It tasted ever so subtly sweet. He then brought his arm that had been wrapped around her waist to her cheeks. He slowly traced his hand along her cheek. He was slowly moving his lips against hers, taking his time in this blissful moment. He added a little bit more pressure but he would not initiate anything further beyond, as it had remained the same as last night. But then to his sweet surprise, he felt Kasumi lick his lips. It seemed that she had wanted more than just the simple contact of his lips against hers. Instinctively, he opened his mouth and his tongue escaped the caverns of his jaws to meet hers. The hand that rested on her head now snaked back to her waist as he pulled her closer to him. Kasumi too had put her arms around his neck to bring him nearer. Their tongues intertwined with each other and were wrestling against each other. Neither knew how much time had passed since they had so passionately engaged each other, but by the end of it both were flushed and out of momentary breath. They had wanted to enjoy the kiss as much as they could, as long as they could. Their lips parted and both looked at each other once. Red painted blushes had adorned their cheeks as both were still looking at each other with eyes that held love. A love that one could be absolutely sure of, a love that would never fade away and withstand every storm that comes in its path. They quickly kissed each other some more after drawing in their breaths. With each kiss their hearts skipped a beat. Naruto felt the intense hardening of his groin increasing ever so. His mind had been steeled against doing something that right now but his body felt otherwise. Kasumi too felt a deep increasing heat between her legs. It was something that she had never felt before, not to such an extent. Her low C-cup chest was heaving as she felt them getting perked up. Before she knew it, by the end of their session, the space between her legs felt a little wet. However, the full ecstasy could not be enjoyed as Naruto had promptly pulled himself away. He withdrew the moment he knew that if this lasted any longer, he would give in to his carnal desires. Though he had felt that it was the most natural feeling in the world, he too knew when to stop. He looked at Kasumi, whose eyes were staring deeply at him. A flushed expression adorned on her face. Both of them were also panting. "Sumi-chan, we should get up," Naruto said. "Hi," Kasumi replied as she once more gently pecked his lips. She too got up and together they both looked around. This was not Naruto's room, nor Obito's, which was now occupied by Kasumi. This was a much larger room. Both had not bothered to see or notice that they had been lying in much larger, king-size bed. The smooth white-colored walls of the room had given them enough clues as to where they were as the memories of last night had finally come back. Last night after their first kiss, Naruto and Kasumi had entered the house. Due to the sheer stress of the day, both were tired, though mentally more than the physical aspect of it. Their minds were not working properly and Kasumi had asked Naruto to sleep with her. She had felt scared after watching him nearly die. Naruto complied, making himself promise that he would not do anything that implicate Kasumi in any sexual way. They had stepped into his parents' room and both had initially laid on the large bed with their backs turned. Though that had changed, Naruto and Kasumi stepped out of the room which once had Genjiro and Satsuki Uchiha as their residents. Both had gone to their respective rooms to take a bath and change up. Naruto had taken a cold shower. He really needed it. After he was done, he sat on his bed and thought about the events that happened yesterday. He was happy, no scratch that. Words could not describe how Naruto felt right now. The one person he had cared for and fallen in love with, had truly understood those feelings and returned them. He had a new purpose in life. Kasumi Uzumaki was now officially the most important person in his life. However, Kakashi had forced his hand yesterday and he had shown his Sharingan. He was idly wondering if the civilian council is going to cause him any problems. Or Danzo Shimura for that matter. That was a problem he had yet to face. The Clan Restoration Act. When a Kekkei Genkai wielding clan died, there would be need to repopulate the clan once more. Usually if a male heir survived, he had the choice to take on a wife or if he wants to take as much as 4. With the females it was a horrific case. She would have one suitor after another until she got pregnant. The CRA could only be mandatorily applied once the said heir is 18. Of course, the heirs had a choice if they could also marry only one person. Naruto scoffed as he remembered the act. Fucking mongrels. Naruto muttered in disgust. Kami knows what Tobirama was thinking when he approved that act. Funny, now there's only one Senju in the world. Well, two if one were to be technical. He heard a knock on his door. Come in. Kasumi walked in wearing her usual orange garb. She had a $1 million smile on her face. Naruto also smiled. She sat beside him as her head leaned onto his shoulder. He put his hand around her shoulder. Both were sitting and then Kasumi spoke up. Naru, what did Kakashi-sensei mean by my Kekkei Genkai? Right, I forgot to mention that to you. In reality Naruto had not told her anything so as to not inflate her ego. She was brash and outspoken, and if she knew she was from a clan, boy would she ride that high horse. The Uzumaki clan were cousins of the Senju clan. They were seal masters and deadly with their kenjutsu. Their village Uzushiogakure was destroyed before the Second Great Ninja War. In fact, that's what led to the war. A rare Kekkei Genkai that manifested itself in a rare few was the Uzumaki Kongo Fusa. The adamantine chains have chakra draining property and they can be used as both offense and defense. They can even hold down certain biju to an extent, like the kyubi that you hold. Sugoi. Kasumi yelled, looks like you're not the only one with a Kekkei Genkai anymore, Naru. Yeah, about that, there's something I need to tell you. It's about a certain act. Naruto said as he sighed. He then explained the situation the both of them were in. By the end of it, Kasumi's hair had taken the shape of 9 floating tails as her eyes turned into a terrifying shade of white. Boy, Naruto sure picked one hell of a girl to fall in love with. Those conceited, plotting, power-hungry mother fu, Kasumi's volume was only increasing. Sumi, calm down, Naruto said as he felt some of the kyubi's chakra leaking out. The talk he had with her had made a visible impact on her mental stress. Although, it was understandable. The same people who always ostracized her would now be sucking up to her, all because she now had a Kekkei Genkai. Suddenly Kasumi looked at Naruto and he flinched. He would rather take on Kakashi in a death match than face her wrath. Nope, never going to face that. You're going to be under the act as well, right, Naru? She said each word with emphasized anger. The very thought that some girls would try to dig their nails into her man would set her on a killing rampage. Hi, Naruto spluttered out and he himself felt embarrassed at the way he said it. Good. Now, Kasumi's anger died down a bit as she looked into his eyes. Naru, did you really mean what you said last night? She needed to hear those words again. 3 simple words, but the impact those words had on her was unimaginable. Of course I did, Naruto replied, as he tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. I love you, Sumi-chan. I always will. Kasumi then kissed him, and Naruto kissed back. Her lips were too soft. After a full minute of their kiss, they broke apart. How about we have breakfast? We need to go meet Kakashi-sensei after all. 3 hours later, that is. Naruto said as he remembered the man's bad habit. Of all the habits he could have honored Obito by, he had to use the "sorry I'm late because insert reason here" card. Hi, but I wonder if he's going to be late like this every time. Kasumi asked as she put a hand on her chin. Suddenly, she felt Naruto poke her forehead once more. She had gotten used to it, but that doesn't mean she wouldn't rub her forehead. Let's go. We can have a quick spar after that, Naruto said as he extended his hand forward. Kasumi took it and got up. 4 hours later, Training Ground 7. Naruto and Kasumi were walking closely towards their training ground. They weren't holding hands, but the close proximity at which they walked had given off enough signals that the two were not merely friends. Soon enough, they had found their training ground and saw their other teammates waiting. Sakura seemed like she had been rejected by Sasuke again, while Sasuke had seemed pissed. As they saw Naruto and Kasumi, both of them had 2 very different reactions. You're late, Sakura yelled a little. Surprisingly, she did not screech. Please don't tell me you picked up Kakashi-sensei's habit already. Nope, Kasumi replied. She was cheerful. She had ramen for breakfast. Life was good for her. Well, we figured that Kakashi-sensei would be late, so we trained a bit and came 3 hours later. Sigh, why did we get a lazy sensei like that? Sakura said. She then looked at Kasumi and remembered yesterday's events. Say, Kasumi, what were those chains that came out of your body? Didn't it hurt? Not one bit. In fact, I didn't feel anything. But I tried to do it this morning and only one chain came out. I need to train it more, Kasumi said. During all this, Sasuke was eerily quiet. Inwardly he was a bit confused. Why did this no-named loser gain a Kekkei Genkai whereas he, a member of the main house of the Uchiha clan, did not awaken his? It was infuriating. Kasumi was still weaker than him, but he knew that she must possess a lot of chakra, much more so than him. She was a true kunoichi. Then, to make matters worse, the Uchiha lamb was better than him. Not only had Naruto awakened his Sharingan, he had already mastered it as he remembered all 3 Tomo. A member from the branch side and the 2 Genjiro's spawn had outshined him. Then there was another issue. If Sasuke was honest, he was a bit infatuated with Kasumi. Not only did she look pretty, but she was also far more developed than all the other girls her age and was a serious kunoichi unlike everyone else. But what ticked him off the most was the fact that she had spent her entire time with Naruto. A boy who had outright ignored her for the last 5 years, yet they were so close. He wanted that. A strange look in his eyes manifested, one that was not showing any good intentions. He thought that maybe the civilian council could help him. Yes, they said that they would always help him. Considering that she has no clan, she might be forced into it. But the only problem was Naruto. True, he was from the branch clan, but his potential was clearly much greater than Sasuke had imagined. Right now, Naruto could very well kill Sasuke, because he had the Sharingan as Sasuke thought. Is this why Itachi spent so much time with him? Did he know that Naruto would be such a thinking something, or we Sasuke-san? Naruto's voice reached Sasuke's ears. Naruto was standing behind him right now, his icy blue eyes staring deep into the skull of Sasuke as if he was trying to drill into it. Naruto, Sasuke said as he gritted his teeth. He had that same indifferent expression that Itachi always had. He hated that look. It made him feel inferior. When did you awaken the Sharingan? When I was 7, at the night of the massacre. Naruto replied. The sooner this shitstorm ends the better. If it comes down to it, He'd even take Sasuke down a few pegs. The other two female members of the team were looking at this with curious eyes. Both were a bit nervous, they really did not want a fight to break out. How is your Sharingan fully matured? Tell me how you, Sasuke was cut off. Through training. I trained every day for the last 7 years. I did as much training as I could. Nothing more, nothing less, Naruto said. Suddenly Kakashi appeared in a poof of smoke and he was going to give the usual excuse as well. But he had seen the tension rising. It seems that Sasuke Uchiha was not appreciating the fact that Naruto had not only awakened his but also fully matured his Sharingan. Let's go to the Hokage Tower, Kakashi said as his team followed. Naruto was walking beside Kasumi as they strolled towards their destination. His first mission as a ninja would begin. His first mission with his team. Finally a true shinobi will. 2 hours later. I've had enough with this, Kasumi yelled as she tried to catch the demon cat Tora. The bane of all genin. Tora was a living legend of Konoha. He belonged to the daimyo's wife and had frequently run away. Ironically, he had always come to Konoha. For years he has been torturing the D-rank mission board. His speed and evasion skills are such that even most chunin pale at his sight. All 4 genin of Team 7 had wasted 2 hours on this cat. Finally Naruto had enough and activated his Sharingan. You know what, fuck it, Naruto said, visibly annoyed as his entire team looked at him. This was perhaps the first time they had seen him angry like this. He then looked at Tora, who was cornered, and began slowly walking towards it. Tora, Naruto said as his Sharingan looked at Tora's eyes. The demon cat was not afraid as it stood its ground. You are a mere extension of the feline species. A temporary existence in this world. You are an unstable force that threatens the existence of all genin in Konoha. You need to be controlled. I, Naruto of the Uchiha clan, shall be the one who controls you and make you realize the flaws of your misguided ways. Naruto made the tiger hand seal. Obey. Tora's eyes changed into crimson with 3 tomo. Naruto had just used genjutsu to control Tora. Everyone on his team was merely staring at him with eyes widened and jaws hung. Why he gave such a dramatic monologue to the cat was beyond all of them. Kakashi merely stared in awe at what happened. A genin, fresh out of the academy, had made Tora obey his commands. Even elite Junin were not capable of such a feat. Come, Naruto ordered, and Tora willingly followed. All the citizens of Konoha were mesmerized by the fact that Tora was listening to him. They simply stood aside and recorded this glorious moment in their minds. Hokage's office. Nani? Iruka nearly yelled after he saw Tora obediently standing there. Kakashi then explained the entire situation to the 3rd Hokage. After all was said and done, Hiruzen called Naruto and Kasumi personally. You wanted to say something, Gigi? Kasumi asked. Her bubbly personality was never going away, and for those who knew the true her, they'd never want her to change. Yes, it's about the fact that you two have Kekkei Genkai. Naruto-kun, when did you awaken the Sharingan? Hiruzen asked. When I was 7, it was during the night of the massacre. I didn't realize that I had awakened it until a few days later. Naruto replied. I see, you should have told me, Naruto-kun. It seems that the shinobi and the civilian council wanted to talk to the both of you, and they've convened a meeting that takes place in an hour. Don't worry, I too will be there. The 3rd Hokage assured them with a smile. The civilian council. It was an absolute mess. Naruto was not listening to a single word the civilians were saying. His full attention was divided between Kasumi and the man who had bandages over his left eye. He had an eerie air about him, and Naruto swore that he felt Shisui's chakra. This man must be Danzo Shimura. The 2 elders beside him were Koharu and Homura, former teammates of the 3rd and his current advisors. Naruto did not like any of them. They just gave off bad vibes. I suggest that Naruto Uchiha and Kasumi Uzumaki be put under the clan restore. A civilian member's speech was cut off. Civilian, Naruto said out loud as his face had a neutral expression and a cold gaze. Don't interfere in matters that do not concern you. But, we are the civilian council, we have a right to speak when you are spoken to and raise issues that concern you. Do not think for a second that you are in charge of the shinobi here. That honor only belongs to the Hokage and Hokage alone. Nobody else, Naruto said with a tone of finality. The clan heads were merely smiling at the words Naruto said. The civilian council had lost a lot of its power over the last few years, and Naruto was putting them in their place. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Now I assume that the both of you know what the CRA is? Hiruzen asked. He saw both genin nod their heads and he continued. Then you know that you will eventually have to get married to someone and restore the clan. I do Hokage-sama, but I also know that the CRA cannot be applied until you are 18 or a Junin. We also have a choice to who we marry as well. Naruto said. Yes. Danzo spoke up this time. But if you do not, then your wives will be chosen and Kasumi here will have several suitors too. The words in Danzo's mouth died as he saw that the temperature of the room dropped. Kasumi was visibly pissed. If that wasn't enough, Naruto had also activated his Sharingan. Don't even think about finishing that sentence, blind Gigi. Kasumi said, and Naruto was choking back a chuckle. The guts on this girl. Besides, I've already chosen who I'm going to marry. What? Who is it? Why were we not informed? Silence. Sarutobi roared as his killing intent flooded. It was aimed at the civilians who incoherently saying things that really did not concern them. Once again, you civilians speak out of turn. Do not speak unless it concerns you. Kasumi-chan, if I may ask, who is it? Cough. Naruto coughed while a small blush had crept up on his face. This was amusing. A few seconds ago, he was ready to kill people and now he was blushing. Oh dear, Hiruzen said as he chuckled. Kasumi Uzumaki. Danzo spoke. The old war hawk, you have made a fine choice. The entire room was silent. They could not believe that Danzo agreed to this. His contemporaries, however, understood why he said this. A child born from the Uchiha and the Uzumaki clans. Only time would tell how strong a child like that would be. Then this meeting is over. Naruto-kun, Kasumi-chan, you may go back. Both genin left. They had already made this plan before the meeting began. However, it was true. They really only had eyes for each other. They were now unofficially engaged. Konoha main town. So do you want to train after lunch? Naruto asked. Yup, I need to work on those chains, TT Ibeo. Kasumi chirped. Okay, but let's not forget about our other skills. If I'm guessing right, we're going to be doing D ranks for at least 2 months. Naruto said. What? Kasumi yelled and then mellowed in sadness. It was amazing how quickly her personality changed. But that's not fair. How will I show the world I'm an awesome ninja ready to become the Hokage? He. Naruto laughed lightly and some people were staring. They had never seen him laugh before. Standard protocol. Even Ni-san went through it at first. But since it was wartime, they were growing up, they were sent to do more dangerous missions. Look at this way, Sumi. We get more time to polish up our skills. He said with a twisted smile. Kasumi paled. He was probably thinking of new ways to torture her. Torture that Naruto called training. Kasumi-chan tilde. Kiba's undignified yell made it to both of their ears. Naruto sighed and Kasumi had a tick mark on top her head. Kiba was rushing towards them and stopped the moment he saw Kasumi's hands intertwined with Naruto's. He felt a metaphorical kunai stab his heart. Why are you holding his hand, Kasumi-chan? Because I leaked it. Kasumi replied the way that Ayame had often teased her. Even Naruto felt a bit weird. The way those words were said just seemed so damn teasing. No, Kasumi-chan, you can't do this. He's from the branch clan of the Uchiha. I'm the heir to the Inuzuka clan. I'm better than. Kiba was cut off as Kasumi spoke up. Don't do that again, Kiba. Kasumi replied coldly. I don't care about clan status. Naru-kun is the only one I care about like this. So never say that about him again. They both then walked away, leaving an angered Kiba. In his mind, he is an alpha, damn it. They were naturally predators and wanted what they wanted. However, he would never do anything undignified. Reasons being 1, it was wrong. 2, his mother and sister would sooner castrate him the minute they heard he was even thinking of something like that. Naruto's house. Genjiro and Satsuki Uchiha's room once more had 2 people in it. More specifically, 2 people in their bed. The lights were turned off and Naruto activated their privacy seals. The pale moonlight was shining through the window. The 2 of them were lying in their bed. Naruto was kissing Kasumi right now. Their tongues engaged each other in a duel. After some time, they broke apart as a thin trail of saliva was formed, making a line between their mouths. He was caressing her cheeks and to his surprise she purred. Oh, how he would tease her about this. Both were wearing t-shirts and shorts. Naru, Kasumi said, I don't want to. You know. I know, Sumi. I know. Naruto replied. As powerful as their hormones were, neither would give in so easily. Of course, that didn't mean they wouldn't kiss and cuddle. He brought her firmly closer to her. Her face in the crook of his neck. She looked up at the person she had fallen in love with. Don't worry, Kasumi. It'll happen when you want it to happen. He kissed her once more and she too pressed back. Good night Naru, I love you, she whispered as he buried her face into the warmness of his neck. Her arms wrapped around his waist. I love you too Sumi. Naruto kissed her forehead as one hand was wrapped around her waist and other on her nape. He took in the sweet smell that emanated from her body. I never want this to end. Both Naruto and Kasumi thought as they drifted off into the realm of dreams.